that you brought near. Whoa. Starlight, starbright, your oceans never are, just like the brightest star. Yeah, things you do set my heart aglow. And I want you to know that it's mine. Whisper soft and low, words that mean so much to me. You know how to make a feeling show, like a song in perfect harmony. You whisper something, no, touch me, hold me, don't let me go. I love you so. Magic in your eyes, look back to me, I'm hypnotized, mesmerized. You whisper something, no, touch me, hold me, don't let me go. I love you so. Strenuous faces she began to come. She said, boy, it's good to see you. My prayers must have been with you. And all that I can do is a change so hard. The one we never won. The one we never won. We see the streets everywhere. You gotta be careful where you move your feet, how you part your hair. Do you really think God could ever forgive this life we live? Back in the world, so hard, it's so hard, it's so hard, this life is so hard. Soldier boy ain't got no job. Back in the world, had a long stretch of sacrifice. Getting back home will be overnight. Shout your boy, it's all been gone. Don't go on, just let it alone. People don't care what you do. People don't care what you do. People don't care what you do. So you started here, you were just shy. Can give to man and all the flower. And all the hard times, back in the world. So hard. Soldier boy ain't got no job. Back in the world. Back in the world. Simple words that seem so clear to me. Hear my country, Mississippi's baby. Forgive your man, with love to me. The honesty is true. We don't seem to know what to do. Back in the world. that brings true love to me. Your devotion opens all our treasure and deliver from the fruits of evil. So ambitious to bring a melody, bringing voices, sweet, sweet harmony. Soul is a song to make your day bright, your day bright. That will last too long through troubled days. Deep in your heart, ooh, the light is brighter. Oh, all of the dark, if it falls in your way, ooh, you need devotion. That's the children. In everyone's life, there's a need to be happy. Let the sun shine a smile your way. Open your heart, feel the touch of devotion. Oh, baby, this song will help uplift your day. Make a better way. You need devotion. That's the children. Oh, ooh, you're talking, yeah. Can be out of sight. Everybody's on the phone, just stop walking. She said, hey, wait a minute. Oh, she said, just a little bit. Well, everybody's trying what it feels like to feel it for the first time. But don't get lost, that ain't much. Don't get too much. Don't get lost, that ain't much. Don't get too I guess you'll always have a part somewhere deep in my heart. It's just too hard. I can't get over you. I'm trying to lose myself in song, but the time's not much too strong. What am I gonna do? I can't get over you. It makes my house so bad. Nothing up to love we had. But one thing I know, I will always love you so. Love Good morning and happy New Year's Eve. How are you all doing today? Hopefully fine as wine, ever so divine. If you're new to the channel, please hit that subscription button. I will be your host and your lecturer, that exquisite Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. Yes, we're going to talk about the main subject. Sometimes we teeter off a little bit later on in the conversation, but we're here to get our point across. Yes, in case you're wondering, I am also the Black Superman, the Sunpan Superman, Black Dynamite, Luke Jive Talker, and many other things. Today's subject was a response from two things that I saw. I saw the video recently added that was called Are Black Men Loveable by the Master Teacher BGS. Please subscribe to his channel and mediocre tutorials and designs, you know. And also an old Steve Vocal episode. It was the episode titled I'm in high school and I came to get a DNA test. It was a young guy around 17. And for some odd reason, he was with a girl and they had two little boys together. Yes, it's 17. They came to get a DNA test. And to make a long story short, neither child were his. I want you to take that in consideration for a moment. You're in this young puppy love, and she's pregnant. The first child is around 2 years. The second child is around 2 to 4 months. And neither child is his. Now, how the hell can you explain that? Is beyond me. Well, it's not beyond me. But if you really look and investigate the video, and that's not the worst part. That is not the travesty. The cruelest part, besides finding out that 2 kids are not yours, biologically, was his mother. In a really horrible attempt in consoling him. And it makes you think. She was telling him, come on, I know it hurts. You got to toughen up. You got to be a man. See, I was having a conversation with my boy Darren last night. He loves the show. And it's not a battle of the sexes that people think. It's an introspective view of Black culture. Really. Why is it that his own mother couldn't take his feelings, his emotional downpour, and say, you know what, let's get out of here. You dodged a bullet. She wasn't good enough for you. Let's go. It's never that. It's you gotta be you and these kids' lives. No consideration for his future. Nothing. As long as he's an object, as BGS put it. As long as he's there to make sure those kids and that Jezebel is properly secured. I kind of came to the conclusion, such as mediocre tutorials. I believe she was a single mother herself. And she felt sorry more so for the girl than her own damn son. This behavior in itself is troubling. So much so that that boy had to learn a life lesson that hopefully he will take with him for the rest of his life. Oh yeah, Black in effect. That Jezebel! No consideration of the young brother. None whatsoever. You're right, Dr. Dunbar. Shout out to Dr. Dunbar. Please subscribe to his channel. Very intellectual brother. One of our biggest and best minds out there. And I had to explain to Darren last night, it's not a battle of the sexes. Gender war is over. What we're discussing and combating is not he say, she said. It's cultural. As long as you get your ass out there and work, Negro, work, I don't care that those babies aren't yours. I want grandchildren. I want them now. I don't care how you feel. Stay in these children's lives. It's like the SOS song. I don't care about them other girls, just be good to me. That's all she cared about. I want these kids. You need to stay in their life. It's not the fact that your son's humiliated in live national television, now the internet. I want these kids. This is the culture. Nobody gives a damn about you. It's I. As long as I can just show them off. As long as I can take pictures with them, you will stay within their lives. But people look at me weird, like this isn't the culture. Like you haven't been in the Black community. And it wasn't an argument between myself and Darren. It was just a conversation, some dialogue. This is the culture. DJ said in this video, are we even lovable? I think a lot of black males are lovable up to the age of 5. Definitely not in teenagers, for the most part. There are some exceptions by individuals, but for the most part, hell no. Think about that. Back in the day, mama used to be the one, don't mess with that girl. She's loose. But you tell your own son he needs to be in them children's lives. Let's really consider that. He's 17 in high school. Does he really need to be a father if he doesn't have to be? I mean, damn. You want me to keep being the boo-boo the fool for a chick who's 17 herself and she can't keep her goddamn legs closed? Where did this boy benefit? He benefits not in this situation. I know my views are going down a little bit. It's not a popular situation that people want to talk about. It's not friendly. Your own damn mother telling you to stay in a bad situation. What are you waiting for? A third child not to be his? She's telling this young man early in life who she is. She's not loyal. She's not faithful. She's raggedy. She has no substance. She knew, most likely she knew who the father was. Most likely. But yet, we encourage our boys to go into these situations. Man up. Man up. If you're not the attack dog, you gotta man up. You gotta take my bullshit. You gotta man up. So what? Stepped out in the relationship that I said I was gonna be loyal to you and only you. Man up. What are you teaching this boy? Do you really think about it? That's the type of mother who would tell her son, I don't care how dangerous it is. I don't care if you could get arrested. You need to sell these drugs so we can have something to eat. I don't care. So what? Man up. Man up. That's all they're going to tell you. Man up. Just man up. Nobody cares about your feelings. Man up. This is the attitude of the young black male in America. I'm not going to put you in a safe environment. I know it's like 8 guys out there. I know that you would have had a better chance with your father, but I'm the mother and the father. Man up. How can you tell me to do something you have no knowledge of? Man up. And see, that's the biggest problem. We convinced ourselves that masculinity is this magical thing that you can open up. But femininity is so precious that only the select few. But you can man up. You ever notice that when mothers are suffering or going through some really horrendous shit, nobody ever tells them to woman up? Not too many people are going to go inside of a woman's face and say, well, you had them babies. You take care of them little motherfuckers on your own. You're the one who picked out their father. You picked poorly. Guess what? Woman up. But you could be battling ISIS or ISIL, Al Qaeda, the Ku Klux Klan, and the Third Reich. Man up. How can you have such disdain for your own son? Lovable, I would say to the master teacher, I don't even think we're respected. And I know there's good mothers out there, but this is the culture of a lot of little young boys and young men. James Kill said, I'm at work and this African hyena tells her hyena friend she's not telling her boyfriend she's working a second job to save money. Of course, because it's all selfish. And I would tell Darren, like in the conversation, I told him, I was like, look, of trying to bring us together is a Herculean task. I'm starting to believe there may not be a black community. And it's crazy because a lot of our women don't want to be communal. Well, how can I be in a community where I'm not respected? I'm not loved. I'm not revered. How? But you need to man up. Why do you think we call the great women unicorns? So what that you're so what that you're sick? You need to man up. Man up. So what that you're in pain? Go to work, make me money, keep a roof over my head. Man up. And I'm not gonna help you. You got to figure it out on your own. What's the point of being in a community where you actually have brothers who have wives? He's working double shifts, comes home, she cooks for her and the kids, but won't cook for him. He's got to pick something up from Burger King, McDonald's. And thank you, Underrated Darkness. Woo, what's up, Josh? This is the reason why I tell you why you need male role models and fathers to outgrow your mother. Think of that. The person who birthed them didn't give a fuck about them. But yet, we're looked at as crazy. And I'm starting to really believe Dr. Neil, Dr. Ronald Neil, about we're out here by ourselves. Now, one damn time, you'll you'll talk about, well, black males are we're trying to hold up, we're protecting black males. I would love to do a live stream with mediocre tutorials in this, and I wish he would bring his feminist friend on. I think he's a great YouTuber, good brother, good head on his shoulders. And it's funny because his one friend or associate, she's on there, she's a feminist, you could tell. She'll even admit it. Just as masculine, just as rude, just as raunchy, cusses like a soldier and sailor. Well, we've been protecting black men. What have you protected us? I'll wait. When the what have you protected us? I'll wait. Please inform me of this shit. We protected you from what? Happiness? Liberty? Our goals? When have you protected us? This is an honest question. Black men are not some helpless children. We are the protectors. And no, we don't need the opinions of the protectee. Okay? Here it is. You talk about, and this is how feminists always contradict themselves. And they do it so vividly and easily. All you got to do is listen. We protect black men, but no, but when we are in trouble and a guy's approaching us, there's nobody who steps up to protect us. You're such the protector of black men. Handle it yourself. Oh, so you really don't protect us. Because if you're able to protect others, then by reasoning, you should be able to protect yourself. But you know what it is? It's harassment when a guy comes up to you and asks for your number that you don't find attractive or like. Instead of saying, hey, no, thank you. And most guys will step in if the situation becomes awkward or dangerous. By the way, if it was a guy that you thought was attractive or you like, would it be harassment? No. So when you look at this, pay close attention. Due to the facts of one, if you are looking to be loved by somebody who see you as a tool, good luck. Good luck. I'm not saying there's any out there, but good luck. Because too many times, our wants and needs are put on the back burner. You're supposed to work this. And what do we get in return? Nothing. Complaints. What do we get in return? Infidelity. Here it is. It's 17. She can't keep her fucking pants to herself. But you expect homeboy to be this simp. And this is the reason why single mothers destroy young black boys. Because you teach them to be subservient instead of leaders. Well, you got to look at this, James Cale. If she's not telling him something about a second job, think about what she's also not telling him about a second man. But it's okay because right there she's telling you she's making her exit strategy. But your feelings are not considered. You're supposed to fight white supremacy and racism with both hands tied behind your back and your legs in shackles. I remember talking to stupid ass Cynthia G. And I really hate when people talk about warfare and don't know shit about it. How many times are you willing to put yourself on the line? How many of your children are you going to birth to put to the war effort? What did they say at 300? What was the orders Leonidas gave the women? Make more sons. How many are you going to sacrifice? Are you going to pick up a rifle when somebody invades the home front? No. No, you're not. At the end of the day, you're going to be betrayed. Not even just by the women, but also by other men. He had a guy on there named Moo. And by the way, why the hell would you call yourself Moo if you're a grown ass man? Why? Well, these black men need to take care of the kids. We are, okay? But he refuses to see any wrongdoing that the women in the community are doing. He refuses. I don't know if it's because it's the simp nature. I don't know if it's because he was just that damn stupid. But he refused to even see anything. See, the craziest part about it is black men don't have an issue calling out our own shit. It's been manifested through media time and time again. So much so, we made an effort not to be like that. But like Shahrazad Ali once stated, the black woman has never been criticized nor evaluated. And that's where the issues lie. It's not about disrespecting black women. It's about giving an honest critique. It's about sitting down and saying, look, do you want a community or not? If not, stop tamping down your boys. If you do, stop tamping down your boys. We deserve more than struggle of. We deserve your total respect and devotion, just like we've been giving you ever since we stepped off the goddamn boats. We're not protected. No, you are. Anytime you can crack off in a situation with no fear of repercussions or getting your head taken off your shoulders, trying to fight grown men, cussing them out like they're children, you are more than protected. You're privileged. Because if you really want to be like men, and they actually took the protection off in this society, you wouldn't survive a day. If it was culturally acceptable to treat you the same way, if you cussed us out, punched us, and treat you the same way we would do another man, you wouldn't survive a day. You'd be praying to Almighty God to go back to those days of old. So when I hear that, oh, we're not protected. No, what you really are trying to say, you're not worshipped. That's what it sounds like. You're not worshipped. And it's funny how you want us to protect you from putting yourselves in really fucked up positions. You want that Captain Save-A-Ho when you've been messing with guys who you know you shouldn't have been, and you want some Captain Save-A-Ho to come protect you. No. And then the sad part, you don't even value that young man's life. Told you the story of how protected you are. Anytime when COVID first kicked off and you were made to wear a mask, and she's arguing with the security guard that said you can't come in without a mask, she went to go get her husband, who was the stepfather to her son, who also went with him, and they shot the guy multiple times in the head. Oh, is that not protection? It's okay, because all you want is worship. But yet, when it's talked about respect, you could tell she didn't respect that black man. How dare you tell me to wear a mask? Some of the most henpecked individuals don't even know they're subservient. I'm the man of the house. Yeah, okay. Can't make a damn decision in it. yet, we're going through situations where black boys, when they get to the 8th grade, can only read. Only 10% can only read at the damn level. But we're not protected. But yet, you have a 6-to-1 ratio, which used to be 6 men. For every 6 men, you had 1 woman in politics in the black community. Now it's for every 6 women, you have 1 man in politics. How many of these politicians have pushed forward initiatives for young black men? I don't give a fuck. I don't. Black man's not even respected. The black boy is not even the sons. Let's take this in consideration. Not even the damn sons. Not even the sons. Your own sons have to literally fend for themselves. But yet, all the time, all he's doing is looking to make a way. How many times does he have to fight through shit to even get half respect or respected? You gotta earn my submission. No, it isn't. Submission, just like protection, is not earned. So, by that logic, you have to earn my protection. You have to earn my provisions. That's not fair, Father. You can't tell us that we don't love our sons. Prove me wrong. Show me. You see a homeless teenager. How many of you are bringing teenage boys in your home? You bring that teenage girl, especially if she got a child. What if he brings one? What if he brings a child? No, you got to be a man. You got to get out. Notice you never hear that about the girls. They get to be girls as long as they want. Even bringing multiple babies in a situation. Think about that. As soon as he's 18, he getting the hell out. And then you wonder why other races of people are developing faster and better. Because you're so quick to live your best life, your best years, and get him the hell out. I'll say it again. Black girl magic only exists because of forced black boy mediocrity. If you put as much attention into weaves, cheap shoes, and a lot of other stuff, your boys would surpass any man walking. But guess what? You'd rather pay money for that boy to put a ball in a hoop or run it 100 yards down the field than to pay for his tutoring. Ask me how I know. Here it is. Half of you won't even pay for the boy to have a goddamn decent, and I mean decent, education. So many mothers I've even heard, and even Art Newstyle, who's a college professor and a high school teacher, stated that he heard mothers usually say about this: he doesn't need to go to college, he just need to get a job to help you pay your damn bills. See, I'm not the type of parent who wants to get a house to leave it for his son when he passes on. I want to be the type of parent to help my son get his own, and when I pass on, to get my house. Renovate it, fix it up, start some generational wealth. See, this is the reason why you're stagnant. Because women think in the nest, men think in legacy. Well, it's okay if we if is it okay that we get somebody else to do it? But at the same damn time, you never took the consideration to giving that boy the best father he could get. How a woman views her womb is detrimental to that child's life. The best possible gift a mother can give her child, son or daughter, is the best possible father that she can afford. But yet, once again, if you pick fathers like you pick weave, like you pick cheap clothing, many of the situations that go on in our community will be non-existent, will be extinct. It will produce a lot more Dr. Dunbars. But you know what really happens? You don't think it's going to happen. You don't think that boy is smart enough to do it. Look at the reports. The only difference between Asian kids, white kids, and black kids, time of study and how the parents view him. See, and there's an old saying, it's not that we're inadequate, it's that we may be powerful beyond belief, but we're taught to be inadequate. We're taught to be innate in the mind. We're taught to be disingenuous to our surroundings. We're taught to have cultural initiated psychosis. I need to coin that phrase, by the way, Dr. Dunbar. Cultural psychosis. That's what it is. A cultural psychosis. A culturally enforced psychosis at that. You cannot tell me that you're happy with the goddamn results of the community in the last 40 years. You know that they exist. You cannot tell me with all this vaunted education and you do nothing about it. Nothing. That's not true. I take care of my kids. Clothing a child, showing off a child is not rearing and raising a child.
And you know this. How can I tell? Because you'll push that damn girl. Don't rely on no man, but you make him relying on a damn woman. And then you wonder why you can't get anywhere in this damn culture. You wonder why you're not getting married. I want a man on my level. There aren't any. You didn't raise them. You got to figure this shit out on your own. You're the ones being told to be humble. That's the reason why I don't like black religion. Well, you got to be humble, you know. Do you tell that white boy to be humble when he's doing something great or worthwhile? That educated black woman ain't humble for shit. Do you tell her that? Well, people get quiet. There it is. Where are the black scholarships for black boys? You get more scholarships for having a goddamn baby in poverty than a black boy who stays the fuck out of trouble, who doesn't make any waves, who doesn't mean any harm, just wants to make his way in life. Where's his scholarships? Where's his mentors? Where are the people tutoring him? You can't even come together in this motherfucker. We need to come together. I have to tell Darren this. A lot of them, majority of them don't want to come together, man. They know what's going out here. I'm not about togetherness. I'm about effectiveness. I will tell you to your goddamn face because I'm that black pill and that damn militant. A lot of you are not going to make it. The problem is we got this we could save the world shit going on. A lot of it is you're afraid to even tell the people who destroy your goddamn community to get the fuck out. And keep it that way. Well, that's not nice, Officer Salton. I never said I was a nice motherfucker. Being effective and being efficient is not about being nice. Is it nice? The fact that your men, a third of your men have a fucking record? If we're going to talk about being nice more than being effective, then we got some shit with us there. That's your goddamn problems, worrying about somebody being nice to you. When you really need to be a man, you need to settle the fucking land. Stop listening to all this nice shit. Being nice has gotten black people not a goddamn where. And I'll be the first to tell you that. Being nice has gotten us in trouble and more plots of land to be subservient. I never liked the word humble. You gotta be humble. I don't have to be braggadocious, but I ain't gotta be humble. Proud of my shit. I'm an accomplished man. In my own right. too damn much. Your boys are being humble. You need to be humble, man. But she could flaunt her goddamn education in your face. I got my degree in basket weaving. You ain't shit. I still gotta be humble. What the hell has humble done for you? Last time I checked, squeaky wheel gets the oil. Here it is. You got grown men can't even look each other in the eye. You know I gotta be humble. Dr. Dunbar said our women ultimately don't respect nice, they respect gangster. See, that's because of that masculine Jezebel energy that a lot of them have. A lot of them have this Jezebel energy that always want to challenge a man. They cannot stand, 90% of black women cannot stand masculine authority. You know it's fucked up, Dr. Dunbar? I wish they just tell the fucking truth. I need a man. They don't want a man to fall under his leadership. They want a man because he's an extra fucking income. I said it. I said it. I've said it. They only want men for an extra fucking income. That's it. A man should never tell me what I bring to the table. Yes, you should. I should question you. What the hell do you bring? See, the craziest about it is that if it was up to a woman, she would have multiple men doing multiple things. The one she sleep with, the one she gets money from, the one who listens to her problems, the one who takes her out shopping, the one who rubs her feet. It's worship. Let's make sure we get the likes up. Make sure you share it, because a lot of people gonna need it. If you feel like donating, I don't force people to donate, but if they do, I appreciate it greatly. Here's the Cash App. It's also in the ticker, if you can see it. Make sure the likes are up. Make sure you share it. See, it's not about me beating up on women, because if a lot of you actually know me from the manosphere for all these years, I've said much harsher shit to men. It's just that we've gotten to the point where women don't like the truth about themselves. Well, why do you talk about me like this? We're trying. No, you're not. No, you're not. If that was true, we'll see how you treat your boys. Thanks, Keith Wisdom. Getting stronger. Hopefully, I'll be back to my Kryptonian Saiyan hybrid self. I'm just wondering and trying to figure out some things that a lot of us in this community are so disingenuous with the truth. And many a times, it's the men's fault. We've allowed everybody to tell us a narrative that we lived. We've allowed everybody white America, the black community, everybody, the media, the music, to dictate reality that we're living. We are literally afraid to look at the truth, because once you stay in that lie, there is no growth. There is no might. Alton, thank you very much for the Cash App support. Thank you. Support your interest. See, excuse me. See, we play a part in this shit as well, because we're supposed to be the ones who keep our women in reality, stock and toe. We're too damn afraid because, oh, if we tell her the truth, I'm not going to get any vagina tonight. Sometimes you got to be like, okay, whatever. I don't care. Here's the truth. This is the way the boat's going to go. This is the way the phantom ship is going to sail. It's too much. We see the destruction. We see young black boys killing each other. For what? You'd be surprised how many times I've spoken to young black boys out in the streets of Baltimore, and guess who was responsible for putting them on with the drug gang? Their mothers and grandmothers, predominantly. Once in a while, you might have an uncle. Once in a while, you might have a father. But majority of the time, it was mama and grandma who said, you need to sell some drugs and bring some money in this house. You need to do what you got to do. Think about that. What if you would have cultivated this boy? Giving him mentors like a Dr. Dunbar, BGS, and Angry Man. But once again, you're not loved and respected. A lot of you men don't understand that you look at your value through feminine eyes. Instead of saying, I love myself and I'm a man and I'm here for my people, and no matter if I'm a bum on the street or a millionaire in the ivory tower, I'm still a loved, respectable human being. Ingo Savage, the macho man, said, if you can't tell them the truth, why the fuck are you telling them anything? Be happy or be out. Y'all have options. Facts. The reason why people don't like the truth is because you got to self-reflect with it. The reason why people don't like the truth is because it doesn't need to be defended. You ever notice how people try to suppress the truth? You ever notice how songs and the media and the court system used to follow this narrative of my baby father ain't shit? But when they actually did sound research, they found out that the men are holding it down. But oh, well, we need more fathers. That's cool. But how that mother sees that child is a good determiner of that child's success in life. But yet, I'm speaking to a bunch of innate people who didn't live in the same damn community with me. I'm glad the other day when we did 13 straight hours, Jesus Christ, that was too much. But it was fun. When I spoke with Emancipated Negress, and in the beginning she was trying to give me some disingenuous stuff. I'm glad we ended on a good rapport, but Don't give me some shit that's not true. I spent 20 minutes walking you down through the fucking last 40 years. Don't give me some shit that's not true. I may not be as formally educated as a Dr. Dunbar, but I'm far from being the stupidest person in the room. So much so, the running gag with my friends is that we're going to make money off of my ass on Jeopardy. Don't tell me that you see the plight of young black men, and if you ever notice, when the men fall, so does your society. Excuse me. You have all these new mayors and elected officials coming into power. Not one person, not one, tells you, hey, we need to focus on these black boys. You're right, all knowledge sets matters. Excuse me. The craziness about it all is this. Is that fundamentally, this is the time for black people to take a stance. Fundamentally, this is when black people can take power for themselves in each black enclave. Think about it. Here in Baltimore, the police department's hurting. Black men step up and take the jobs. You automatically become middle class at $50,000. Automatically. Why are we pushing our young boys to take those jobs? Firefighters. Are we really pushing, or are we suppressing? Now, I won't tell you how many people actually got money for college, housing, and other incentives and benefits just for joining. Like, I could go to certain gyms and get chiropractic medical care for free because I'm a city employee. Thanks to that chiropractic care, it's probably saved years of my career. How many times you could get mental health or a personal trainer for free because it's in your medical benefits packet? But yet, good pass, playing Madden, by the way. But yet, we will allow all other races to join careers in the municipalities where we have generations in. And then we could play, we don't have any jobs. Yes, you did. You allowed everybody to take them from you. Simply put. Nobody's going to hire us. Yes, we will. Take the time. I'm going to tell you this, black man. I'm going to tell you the same thing my mother and father always put in my head. Don't look for any other motherfucker to love you like you. I don't care who it is. None of them are going to love you like you. You need to grow strong, grow intellectually sound, and not be afraid of taking power, taking command of a situation. Because if you fail to do so, as we say in the Army, if you plan to fail, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Now, I'm going to open this up, see who wants to have a chat with me. Some people agree, disagree. I care not. We'll have a dialogue about it. All comers are invited. Let's go. Till I get a couple of people, gonna put you on a short musical interlude. ladies and gentlemen, we have the esteemed PhD, Dr. Dunbar himself. How you doing, good doctor?
Woo! What's going on, Charles?
Chilling.
Okay. Well, hey man, I just thought I'd come up for a minute. I'm multitasking here, but you were saying some things that were resonating with me. Hey, before I jump in, hey, yo, that clip of old boy and old girl dancing, is that from a movie or is that a music video? Or
I think
did you just find that?
I just found it, but I think it's from like a movie or a TV show.
Okay.
It's a nice damn clip though.
It's a powerful image. It is.
Yeah.
The way she's looking at him, and she's just in her feminine energy, and
he's just being as masculine as he want to be.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful I'll go ahead, doctor.
Nah, it's something every man, I imagine, would want.
Yeah. And it's powerful. It
is. Well, Charles, like two things, if I can recall. That quote you said about the best gift that a woman could give, a mother could give her child is to select a good father. I don't know who originated that. The first time I heard it was from Tommy. I know a lot of folks might not like Tommy, but I always thought that was a powerful message, because in essence, that's true. I know. I'd love to. Did you guys say that to Mumu?
That's what I told him.
Okay.
Okay. And it's funny because he just refused.
Okay. I mean, put another way, like I said in my last live stream, Ron Wills said that the women choose whose genes go into the future.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's a bit of a hot potato because they, in large part, don't want to own that.
Yeah.
They don't want to say, yeah, we choose, we determine who the father is. We determine whose genes go into the future. So that's a bit of a hot potato. But you mentioned the TV show where the little boy, or the boy, he was a teenager, his mom was encouraging him to stay and take care of the kids that weren't his. Mm-hmm. As I was listening to that, I was thinking, I think we need to all, as men, determine what manhood is to us, because our mothers, in that instance, you saw it, the women around you and your mother is going to have their own idea of what manhood should be, and often that involves some sort of self-sacrifice, and it's going to involve you putting yourself in a compromised position. I experienced that to some degree when me and my former fiance were engaged, and I was telling my mother some of what was going on. In some instances, she seemed to come down on my fiance's side, even though what I was saying was logical and practical, and it had implications for both of our futures as a husband and a wife. I'm sorry. But my mom seemed to come down on her side, and I decided at that point, any relationship I go into in the future, I'm going to limit my mother's access to what's going on in my partnership.
Yeah. Because a lot of times men are not given the respect even by their mothers as grown-ass men. And it's a damn shame. And it's a damn shame because of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, when, as a son, when you're seeing somebody, I'm not saying all mothers, but many mothers, they kind of put themselves in your plus one's place and kind of say, well, yeah, I can sympathize with how she feels. And yes, you do need to be more sensitive to how she feels. You do need to be more understanding as to how she feels. How she feel might be taking both of you over a cliff.
Yeah.
Okay. What she wants to do may be taking both of you over a cliff. And that's why, as a man, I think you have to determine what's best for you. You have to get to a point where you have that wisdom to know what's best, even when the female emotion says you're bad or you're evil.
And just for a minute, can you please tell everybody, the viewers, what is your PhD in?
Oh yeah, I have a PhD in pharmacology with additional training in toxicology.
So yes, he's a doctor.
Yeah, and I have if anyone's interested, I have a channel. When I drop down, I'll put it in the chat. I'm looking for more subs. I'm right at 600. I want to get to 1,000 over there because we need more. We need more discussions like this. We need, especially for the boys, we need
especially
more. Yeah, science. We need. They need to see Black scientists. So
yes, he's a doctor, folks.
And if you don't, if you can look, you can Google me. Some of my first author papers are online. That's public information. I'm not just up here, blowing smoke.
Yeah, it's no different than myself being an officer. My information is public knowledge. It has to be because I'm a public servant. So yeah, he's a doctor. Excuse me. And
before I know Mr. Z's up here, but in general, we as men, especially in our community, one of the tools of control, Charles, I'm sure you can vouch for this, is shaming language.
Oh yes.
Shaming language from your plus one, shaming language from your mother, shaming language from your grandmother. And you saw it in that episode when that boy realized he wasn't the father, he was getting shaming language from his own mother, which is sad. Yeah.
Told us, come on, I know it's hard, but you gotta stand up and be a man. So what about your feelings?
Hey Charles, did you see that there was a clip that was going around on Twitter yesterday. Tariq tweeted it of, I think it was the mother in the bathroom, and there were 3 little boys in there, and she was twerking, and she pulled her pants down, and the little boys were up behind her. It was the most bizarre thing.
Here's a little known fact, right?
Yeah.
A lot of Black boys are sexually molested, not by men predominantly, but by women. A lot of boys have been sexually molested. Not saying it doesn't happen by men, but we don't talk about the sexual molestation by women or the sexual exploitation as well. Think about that.
Yeah.
How many family members have you heard in the Black community? He's not gonna grow up to be gay if I gotta give him pussy myself. The hell? But yet, if that would have been a father, his ass had been investigated. We do not protect our boys from this stuff. This is madness. And it's a damn shame that we have women out there poisoning our boys. For what? For male attention. That's all it was. Well, I'm not getting male attention, so I'm going to create the male to keep him in line for my attention. I'm just confused by this, doctor. And what makes it even sadder is that this lady doesn't even know the mental and possibly physical damages she's doing to her sons. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, if anyone out there, if you haven't seen it, it's very, very bizarre because all these little boys, they're less than 10 years old. And they're in the bathroom with, it looks like their mother. She looks like the woman you see at the nightclub. She got a tattoo on the side of her neck. She got a nice little body. But you should not be, those boys should not be, wow. It was a bit much.
Yeah,
morning.
That was disturbing. Hey, what's up, Z?
What's going on, Dr. Dunbar? What's going on, Charles? Dr. Dunbar,
yeah.
Something to think about. You're going to see more and more of that going on. Not necessarily with the children in the background, but with women twerking, because it's the mating call, right? It's this very overt look at me mating call. And this is what both of you are kind of touching on anyway, which is as things get tougher, as that gap between the 1% and the next 20 gets bigger, and then the 20 and the rest of the 80% get bigger. Women are just going to be doing this very overt twerking. The weave color is going to get even more outlandish. The butt implants are going to get even bigger. The breast implants, because it's this please someone save me, right? As we kind of sleepwalk back into some weird technocracy or feudal era type situation, like me and Black Uru have spoken about, you're gonna see women doing these more overt, outlandish acts of I guess what we would call like a mating call, right? Um, and I'm not surprised by this. I mean, we've been seeing this for a couple of decades. I think it's just going to get more and more crazy. Um, and as Charles was talking about earlier, I haven't watched the clip yet of the mother telling her son she's gonna he's need to man up or whatever. But that goes without saying. Women sympathize with your plus one, like Dr. Dunbar was saying. This is I've seen it in my own life. I have personal experiences, um, not with my mom, but with other women in my family that I've seen kind of browbeat family members. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And what's up, Taz, the GOAT, and also James Johnson, Lionel, what's up to you all? Enigma, what's up? And I'm just looking at it like CPS slacking off. CPS never did their jobs. I'm gonna tell you, since I've been a police officer for 14 years, you want to talk about one of the sorriest fucking places, and I'm trying not to curse so early in the morning, but I'm gonna say it's sorriest fucking places you'll see a CPS. See, CPS, if you're whooping your child's ass, and by the way, Lionel said it was from a show called Snowfall on FX, Dr. Dunbar.
Okay,
And
thank you.
when I go to these calls for child abuse, child neglect, CPS is called, CPS will come if a parent, no marks, no bruises, took their hand and just smacked the kid or smacked their ass or something or their legs. Oh my God, you're the worst parent ever. But you have people who are sexually, and I mean physically, like bruising, disforming of the bones. I mean, it was one parent, his 14 to 15-year-old daughter was missing and she ran away from home. I guess they had an argument. I found the daughter, brought her back home. I get another call. The father took a belt, a quarter-inch leather belt, and beat her so badly it put webs in her. It left bruises and marks and webs. And I'm looking at, and then I end up getting in a damn fight with the father. He lost, but it's like, I could understand if you would have just slapped her one good time. But you took a belt like she's a fucking farm animal and beat the hell out of her. In CPS, well, we heard we had issues before, but I didn't think we needed to come out. And I'm like, you know what? That shit's going right in the fucking report. And the CPS disgustes me, but go ahead, folks. I could go on all day.
You know what I thought about while you were telling that story, Charles? I was thinking about the brother, the young brother. I think he was in Seattle, maybe, that had the picture, that famous picture with the police officers. He's hugging the police officers, and he has like this weird setup where he looked like he just fell out the 1970s. I think he was like 12 or 13, and he was
Mm-hmm.
adopted by a lesbian couple, and the lesbian couple ended up killing him, his sister, and a couple of other adopted kids, I think. And it was a white lesbian couple. I think they end up driving their minivan or SUV off a cliff on purpose. And I just thought, like, apparently the child protective services had been to that home a couple of times because the neighbors were calling and saying, yo, these people are abusing the children, they're not feeding the children, whatever. um and it's just, I I'm lucky. Like, I have my issues with my mom and my dad, but I don't abuse. Nah, and I thank God for that, because I can just imagine how emotionally and mentally messed up I would be if if my mother had allowed certain people to be around me, or for me to be privy to certain conversations at an early age, or just any type of sexual activity too early in my life, and I think that's some of the reason why we see people act the way they act at 30 something and 40 something years old, is because they've been privy to conversations they should have never been privy to at 10 years old, 8 years old, 7 years old. They were sexually molested by an older cousin, and like Charles said, which is too true, nobody want to be honest that a lot of these boys are losing their virginity at 11, 12, 13 years old to an older cousin, to a cousin's friend that's 18, 17, 18, 19 years old. What does that do to you mentally? How do you view women when you're in your 20s and your 30s, when you lost your virginity at 11, 12 years old to an 18, 19-year old? All these things are going on that we're not addressing, that's happening to young men, young boys. I'll pause right there.
If it happens to young boys, nobody gives a damn. And that's the point that I had conversations about. I said, look, you got a lot of these brothers out there who are broken, and they are being abused on a fundamental scale. But yet, I'm supposed to look at this shit and say, hey, it doesn't happen. We're good. No, we're not good. We're poisoned. For some odd reason, I think part of reparations should actually be mental care. You can't tell me that being under the shitty ass treatment that black people have been on for centuries, that we don't need mental help. I mean, really, if anybody think we're doing great now, mentally or ever did, you need to be evaluated. Truly.
Well, Charles, the other thing is, I think that maybe the feeling is boys don't need the protection the way girls do. I mean, clearly early on they do, until they become big enough and strong enough to, defend themselves and assert themselves. But I think, yeah, that double standard, it starts early, especially when you're not in an intact family, and then at that point, the boys are looked at as plow horses, and what can you contribute to the house? What can you contribute to mom? What service can you be of? So it's very strange.
And you pretty much hit the nail on the head, Dr. Dunbar. It's a boy's worth is what can you do for a woman, instead of saying you are a valued member of society. You are a treasured boy. Think about it. How many times have kids came home from school, kids bullying? Well, you better go back outside and fight them all. Like, damn, like you don't even want to listen to my problem? It's almost like you're pretty much there by yourself. How many times have you had issues with a teacher? Who does your mom believe first? Forget the teacher might be racist. Forget the teacher may not like you because of something. What are you doing to this good teacher? It's no different than dealing with a racist ass cop. And notice how you're always taught to be tamped. You need to tamp down that attitude. You're going to get in trouble. Oh, Lord, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Hey, what's up, Lana?
Hey, Charles. Woo. Dr. Dunbar. Z.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, Happy New Year, by the way.
Morning, Happy New Year.
Hey, Charles.
Yes, sir.
I see Shonda's there. I want to say
Shonda,
something.
and I might drop off shortly afterwards. Going back to the whole idea of the greatest gift that a mother could give her children is to select a competent, productive father. Yesterday, I was over hanging out with Roger and those guys, and I told them that one of the questions I've gotten when I started dating someone in recent years, this is after I got my degree and everything. One of the key questions they ask early: what do you do for fun? And I totally get that. You want to know if spending time with me is going to be exciting, and we're going to do new things, and we're going to have fun. But I'm saying that to say that the emphasis doesn't appear to be on, is this a competent and productive man? What's this man's plan? What's in his future? It's, what do you do for fun? How can you entertain me? And I believe BGS has said that before, that one of the things that particularly our women are looking for is to be entertained. So I don't think that, a lot of emphasis, and I don't know how to reverse this, as they're picking themselves, the emphasis is not on being productive and being competent and being a builder and a producer.
It's all about entertainment, because they really don't see fathers. These women have been programmed to see fatherhood as not necessary. I could teach that boy to do everything. I could teach him to be a man. I could teach him to do this. You can't teach that boy to be a man, especially since things that you do in your life benefit. Somebody got some background noise.
I think that's me. Let me see if I could turn off my page playback in.
Okay. And that boy is seen as, oh, well, I could teach him to do something. I could teach him how to do this. But yet, you benefit from him being a man. You benefit more than he will in this world currently. He can't go up there and get food stamps like you could. He can't get benefits for just having kids. It does not work the same. So how can you teach him? Well, it's not that hard. Remember, you'll actually have women out there tell you masculinity is not hard. Masculinity is one of the hardest damn things you can do in the world.
I think that's just a weird. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I think that's just a weird backwards feminist talking point. And I'm getting a little background too, but I get it. I understand why they would say that, especially college educated sisters. The intersectionality that they believe in causes them to believe that, you might have a plight because you're Black, but your masculinity and your manhood it's not that serious. That's not a problem, right? And it's not until you come across a Dr. Hassan or a Dr. Tommy Curry, that you kind of get the idea of social dominance theory and all that other stuff. So, but I can understand why they believe that. It's still believing it after you've been educated otherwise, or not only just that, after your life has shown you something different. After you've seen the trials and tribulations of Black men comparatively to Black women. I'm gonna try to find the article, but I don't remember if it was an author or it was a Black woman that wrote an article speaking on the difference in how society treats her daughter and her son, and she didn't realize the plight of Black boys until she had a son, and until she saw how much harsher the world was to her son compared to her daughter. Because it was nothing she ever really had to think about. And you can also see that with Richard Reeves, which was for those of you that watched the clip from BGS, where the Brookings Institute was talking about the plight of Black boys. It was about an hour long. You can see in Richard Reeves him understanding how much harsher the world is, and this is a white British man having to grapple with how much harsher the world is to Black men than it is Black women, and him kind of hopscotching around it so he doesn't say or imply that Black women don't have their own plight. You can see him trying to, twist himself into a pretzel, not trying to imply that, So yeah, a lot of women just see men as utilities. Black women even more so. So that's why we kind of get this idea that I you're just like me until shit hit the fan, and then I need you to be Hercules like now, you know. But until then, just stay in the back.
This is how black women see black men. I need you to come up. I'm in trouble. Help me. Okay, here I come. Like, you literally got to call upon the ancestors and gods to help you to become the most powerful man in the universe. But while the whole time when they're in trouble, this is what they get to do. We can't afford to run. It's crazy. Let me see. Shonda says, it's disturbing that boys and men are not taught to show or how to process emotions without being perceived as less than a man. That's messed up on multiple levels, right? Dark Knight Mentality says men and boys should show emotions to each other.
Yeah, I think that's a delicate dance there, because on the one hand, yes, you're told, yeah, we want you to open up to us, we want you to show emotion, but if you show too much, that can go against you as well.
Yeah, you'll never ever get the delicate where a woman can like, okay, she could go talk about how much ass she's gonna whoop on the job, and if this bitch don't like it, she can kiss her ass and all this other shit. And it's crazy because boys are not allowed to show emotion. See, it was funny. Somebody, do me a favor, everybody listening, I want you to send an email to Mediocre Tutorials so we can bring them over here, or I could go over there, because I would love to just sit down and chat with him. And it's this one chick that's a feminist that he always brings.
The light-skinned sister with the shorter cut hair?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, she irks my soul. I'm pretty sure she's a good-meaning person. She just doesn't have too many life experiences.
You know what's funny about sisters like that? She's kind of cute, which means she could snag her a man, destroy his life, and still continue with that mentality. So I remember having this conversation with my mom. I'm like, when it comes to getting people back, I don't really believe in leaving it in God's hands. I want you to feel this shit here and now, right? And my issue is like with this, leave it in the God's hands. I get it if I get to witness the karma, yes. But this idea of like just leave it to the universe. When I look at a sister like that, what I look at is a person that believes in what she believes in. I think she really believes it. She's not just speaking that just because.
You can tell she got a little bit of that Jezebel spirit, because she has that masculine. She has that masculine, cussing like a sailor.
Exactly.
And I'm like, God.
And she's cute enough to snatch a man. And the problem is when she eventually goes left, which you can see it in her, it's gonna happen. She then is gonna be able to claim weak feminine victim or female victim.
Yeah. And I look at her and I'll be like, God damn. Like, why you gotta be so goddamn? Oh my God, what the hell is
that? Hey, Charles, I'm gonna make one more point that I gotta drop off. I might come back up. Going back to this whole emotion thing and what Shonda just posted in the comments, and males sharing their emotions. I just remembered, I think all three of my serious girlfriends, they all said something to me, which is, I can't read you. It's hard for me to read you. You guys might have heard this as well. And each time they told me that, I tried to make myself more readable. But then I realized, in hindsight, it's okay if they're having a hard time reading me, because if they can read you too much, if they know you too well, then that can lead to some control. That can lead to some manipulation.
That's when the
So
manipulation drops.
yeah, I think again that's something I don't have all the answers, but in terms of men and boys showing their emotions, it's a delicate dance, and maybe it's okay if she can't read you 100% all the time. Maybe some mystery is okay. And they
I'm
say
actually jealous of you, Dr. Dunbar, because I I I know how to do it, but I usually have it off. The you can see it usually in my demeanor when I'm annoyed or when I'm pissed or um maybe not so much sad, but yeah, I'm actually like jealous of that.
Actually,
Yeah.
jealous
that's
of.
that's a specialty. It's funny because you seem like you don't care because when you really boil down to think about it, I don't care. Like one time, I had to tell my mother when it was a few months I came back from the war, and my mother was complaining about something. I had to tell her, "Mom, love you, but I don't care. I came back from the war. Tell me something that's worse and heavier than that." You know what she said? Good point. Like, good point. You got me there. So we need to take in consideration that women love mysterious men, tall, dark, and handsome. It's not just the skin or the clothing, but dark as and mysterious. Think about it. Why did all the women fawn over James Bond? Not just because he was a snazzy dresser, but also because he was also mysterious. He was the man of mystery. Like, who is that masked man kind of effect? So when you have it, guess what? Women always never like to be bored. Boredom to women is a motherfucker. That's like kryptonite to Superman. Oh my god, I can't stand being so bored. And that's usually the plight what they suffer. They become victims of their boredom. And once they can't figure you out, you can't be controlled. Like you said, good doctor. Hello, Shonda. Hello, Brittany. Stark Pax. Woo! Sheila in the
and
quiet store. Woo!
and unfortunately, my experience is a lot of these relationships are coming down to control. They come down to who's got the upper hand. I mean, ideally, you want a nice Hollywood romance, but it a lot of times it ends up being about control.
Mhm.
Well, the way I view it is if the goal was for women to be equal, if that's what feminism was about, okay, I'll give you that. All right. Then you also have to acknowledge and understand that you're going to adopt some of the same quote unquote toxic ideologies, mannerisms that men have traditionally had. So if there are power hungry men, right, that use women as tools, that abuse other men, that abuse women, that abuse children, then we also have to understand that when feminism becomes a thing and women now have the freedom to adopt that personality type fully, then they can be that also, and some of them will be that, right? And that's where you get certain people like Hillary Clinton. That's where you get certain people like Susan Rice. That's where you get people certain like Loretta Lynch. That's where you get people like Oprah. That's what you get the Condoleezza Rice, right? Good and bad, white and black, right? You get Nikki Haley. You get well, Kamala Harris, right? You get these type of people because at one point these people could never run for office. At one point you couldn't be Hillary Clinton. You had to be like Jacqueline Kennedy, right? But once we took the lid off of that, now you get to be Hillary Clinton, right? So that means that women are going to show you some of the worst in their human behavior. The problem is that we're still stuck with a language and an ideology about women and their ability to be toxic that's still stuck in like 1955 or something, 1960. We haven't fully adopted this idea that, you know what, women could be assholes too. And what does that look like? Women could be abusive to children. Women could be abusive to men. And what does that look like? And I think that's the one we struggle with the most. Women can be abusive to men. And what does that look like? What does physical abuse look like? What does mental and emotional abuse look like? Right? We're still stuck in 1955, 1960s language because men don't want to give up their idea of power over women, and women don't want to give up their idea of being these demure creatures. They don't want to give up, they don't want to adopt plausible deniability. That's why they play in that gray area where I'm just as strong as a man, but at the same time, I'm weaker than a man
And it's
because
funny
that
that
gives
you
them the ability to oscillate or joscillate between the two.
and that's funny that you
Hmm.
said that because the same chick who was on mediocre tutorials, she was like, "Well, I never seen men step up and protect women," and even he was like, "You full of shit with that one." And I would love to talk to him and her about that, and I will bring my own cups. They will be glass because we drink in class, right? Kind of rhymes, I should have been a rapper, but anyway, um, I would have said, so wait a minute. You believe in this feminism where you're I am woman, hear me roar bullshit, but you need protection. No sense does it make. And I would just ask, like, when you speak of protection, what are you talking about? Anytime you put yourself in a bad situation, I should protect you? Or anytime, a guy approaches you, I should be like, here I come to save the day? But it's okay for me to put myself in danger, but yet I'm not going to necessarily get the respect from you. Hmm. But and then she stated in that one video, well, black women has protected black men. I'm gonna ask for receipts on that shit. When? Uh, uh, uh. Did y'all fight? Did y'all pick up weapons in the Civil War? Oh no. Vietnam? No. Hell, even in modern Iraq and Afghanistan, y'all weren't doing too much fighting, if any.
Hey, speaking of Mr. Z said something about abuse, and Charles, we opened this up on uh, I think men should counterbalance what women, how women view manhood versus how we view manhood. And I was just thinking, before I'm going to, I promise I'm going to drop down this time, but I think all the men listening to this, especially the younger ones, one of the things I had to learn was because you can land in an abusive relationship this way. Try to gauge whether or not she thinks she's settling for you, or try to gauge whether or not she's putting up with you. She feels like she's putting up with you because that's going to dictate how she treats you, and that's going to dictate how your overall level of peace is going to be. That just came to me when we were talking about this, but that's something to look out for as well. You have to know who you are. You have to know who you are. So anyhow, I'm going to leave my science channel in the chat. Charles, thanks. I'm going to do some more talking about the vaccine probably over the weekend. So I'm
Okay.
going to listen. I might come back up a little later.
Okay,
All right,
cool.
Dr.
Always,
Dunbar, good
always a
talking, man.
pleasure.
All right, fellas.
Yeah, Charles. This thing is. I mean, like I said, if the goal is to be independent, if the goal is to have the opposite sex as a utility, you're getting that. The problem is many people, young people especially, are throwing a fit because you want it all. You want the emotional compatibility, you want the physicality, you want the sex, but you want the money and you want the status. But then you want the submissiveness. It's just you want it all. And this is the one thing you cannot buy. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what we're seeing. The one thing, yeah, we live in a capitalist society, a neoliberal society that told you there's a price tag on everything. But even with all the money in the world, this is the one thing you can't buy. And I think that's where you see young people, especially educated and somewhat influential or powerful women, throwing a fit because I said this to Raj one time. These women have gone to school, they got their education, they make some okay money at 40 something, 50 something $1,000 a year. And so they think that there's supposed to be a man attached to that. And they can't buy the man.
No,
That's the issue. You can't buy him. And
can't
not only
buy him.
that, you wanted him to make more money than you anyway, so you really couldn't buy him. But you can't buy, and all the things that make your life great outside of him. So your discipline to go to school, your timeliness at work, your interview voice that you give your boss, all that stuff that works in those realms, in those spaces, may not be the greatest in a relationship, right? The way you can move like a chameleon, maybe those things aren't the greatest in a relationship. And I think that's what a lot of people are having a problem with, especially when we talk about women, black women in particular.
Hmm. And it's crazy because let's look at it from a fundamental scale. Number one, and also if you haven't subscribed to Dr. Dunbar, please do so immediately.
Oh,
Very
Charles, when
great
you're done, I
intellectual.
definitely want to answer Brittany's question.
Please subscribe to the Good Doctor very immediately because you're going to get some very introspective and intellectual conversations over there. And to answer Brittany, I'm gonna ask the sweet Brittany, do you really want me to answer it raw or intellectually? Because I'll answer it. I'm gonna give everybody in the chat. If you want me to answer it in the rawest possible way, give me a woo. If you want me to answer it intellectually, give me a one, and I'll answer that question. I like a little bit of audience participation. I know people ain't sleeping on my ass. You know what I'm saying, Z? Sure y'all ain't sleeping.
They all snoring right now. No, I'm playing.
Should they snore? They're snoring. She said, "Hi, both." Because I'll answer it. Don't worry, I'll answer it.
No.
I'm getting a lot of woos in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. How can
I
say
say
it?
go for it raw.
Ooh, baby, I like it. Even Dr. Dunbar said, "Whoa!" Everybody's like, "Woo!"
All right, then go ahead and
She said start with the woo and then with the intellectual was. The rawness is that does femininity come naturally to black women in America? The answer is no. Actually, I'll back that up. Yes. But only to those who they think deserve it.
Yep.
Look at Crystal and Carson. I bet you if she was a black guy, that Valley Girl that Valley Girl voice will be gone.
Yeah, fake ass shit.
That natural hair will be gone. Have you ever noticed how submissive black women, when they're in an interracial dating scene, they actually have to get books? Culturally, no, you're not feminine. Culturally, no, black women are not feminine. Hell no. If anything, a lot of you are the biggest damn tomboys on earth. And because you've been socialized to be tomboys and masculine, and you already carry, here's the intellectual part, heightened levels of testosterone than any other woman on the planet, you're feeding the beast. And that being so, a lot of women have not been taught how to set a table. Think about this. I want to take you back down memory lane. You can tell who influenced my music choices in life, huh? Number one, how many black women are taught? Where do you put the salad fork and the dinner fork? How many black women are taught culturally to set a table? How many black women can still cook? How many black women can properly clean? How many black women can sew? How many black women can actually be a string seamstress and hem a dress or a pair of slacks? How many black women are ready to fight in the middle of the street or converse as ladies over a tea or table or drinks? Culturally, you're not taught to be women. So yes, you're naturally women. You can be feminine from the natural sense, but from the cultural sense, hell no. And here's the worst part about it. Due to the indoctrination of the education that you receive since younger, you're more feminist than realist than anyone else in the world. White women don't believe this shit. Not as cold-hearted as you do. You know why? They're looking for a man. They know how tough it is out in this world. Instead of looking for a man, black women tend to compete with them, and that's why they lose. You want to get on this?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Charles. I think it's natural. I think femininity is natural to women. I think masculinity is natural to men. And I think the society that you live in, the cultural norms, either elevate that or devalue that. And there's rewards and punishments for that. For how you lean into your masculinity or your femininity. I think femininity is definitely natural to black women. I think just because of the position black people find themselves in, um, black women tend not to be as feminine with black men. They think that we all want what they would call an edge, and many of us actually do not want whatever you call that edge. It's we don't want it, right? But yeah, I think it's natural. I just think that you find excuses to not be feminine to me because you see me as being in a lesser position, or because I'm a black man in a white supremacist nation, and you see women making excuses, black women in particular making excuses on why they maybe don't need to be feminine to black men, with black men, better yet. Um, and if that's your excuse, that's okay. But I already know that the white men ain't checking for you, and the black men that you show this type of um lack of respect and lack of femininity to, they might have sex with you. Shit, you might even get a kid out of it, but marriage is out of the question. And me understand something too. I think this is very important for any black woman that's in this space. Me, Charles, BGS, Roger, all the black men you see in this space. Give me a second, Charles. I actually gotta pause for a second. I'll start speaking again in a couple minutes. Ordering my
Okay,
food right now.
I'll finish. See,
Well,
femininity, like masculinity, is natural. Do I think you're culturally feminine? No, not anymore. Are there still some who carry the femininity culturally? Yes, but that's not the main thing. See, what happened was, thanks to feminism, you're taught to be equals instead of being complementary. If you're equal to a man, then what would be the difference to masculinity and femininity? There would have to be some differential space right there. There would have to be something that keeps you apart. So, one, a lot of black women do not find value in masculinity the way it was. Yes, do you have some men who are not in the masculine realm? Yes, you have some men who are effeminate, not gay, but effeminate. Yes. And you're right, Sheila E., the Quiet Storm. Charm school was taught at home. And what's up, Cerulean? Ooh, great regime. See, because of the lack of culture, and women teach culture. Men build societies, women teach the societal norms, which is culture. And when the environment changes, the culture has to change after it. adapt or die, as the premise is. So when you don't have a culture that shines for femininity, you're teaching the girls to be hard and the boys to be softer. And in nature, there's no vacuums. That's why when we had a conversation the other day, average at best, she thinks that she deserves to get a six-figure Negro. One, she does not qualify for that six-figure Negro. Because you put yourself and you were trying to be like a man and being competitive and get the most money you have, but you're not doing what women traditionally have done through the years while they're in their prime of their beauty and fertility with no children. And you could get, and that's the period what I told you, that's the best possible time for women to get a mate. When you dilly-dally and you waste your femininity, you waste your beauty, you waste your chastity on Tom, Dick, and definitely Harry, you think that at 35, 40, you're going to get a 35, 40-year-old man looking at you, but here comes the 2020 new model coming out, and you're competing against women in their 20s, and you're 40? Hold on, go ahead.
No, but so this is what I was going to say earlier, and I think it's very important that I say this. We men in this space can articulate ourselves, and I think that's what women have a really difficult time understanding, is that most men aren't saying it to you at all. Definitely not like this, right? The BGSs of the world and the me and Charles and Dr. Dunbar and you name them, we can articulate ourselves. And it's jarring for, I think, for a lot of women to hear men speak this way. Um, because it is barbershop talk, but it's barbershop talk usually on a higher level. And so we get dismissed because women will just lean on, well, it's just a few Negroes on the internet saying this shit. You have no idea how many men think this, how many men speak like this, how many men are living this, right? We're saying it, we're articulating it, and it may be a few dozen Negroes on the internet, right? But this is what a lot of men are saying and feeling, and and it's not just a black thing, right? It's even, actually, it's even worse in the white spaces. You don't want to know what the white boys are saying, right? So men are having certain experiences with women, and as a matter of fact, Rebecca Lynn Pope said this. She said, being a matchmaker, she got to see a side of women that other women don't get to see because they're not men, because they don't get into the nitty gritty of what type of man you're looking for and what you expect from a man and blah blah blah. So she got to see a certain type of a side of women that she was honestly kind of shocked by, and it kind of backed her up a little bit, because it's one thing being your home girl's girlfriend, right? And y'all going to do y'all hair together and do makeup together and whatever, and going on little day parties or whatever you do, compared to trying to match her up with a man and seeing how insane she sounds. And I think that's where men are coming from in these spaces, you know. So that kind of, I know it sounds kind of a distance, but I'm kind of trying to answer Brittany's question by saying, this is it. We do believe that femininity comes natural to women. We just think that society is making it very difficult for you to exude that femininity, and I think there's a lot of women leaning into that. But then when shit hits the fan, then she wants to jump back into damsel in distress, and I
Yeah.
don't know if you can have it both ways.
You can never have it both ways. You're either the hero or you're the person being saved. And it's funny. Enigma Inc. What's up, man? Long time no see. The majority of individuals that do not teach it now and in the past, this is the reason why we have the type of women we have now. Facts. Brittany said, yes, I think because this is a very articulate group of men. This is why I come back to the channel now. Thank you. Thank you for support. This panel knows how to have these discussions at a high level, which is appreciated, of course. See, you got to understand something. I said it once and I say it again. Feminism has robbed women of their superpower, which is femininity. If a woman's screaming for help, men naturally get up to check to see what it is. Naturally. There's times when my mom might come over, and because, she's been a mother for literally almost 40 years, old habits die hard. Especially while I'm still recovering, she'll wash clothes and help me out. Even though I'm more mobile now, she'll still do it. It's not because I can't wash my own clothes. I actually prefer to.
Charles, I can't. Did Charles drop off? I can't hear you, Charles. Or is
I
it
think
me?
it's his speaker kind of went off or something.
Charles, you fell into the void.
Well,
Do you hear
let
me?
me add something into this. A lot of women think they can have both ways because they're only talking to themselves and women who think like them. They're not really talking to men in general who are going to naysay until they come to this space. If there's a man actually standing in their face, standing in front of them, telling them they can't have it, it's mostly these type of workplace alphas whom they respect. If a regular guy that they don't respect says, well, you can't have it that way, he's about to be shouted down and he's not going to be able to make his point because, one, those women don't respect him. And then think about it, it's like, well, how can you want a six-figure man when you can't even respect the man that's on your level or a man you think is not even on your level? I mean, are you expecting a
They don't think
six-figure
they have to
man?
respect you because you're on their level. They're not looking at you, and this is one of the things I find very, very interesting. And we all kind of have this anecdote because we know people like this. The women especially, that's what we're focused on, that shoot for the football players, the basketball players, the local D boys, the local newscaster that might be making some money, whoever the high ranking dudes or the high echelon dudes are in your area, and they spend a decade in that space, and then they got to come back down and marry regular. Do you see the resentment she holds for her? I think women split in two ways. She either super appreciates her husband because she's been with the baller dudes and it was like, it wasn't all that. Or she has resentment because she had to come down. She had to come down off the moon and come back to the ground and marry a degular dude. There's nothing more insulting to her. And a lot of women say they would rather be. I think we're living in the era where a lot of women are like, I would rather be single. If I shoot all the way up there and I don't get that, then I'd rather be single, which is okay for me. But it's just interesting to see that, especially for my mother and Charles' mom's generation, that age group, those women that shot for the moon and got there for a little bit and then got brought back down. Oh man, the way they treat and speak to their husband, it's I could never.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear you.
sir.
I
Woo!
mean,
We're back. Had
if
to
they
fight the
do
void.
talk, if they do talk like that, I would say like then again, who the hell will want to deal with you? I mean, even a hundred a hundred a six-figure dude wouldn't deal with that. I'm like, if you think you can run over him the way you do a regular guy, you think he's going to stay silent when you talk like that? And even if you do get that guy, is he going to be the subservient one or you are? Because I bet 100% you can't last long enough for him to actually put a ring on your finger. I mean, it's documented that you're kind of ratchet.
Hey, Charles, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we
Well, I
can
just
hear
want
you.
to
We
come
can
back
hear you.
up. Yeah, I just want to come back up and say this because I think I have something unique to add to this based upon my station. You know what? For the women listening to this, I think most of us just want to live peacefully. you know, none of us want to. None of us want to argue all the time. None of us. I know I don't want to spend my life keeping up with the Joneses, and I think this whole education piece, this whole degreed piece, it means something different for the women than it does for us. I mean, you can look at LinkedIn, you can look in your network, you can look on Facebook. When a woman gets her PhD or she gets her master's, there's this celebration. There's this, and there's nothing wrong with celebrating the accomplishment. But but there's this ascendance, and there's this being enamored with having the piece of paper and the title and all that's perceived to come with it. And it's just different for us, because when a woman gets those things, when she gets those trappings and those accomplishments, I think one of you just said it, now she has to have equal or greater to what in her mind she thinks she is, or what in her mind she thinks those accomplishments are. And as a holder of a PhD myself, I've done a lot of thinking about this. I don't necessarily need a woman who's got a PhD. And in many ways, in some ways that might cause more trouble for me. That might do more harm than good, because again, I just want to live peacefully. I don't want to be arguing over who's smarter. I don't want to be arguing over what our roles are. I just don't want to do all that. And I think that in terms of femininity, I think that women have to take a hard look at how all the education and the leveling up and I got my own, how that has turned everything on its head.
Yeah, but that PhD to them is their answer to what do they bring to the table. It's like,
right, but also what we're seeing is, for us, we kind of don't care. I mean, we don't want to date the dummy, but
they don't care that we don't
doesn't hold the same weight for us as it does for them.
Yeah, but they don't care that we don't care. It's like the minute we say, what do you bring to the table? Or hell, we wouldn't get that far. She's telling us, oh, well, I got a PhD and this, that, and the other. Said, listen, I'm not looking for a 6-figure woman, because one, I'm not looking to be taken care of. I got my own. What am I going to do with a high earning woman? I mean, I can't put my legs up in the bedroom. I mean, come on, like, be realistic.
But here's what happened, especially with the feminist indoctrination. A lot of women have been taught how to attract a man is the way men have been attracting women for eons.
That's why you got so many of these lesbians walking around looking like dudes.
And because they're trying to evoke energy that they naturally do not produce. That's all. And trust me, if you're securing your masculinity, it's like an aura. It's like that goddamn Super Saiyan. Like, I mean, when you got an aura, you're masculine just like feminine. They're both natural, but they're being tamped down in unnatural ways. It's like that, like an aura. I walked in rooms with staunch lesbians dressed like they in the Wu-Tang Clan, get very feminine. Next thing you know, I got a whole bunch of numbers at my desk. Here it is. A lot of times when you look at this issue with the perceived lack of femininity with black women, the government came in and, yes, has changed the environment. And like we always said, and also salute to Cerulean, the other half, Cerulean Gray, the professor, the other half of the Great Falls Initiative. Woo! And hoorah. And when you change that environment, remember the other night when I went through 20 minutes of going through 40 years with emancipated Negress? And I said, you got to look at it as in its whole totality. When they started outsourcing jobs, when we used to make shit in America, and men who even had high school, hell, even 8th grade education became master mechanics, master builders. And what did they do with all the jobs, and all the careers, all the trades? They outsource shit. Then, because women are more susceptible, y'all heard it, not only through the professor Cerulean Gray, but you also heard it when I read scientific documents that stated why were women the target for single motherhood? Because they're more susceptible to the environment. You change the environment on women, they're going to automatically start to change the culture. I have no problem with women getting a degree. You go ahead, girl, you get your education. The issue that I have starts is when you try to use your education to undermine me. Instead of actually using your education to benefit us all, you use it to undermine and browbeat your men.
Of course, and the women learned that stuff from their mothers. I mean, a perfect example is my own personal experience with my own mother, where she valued her own education and my sister's education over my own. Whereas, like, damn, I think this was like 10 years ago, where I tried to enroll into TCI, and it was a part of the form where I needed a parent to, like, I think maybe like co-sign on a loan or something or whatever. And my own mother told me, "Oh, well, that's going to inconvenience me. I can't help you on that." And turn around like a couple of months later, my sister was having a problem with her schooling, and she was gung ho signing anything, to help my sister. And I kind of looked at her, was like, "How come you couldn't help me the same way you helped my sister?" And it was like I couldn't get an answer for that. I said, "Well, I already knew the answer. You will put yourself and you will put yourself and your daughter first before me, despite the fact it's me that you're heavily relying on to take care of you."
I wanted to answer. He said the lesbian secretly took. Okay, so that's look up radical feminism. There's a documentary that was, I want to say, produced in the '90s. Maybe you can find it on YouTube somewhere. Um, and it's primarily taken place in Britain, but there are some Americans, and it's women that were part of that movement in the '70s and '80s, and they talk about some of the things they were doing. How there was a black woman on there that talked about leaving her husband, taking her daughter, and engaging in a lesbian relationship. She left her husband and her son to be part of this, like, lesbian, I don't know, not orgy, because it wasn't just sex, apparently. That's, well, whatever. Um, but kind of lesbian enclave, right? And so I think the average woman is not fully conscious of what exactly they're following, right? That's number one. Also, there was a book written, I think, in 2017 called Age of Anger, and there's an Indian guy that talks about in the West and also in developing countries how we worship this idea of progress. And it's like neoliberalism turned to the nth degree, right? Just break the knob, turning it on. And you worship this idea of progress. You worship the keeping up with the Joneses. And anyone who just wants to get into a position in life that's comfortable and maintain, we have contempt for them. We look at them as lazy. We look at them as bums, right? And I want us to think about, especially over the past 15 or so years, how we've spoken to Black people about this worship of entrepreneurialism, worship of starting your own business, which obviously is not a bad thing, but we've turned it into a borderline religion, right? And I think Black women fall prey to that because the society is pushing them into that direction. And then when you look at Black people's kind of impoverished state, most of the times, I think it only exacerbates that feeling of, well, if you don't got your own business, then I ain't fucking with you. If you're not trying to get it how you live, whether legal or illegal, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be in a relationship with you. I'm not trying to date you. I don't want nothing to do with you. Many of these things Black women are engaging in, I'm not sure they understand who started it and what it's going to lead them down, as they get older and, excuse me, as time progresses. I'll just pause right there.
But they don't care about that because they're living in the now. I mean, what woman has ever thought of the future in any aspect of her life at all? I mean, you're looking at you're looking at two generations of single mothers. If you, as a daughter in the '90s, saw your mother struggling, why the hell would you repeat her same actions just because you thought it would be, you thought it couldn't happen to you?
Because I think the only reason that you think your mom was struggling is because of your deadbeat dad. That's what you find is, like, a lot of women and people in general, they don't take everything into account, right? They're not looking at the formula. They're just looking at the X, or they're looking at the equal sign. They're not taking into account, okay, let's say your dad was a deadbeat. You're not taking into account that your mom chose him, that your mom had sex with him multiple times, that your mom decided to keep you, that you're not taking into account all these different things. You're not taking into account the environment that you grew up in, the fact that your aunt made the same decision with her baby daddy, the fact that your grandma made the same decision with your which with her baby daddies. You're not taking into account any of that. All you look at is that one deadbeat man situation, right? So yeah, they make that mistake often because they're not encouraged at all to look at the entire picture. They're just encouraged to look at the one puzzle piece.
Yeah, basically an echo chamber.
That if you don't mind if I chime in. I mean that all sounds rather intriguing, but here's reality. You know, is choices are influenced by environment, and if we're going to say that in this environment that um, these women made the choice to stay, and then if they leave, then they're single mothers, and then you're back at the circular argument of single motherhood. Um, that is because the burden has always fallen on men. I mean, there is no way around it. I know this neo postmodern Negro male has a problem with bearing all of the blame for the condition of his community, but um, nonetheless, you must bear it. I mean, reality says you live in America. America is a capitalist society with underlying socialist themes, and it has told you that in order to have some level of sustainability in the family, that you must have economics or some level of economic stability. And if we're going to talk about generational motherhood, you're talking about also generational economic instability. And that can only be attributed to the males, considering the fact that for the better part of about 2,000 years, women have actually been locked out of wealth generating apparatus in these Western societies. Um, Problem is that most of you think that these are new phenomena. They're really not. For most of human history, women were literally considered equals. There was a thing called the division of labor, equal in their own right.
Hey, Cerulean, you coming in real low, that the chat saying.
And so,
You're better now.
for most of human history, women were considered equal until a great calamity happened in Europe. And, these uncivilized warring tribes, as they were fighting for dominance over the other, some even unifying to create nation states. There was a development that was happening um, with the emergence of this religion called Christianity. And they used this religion to guarantee a survival. And in that religion, they dictated that women should have no rights because they watched uh, most of human history in which women did have some level of egalitarianism. Um, and when survival is at stake, people have a tendency to go back to what they know. And when it comes to Europe, what they know is barbarism, raiding, looting, uh, you know, slaughter, barbarism, etc., etc. Um,
Say barbarism one more time, two more times, 10 more times.
and with that barbarism comes an unequal division of labor. The males decided that they would take all of the power, all of the wealth, and the women would basically be these lesser vessels that they could exploit to build their armies so that they can use those armies to conquer other nations or unify nations. I mean, uh, the war between the Britons and the Saxons, the prime example. Um, and talking about a wealth disparity between women with wealth and women with not. I mean, if you ever heard of Henry III, Henry III was the pauper king of France, and in order to save France from total economic collapse, he was promised Catherine Medici. Now, Catherine Medici, it was a heiress to the banking system. Her grandfather was Cosimo de' Medici. He created what you now know as capitalism that started in Europe. Um, these are not some new phenomena. And Catherine de' Medici uh, treated Henry VIII just like he was. He was a pauper king. He was a beggar king. He was a king in name only, but not in wealth. Well, why is that? Because, well, he couldn't get an army. His early army was a loose band of mercenaries that he couldn't keep loyal to him. Well, you know, that is until he married Catherine Medici. Now he had the ability to incentivize, you know, loyalist soldiers. And now we fast forward to this modern era where all of these things are relatively new to women in general, but especially black women. When you think about the Civil Rights Bill of 1964, and here we are in 2020, the end of 2020, barely 66 years that they've had some level of autonomy, and then you're expecting them to be these perfect vessels, while they have to literally relearn um, what it even means to be a modern or a postmodern woman, where empire is declining, and that means that male hegemony is no longer sustainable. I mean, this is literally what we have happening. America has declined in empire, and with that, so has male hegemony. I mean, you're seeing it all over the world right now. Um, you know, female-led movements in China, unsatisfied with their lot in life. These are not Western influences; these are the natural progression uh, of empires as they come into their periods of enlightenment. Everyone's trying to scramble and fight for their equal part of this new reality that, especially with the economic growth of China, and
I have
so
a question for you.
they're fighting their lot in life, and make no mistake about it. Um, what happened for the longest period of time? White American males thought that this unequal system that they created was going to last forever.
Mhm.
And, you know, they thought that they were going to be able to maintain a complete monopoly on world dominance. You know, and we can name several empires throughout history, just recent history, who, you know, mistakenly, in all of their hubris, thought the same thing. I mean, Imperial Japan,
Hmm.
Germany, Germany under the Nazi Reich.
I have a quick question for you, and I would love to hear what Brittany says, and if Shonda's still in there. Um, what do you think postmodern female women look like? What does that look like without male hegemony, primarily white male hegemony? What does that look like in the West, America specifically?
Well, okay, so if you want to know what postmodern women look like without white male, hegemony, I mean, I would have to point you to a nation like Brazil or Kenya,
Mhm.
or even Nigeria. I mean, if you really look at it, a lot of the black immigrant women that you see coming into America are from places like, you know, the Caribbean, South America, some African nation. You think that conditions are any different there? But see, what happened when America was building out empire after World War II, and when it completed its empire, was literally somewhere around the late, I wouldn't even say the late 70s, but it was right after exorbitant privilege became a thing. 72, America leaves the gold standard, and they advised for exorbitant privilege to print fiat currency and then artificially inflate it with a system of credit, the same system of credit that we use today. And not only that, but still even maintain this unequitable society where some citizens of America are locked out of the wealth building apparatuses, which actually weakens the country's economy, and as a result, the country's institutions and social mobility and so forth and so on, which also affects how families are structured. And so you look at you talk about multi generations of single motherhood. Um, I mean, you look at a country like Brazil. Now, what is the Brazilians' case? What is their problem? I mean, 86% virtually out of wedlock births. Now, this is a country that's controlled by Brazilian men, and yet Brazilian women are still having the same issue because hegemony is as far as it being monopolized and genderized, right?
Yeah, Brazil. Yep.
It's not sustainable because it creates this chasm in which some citizens are locked out of generating wealth, and if some citizens are locked out while others are not, what it does is it creates this unequitable society, and it allows you to manufacture poverty. In fact, use poverty as a homing missile to target at one specific group. Now, let me ask you this: why do you think that the world over women are the most disaffected by poverty?
Hmm. I don't actually have an
And
answer to that.
because
do you and do you
it's
and do you, and do you expect that the postmodern woman who's been suffering in silence for most of their lives in their own respective countries to see all of these wealth generating avenues literally be opened up and not be able to take advantage of that, to literally be relegated to their state. I mean, for instance, you go to a place like Brazil or the Dominican Republic, you have women literally having sex for survival. I mean, they're busting it wide open for a few pesos and a half-eaten grilled stuffed burrito from Taco Bell.
It's funny, but it's not funny. Yeah.
I, Man, I'm not laughing about it. It's, it's not really a joke, but I mean, in this case, and then whenever you see these same women that come from these impoverished countries come to America, you find them enjoying the same kind of rights and privileges as most Western women, in which they have the privilege of choosing the types of mates that they want, and the same men that have relegated themselves to complaining about not being able to get the women that they want, the women that come from impoverished countries where they had to bust it wide open just for a pair of shoes. Now they don't have to depend on sex to buy those pair of shoes.
So does that turn all, not okay, all is the wrong word. Does that turn many, if not most, relationships into a utilitarian relationship if they weren't already? We're just assuming that they weren't already.
Well, if you really look at it, with the incoming of Catholicism, Christianity, it already turned relationships into this utilitarian thing, right? They made women, I mean, lesser vessels. I mean, it even states it as much in the Bible as it does in the Quran.
Yeah, that's it's pretty.
So they're
I mean,
already
it's honest.
what they did was they created the conditions where women had to use men as utilities.
This is true, but I think what I think, and I've said this before. I don't think you were on Cerulean. Okay, and you probably already know about the article. Economically unattractive men are leading to a downturn in women. It wasn't men that were surveyed with that. It was women, right? So one of my
Well,
questions that I've
the
been.
thing is that well, here's the problem: is that men created the condition. Men created the condition that made it so. Like, say, I think what happens is that the, postmodern males, especially American and British males, get hung up on the term, such as like feminism. Um, Feminism is actually a male construct, and if you really examine feminism to a certain degree, um, it actually coincides with when America's empire started declining around 1974, which is also whenever you see the third wave of feminism coming in, where white males are basically trying to condition a mass body of new female voters and taxpayers on how to provide for themselves. And what is that telling? What should that tell society is that, well, the male hegemony had long already died. They didn't have the ability to um, produce um, the types of men that sustained America all the way up until 1974. I mean, because by the time 1974, most of the manufacturing was already exported and outsourced. You see, and so that wasn't women's fault. I mean,
Oh no, I'm not assuming that. I
those
just
were
brought
all
it up to
competing
say.
groups those were all competing groups of men who was making decisions for you on behalf of the whole society.
No, I understand that. I brought it up to say I don't know if women have fully accepted that there is not a male hegemony anymore. I understand that men are having a difficult time dealing with that. What I'm saying is, how are the question? Well, it was a statement. More of a rhetorical question. How are women dealing with not being able to play in damsel in distress maybe as much as they could in the 1950s,
Well,
maybe the early 60s?
well, you have to remember this is all new phenomena to women, even though according to history this is not new phenomena. It is new to this generation of women, and so learning how to navigate without male hegemony. I mean, you're seeing it even with the dominant society. White women trying to learn how to navigate without white male hegemony, especially as white males continue to uh, not only continue to feel threatened by the black male, but continue to invite his competition into its borders. And then you're watching um, his white woman um, make her own choices, which are uh, if you're looking at it today, which is 50% chance that she's not choosing someone of her own race, uh, even though in their community and still finding the same phenomenon, which uh, by 2025, 60% of white children will be born out of wedlock. I mean, that outnumbers the whole of black society already at 40%, 45%.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so that just puts a big hole into white supremacy and white hegemony that was already going down anyway. So that's yeah, but
Well,
doesn't
what's
does
happening?
that coincide with class and income also though?
It's also because genetically,
Well, I tell you this, it coincides with the rise of these hate crimes against black people, because as empire continues to decline, um, again, the dominant society, or people in general, just humans in general, tend to stick with what they know. And the previous president has driven the country into isolationism. And with this isolationism, it's an attempt to consolidate what power they actually have left. Um, the problem that I have is with black men are consolidating their power. Instead, they're coming up with new and advanced arguments on why the black woman is so bad.
I agree with that.
And so you got to think about it. A lot of the stuff, like Caroline said, Trump was here to maintain what we got, to hold the empire together, to keep the old band together. You know what I'm saying? Plus, you got to look at it in Europe, and you could actually see it in the United States. 50% of the white men in Europe are sterile because of environmental issues and genetic issues.
I mean, I was on a panel with Chaos yesterday, and he had a brother on there that was talking about his neighbor who's from Italy. Was talking about he had to move to America because there's no way for him to make a living in Italy. Italy is completely destabilized. It is virtually already a third world country within a first world spectrum. That used to be the EU before Brexit, and now that Brexit has happened, you're watching these nations that used to be a part of the EU, like just declining in like free fall states. I mean, Italy, Portugal, Spain, Greece. Nations are in these like literally third world economic realities in first world theaters of operation. Germany has decided to take its business far east. You see,
many countries have done that.
Yeah.
Like you have to say about it, like I stated earlier, a lot of when Brittany asked me, is femininity natural? I think femininity. No, I know that femininity is natural. Culturally,
well, we're talking about femininity and masculinity, and I know we like to, as men, we like to give definite and absolute answers, definitions to these things, but what trumps both masculinity and femininity is survival.
yeah.
That's the first prime directive of all species.
And that's the point that I was hitting to, is that when I said the environment's different, is it a natural occurring thing in the traditional sense of femininity? The feminine and the masculine principles, they're natural. Now, what your culture will teach can be totally different than what nature will say. Because you got to think about it. Women have been dependent upon men, and men have been dependent upon women, and each aspect of their dependency was different. There was no bad or evil. It's just that, okay, I have a job to do here, you have a job to do there. When you go out of your way to break the social contracts that were established before any of us got here, and you go out of the way and say, hey, black woman, your argument is the same argument as us with our white men.
Well, reality is that when the country is going through economic decline, late 60s to the 70s, when the country was going through economic decline, it realized that it had to introduce, more socialist style reform to even hold it together. Because when you lock again, when you lock certain um, citizens out of wealth building apparatuses, it's bad for the country in general. It's bad for economy. That's why all of these nations that you see that are doing well right now, they have always made pushes towards a complete homogenous society where you're not looking at things like race or like the Nazis would do with nose, eye, skull shape or any of that, any of that craziness. It would
Yeah.
you know, lean towards more of a nationalist approach. In fact, that's what the Nazis did. They want a nationalist approach to things, but it's very isolationist. But
Hmm.
while maintaining a conquestive um, modus operandi, because you have Germany going through a steep economic decline, and the only way it sees a door out is through warfare. And so what does it do even with the Jew in the 1930s? It starts rounding them up and pushing them out, or altogether killing them. You see it
Hmm.
now?
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
And and in the '60s and the '70s, when we've already suffered, and we're still suffering under a police state, under a strict authoritarian, over militarized police state, right? You're seeing it happen, and play out the same way it did in the 1930s Germany.
Do we see some of that going on also in China with the Uyghurs?
Well, I mean, you look at what just recently happened in China. You had, factory workers that were making, iPhones and iPads and, Android devices who, for, 3 months' work, received $7, you know, injections into their bank account.
Oh wow. Okay.
Seven US dollars equivalent.
Oh yeah, you gotta love that.
And and this is basically the same thing that was happening with the black sharecropper back, during all throughout Reconstruction and all the way into the early 1900s.
Hmm.
And you're expecting these people to just lay down and take it. They're not going to lay down and take it. And what is happening is that you're seeing women who have always been the most disaffected, you know, by these economic indifferences, watching uh, their peers, some of which that they find themselves in the halls of academia or in these positions of power, and uh, in fact they've done quite a bang up job with the political apparatus.
Hmm.
And you're expecting them to give all of that up for
Uh,
the small gains that they have made. You say they should give it all up. I mean,
I don't think they should. I just think
it's
about acknowledging the time you live in, right? So, like we said, you've progressed, but acknowledge what comes with. You can't play damsel in distress and be superwoman at the same time, and I think that's the
once
issue that a lot of men are having.
but
once again, even though this is not a new phenomena according to history, it's a new phenomena to this generation of women.
but at the same time, these are the women who also complain about they want to get married, even though they want a man who makes as much as them, if not
I
more,
want you,
mostly
I
more.
want you, I want you to realize something, right?
Hmm. In other
We,
words,
we
Aurelian,
keep,
you gotta think about this. I have no problem with women getting education. I have no problem with women getting jobs. But at the
Well,
same time, when you have a literal, your boys are being tamped down. If it was okay, you leave the boys alone, leave them where the hell they are. We'll take care of them. We'll push them up. I don't care if they have the education. But when you seriously nerf the ability of the boys, and that was the problem that you and I both seen with the Gray Faulkner Initiative. Not that's the reason why we came up with it. And when you see the cultural tamping down, and yes, we do know it's the greater society who's at the control hems, but too many of our women have been the willing foot soldiers to this. And this is the part where I'm like, if you want the better men for your daughters to marry, we as a community gonna have to raise better boys into men. Now,
I'll put it this way. Let's see, because I have to go all the way back because black men got the right to vote 50 years before white women. Okay, black men got the vote. Got their right to vote in 1870.
and they earned it.
Um, Realizing that white male hegemony could be all but lost, um, circa 1920, the midst of World War One. Like I said, we'll give you the right to vote, not for their own benefit, for a couple of reasons. One, to expand the tax base so that you can fuel the war effort, which actually helped win World War One. Because now with that extra tax base and more people that are able to be taxed, specifically women, uh, now you have better armed, better equipped soldiers,
Hmm.
which you wouldn't have without that expanded tax base. And after the end of World War One, is you don't really actually see white women really getting um, seriously, you know, politically involved until around the mid 20s, around 1926 was the major win, right? And that was, when the first Voting Rights Act, and even though the first Voting Rights Act was 1920, it was ratified 1926. So that's when we start white women really get seriously political.
And that's usually because they had an argument with their man
Now,
throughout
well,
throughout history where they were
hmm,
even historically with black people, we were historically egalitarian. I
uh,
mean,
uh,
yes, you had pockets of just some black men who were just being tyrannical assholes, yeah.
now
But
black women in this country couldn't even get involved with the process, um, due to this, emergence. I've talked about it before with the Two Party South, where um, they're trying to go into this isolationism because they're seeing this rapid expansion of wealth growth in the black community, and that of this wholly due to the men. So what do they start doing? They start doing
sorry
these
for the man.
voter restrictions and threats of violence and actual acts of violence to keep people from the booth. And black women were very susceptible to that. It actually kept black women from the booth until uh, the black men got the Voting Rights Act of '65 passed just after Civil Rights Act of 1964. So you're talking about a group of women who've only been able to exercise some level of autonomy for 66 years, and you're expecting them to operate uh, the same way that a woman who's been able to not only rest in her femininity but enjoy it and roll around in her competing groups of men's blood money, uh, with the uninterrupted cultural chain, right? and
But at
and
the but
and,
at the
and,
same
and then not only that, but you're seeing the still the constant attacks on the black men, and the black postmodern black man especially wholly apathetic even to his own plight, to where he doesn't even think it's a priority. He thinks that dating and mating is a higher priority than economy and politics and the things that can actually physically change the environment in which they're living in.
but yet you're in an environment where 6 out of 1, where it used to be 6 out of 1 politicians were black male, now it's 6 out of 1 to be female. Now, like I said before, I don't mind nor care if they want political power, but at the same time, it comes at the expense of black men and black boys especially, because
That they in turn want to marry Charles.
and then you come around at a certain age and marrying ages, you want a man on your level, but yet you supported the systems, and guess what? I'm one of them people who do not treat women like kids with breasts. I will treat you as your own autonomous creature. It's just like saying I put you through basic training, I give you this rifle, I give you this training. Hell, I'll even give you advanced individual training. And you have women with PhDs in academia who know this, who know. It's one thing. I would give these motherfuckers total admission, like I would free them from their guilt. I would alleviate them from any of this shit. But when you have people in academia who know this shit, who knows why a lot of these boys are fucked up in the head, who knows, just like I cannot take a motherfucker off the hook who was a father. It's one thing to have a deadbeat from the get-go, and you knew it was a deadbeat. But if it's a motherfucker who was a father and he gets in one argument or 2 arguments with a motherfucker, man, fuck them kids. No, I can't let you off the hook.
It's gonna get a whole lot worse before it gets any better.
And I totally agree with that, because, like you said, it's a new phenomenon.
At the further American empire declines, for black men who are not prioritizing some level of grabbing for the power that's literally up in the air right now, you're not really trying to grab for that. It's going to be a harder fight in the coming generation.
Mm-hmm. And how many times
I'm already prepared to completely, step away from YouTube. I've basically said, Negroes can have the cesspool, because whenever this COVID thing is over, my organization is going to get active again.
I'll give you a good example of seizing power. And how many years have we talked about this, Aurelian?
I can't even count.
Because we basically predicted the coming years of where you're needed. Look at it this way. It came out in the news the other day. We need at least 500 to 1,000 officers in Baltimore City alone. That's 500 positions for black men, at least.
Well,
and black and it's funny.
You still have the rhetoric, running around in the space telling you that you don't need to, join an institution like the police. I mean, you still have the rhetoric out here that's telling you that you don't need to join an institution like the military. You could just get on YouTube and be a YouTube star. You don't have to, you don't have any political interest that you need to protect. You don't have any economic aspirations that you want to strive to reach. And I mean, that's kind of the rhetoric, right now.
What better economic stimulus if you could get over, let's say we get even half of 500, 250 black men starting at a position, starting at $50,000 to $55,000 a year. How much, if you pumped,
you're already part of the top third income earners in the country.
If you already pump so many capable, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually black men alone.
Well, here's the fundamental problem, right? We have too many mixed messages, and this is why I say like the black community. If YouTube was the only place that you had to go to look at to get a kind of a snapshot of what the black community is about, YouTube would be the worst fucking place to go. Because, and the reason why I'm saying is because there's too many. The Negro is just too politically, economically, just socially scatterbrained. Okay. On one hand, we have everybody who doesn't want to be honest about their economic reality. Everybody's a six-figure nigga. You look at this snapshot of the black community by YouTube standards, the black community would look like the wealthiest community in the United States, because everybody that I just about heard, not everybody, but everybody wants to be a YouTube star, a six-figure nigga, or what they quote HVM, yada yada yada, and that's yet again another problem. The rhetoric. Everybody's trying to be this six-figure nigga, and you don't need everybody to be six-figure niggas. And the reason I'm saying that is because
everybody won't be.
the bulk of what actually sustains a community is not the six-figure and up people. It's actually the middle class. So when you inflate the middle class, you create sustainability, and that's the only way you could really have more six-figure and up Negroes.
But they're not looking for stability. They're looking for a particular lifestyle, and they don't value you as a human being anyway. They see you as a wallet and a guard dog. So that's why sisters are saying that. Let me just say this one more thing, Charles. Let me just say this one more thing. And the other thing that's very important is what these women are essentially saying without using the particular words is, I will not engage in a relationship with you unless the entry point for a relationship is $100,000. Now we all know they don't really mean that, but that's what they're saying.
Here's reality. Nature gave us Y chromosomes, and so according to nature, that's what you are. You're a guard dog. If your community ends up on a plantation, guess whose fault that is? That is the motherfuckers who possess the Y chromosome. Okay, that's what you are. You are a guard dog for your community. That's always been the role of man. Okay, that's kind of what you are. It's not kind of what you are. It's what nature decided you were going to be. Nature said you're going to be born with a Y chromosome. You're going to be the guard dog for your community.
And that's a beautiful thing about being a guard dog, because guess what? The guard dog decides who gets in and gets out.
Because this is a new phenomenon to the postmodern American woman, she hasn't really come into understanding everything that rested on the shoulders of the head of the household.
But so, here's the point.
Because she was still conditioned according to American society, which was literally according to a late Victorian era, Protestant, work ethic that gave them the cult of domesticity, that told you that a man is supposed to provide and protect and do all of these things, which he is supposed to do. But it also told them that because wealth for the longest period of time has been in the hands of men, right? And now this is a new economic reality for women, but they've been conditioned according to the old world rules, not postmodern rules. That's why in the 1970s, they had to rapidly try to condition women to adapt to a future postmodern world. Men no longer had the ability to provide for them. When they had to provide for themselves, that there was a chance that they would meet a man that was not on their economic level.
But that's the point, is that, number one, if you decide to get this money and you know that, hey, for every 6 of you, there's only one man.
It's
Number
because
and
I'll put it,
should
I'll put
that
it in,
woman, it's just like this.
I'll put it in such plain language. 1 in 6 boys, nondescriptive race, die before the age of puberty. When we're talking about the black male, that number is 1 in 5.
So,
as opposed to 1 in 6 whenever it comes to white males.
So,
or 1 in 8 whenever it comes to Asian males in America.
So
now we're getting into policy in the political situation. 1 in 3 black males between the ages of 13 and 35, 1 in 3 either had some kind of major run-in with the police or is on papers, whether it be parole.
34% are convicted felons. You're right.
So even with that, right?
1 in 3, which already takes them out of the sustainability of the economic pool.
So even with that, right? You would think
what we have left is what we're literally betting on are those who haven't even reached the age of puberty with no criminal records or running with the police that takes them out of the economic pool.
So even with that, right? And a lot of the times when you look at it, even with that, and knowing how rare it is to find a man who makes it. Hell, in the black community, it's rare to find a guy that makes $65,000, $70,000. So, even with that, are those men actually sought after? Is there a competition to get those men?
Saying is that we continue to look in the wrong direction because now you're basing the argument around the preference or the proclivities of what women are looking for, as opposed to the things that make them actually look for the things that they look for in men in general, which happens to be environmental circumstances. Now, we're talking about everything starts in the family, the first institution. Well, in America, what determines whether or not you're going to have a sustainable family at all is going to be your economics.
Yeah.
So if you don't first fix the thing that economics revolves around, you see.
So if you economically castrate, if you already have an economically castrated men, and you having women who are actually propped up over their men, and just by, and I'm gonna just fucking say it, just by fucking chance and the will to survive, you have men who actually made it to a certain stature and a certain way. You're not even valued in your community. And yes, you have the blue collar brothers who make good money. They're not valued. See, what's going on is that, and once again, is that women are allowed to have a certain level of psychosis, detachment from reality. Yes, we're supposed to be the guard dogs, but being the guard dog, you can actually decide who comes in and who comes out that damn yard. And even there's a lot of people who are not going to come in that damn yard once that yard is established.
Well, I'll just put it this way. Well, look at how well of a guard dog we've really been. We've let everybody come into this community, make money off of this community, be sustained by this community, and not even check them. And not only that, but literally they also inflate the numbers of single motherhoods in this community.
But also, do we truly have a community, or do we truly have,
the man, the Arab man, places on man, Asian man?
But here's the issue.
To your community and makes money off of you.
But here's the issue. Here's two things, Cerulean. Do we truly have a community, or we just have a bunch of Negroes who live near each other? Because communities have infrastructure. It's how many times can a black man or even a black woman open up a goddamn business? But if you're a foreigner, you get that shit like that. You got goddamn people who can open up a goddamn liquor store who are Koreans in a city like Baltimore like that. You got Africans.
You know why they're able to. You know why they're able to do that is because
they have a country backing them.
About the proclivities of women, right? We completely ignore the fact that that same Korean came over here, get some handouts that should rightfully belong to the Negro male, and you let them take that shit. So you haven't been a good guard dog.
And then on top of that, guess what? And this is what the city will do. Because once again, when you vote interest, you got motherfuckers who will sell you the fuck out.
Oh, I got a story with that one.
And then on top of that, when you try to be a guard dog, how many motherfuckers want to go and overwrite the guard dog and walk into the damn minefields? You're damned if you do, and you're certainly damned if you don't. Then on top of that, when you have programs anytime just specifically for a black boy, and I'm not even upset if the women want to go and do their thing, cool, just don't undermine the black men. But we're talking about motherfuckers who birthed them, not the motherfuckers they sleep with. We're talking about the boys they birthed.
What are we really saying? Nobody undermines the black man like the black man.
And I've talked about that as well. But guess what? But guess what? When you have a black man,
but who was taught
to be
talking about a post-civil rights era Negro that who said, oh, because we got this Voting Rights Act, passed, that everything that we now arrived, now we can kick our feet up, and then now we want to complain about the community as it sits in 2020, where you have a mostly politically apathetic Negro. You have the Negro.
Guess what?
Negro won't even advocate for his own issues. Just recently, there was a 12-year-old boy that was out with his father, who was tackled to the ground by a Karen over a phone. Now, if you looked at his Twitter feed, you see Negroes. I'm not talking about even Negro women. I'm talking about Negro males saying he should have just showed him the phone. So you have the black man literally undermining the justice for that man's son. Understand what I'm saying here?
And guess what? But guess what? In the courts of public opinion and law, if he would have put, because guess what?
When Ahmaud Arbery got cornered like an animal and murdered in cold blood, with the blood still on the hands of the murderer whenever he was being recorded, I seen niggas on YouTube saying that he did something wrong, that he should have never ran for his life.
Guess what? And we're talking about
what I'm saying is
but hold up, let me finish.
A black man like a black man.
And shit, you got shit. And we got just as many women who will tell you, well, the black man should fight, but they the motherfuckers that's taking the fucking ammunition out the damn firearm. They're the first motherfuckers to tell you, sit down. Well, we shouldn't fight. Wait a minute, fight or not. But at the same time, you tell them, hey, you go home. We got some fighting to do. We're not being fair to them. But hold up, let me finish. Let me finish.
Do you know that same 12-year-old boy? Let me tell you something. That same 12-year-old boy I'm talking about, his half-white mama was more vocal than the goddamn.
But let me finish. See, this is the goddamn shame. But this is the goddamn shame. Because I have a 12-year-old boy. I don't care if it's a man or but hold up, let me finish. But let me finish. I got a 13-year-old boy. See, Charles Faulkner's a little bit different. Because I understand that these boys are being raised up to be fucking herbivore men. I understand that these boys are being raised to be agreeable partners. I myself is not one of them. See, number one, I don't have, as it's so eloquently put, a hope factor. I have a wish factor. I wish a motherfucker would put their hands on my goddamn son. Karen or Chad, you get equally opportunity fucked up. And then we let the dust settle where they may. Because this is the goddamn problem. When you raising boys who are so damn agreeable and don't know what to fight for, they grow up to be fucking cowardly, effeminate men. And too many motherfuckers are killing the warrior class of their goddamn race. And I can't alleviate nobody's issue to that. Because a lot of times, you have.
If you're going to make black women solely culpable,
I never said they're the only accomplices to this destruction. But see, there's always an issue when you hold them. It's when you hold them to their parts of the issue too.
Considering the fact that it is his community.
But at the same time, it's either you want me to be the leader or you want me to stay the fuck out of the way. Because if I have to take the power, which I suggest a lot of black men do, and vote their own goddamn interests, because if you think that the sisters nowadays are voting for you and looking out for you, they claim that they're protecting you. No, you're not. Especially since majority of the police confrontations that a lot of the black men get into is because a sister called on them. Think about it. You pretty much around the nation have damn near almost a hands-off policy. You can all read it in the Obama's administration's 21st century policing. You could either download it or you could get it's on YouTube for the 3.5-hour presentation. So they don't even want us to tell motherfuckers get off the corner anymore. So majority of these interactions are because somebody called you to their goddamn house. But these are the same people who will use the blood of slain black men by some fucked up police officers who were acting outside of the scope of their duties to galvanize their feminist ideology. And I have no problem with a sister getting her education. Go ahead, girl, get your shit going.
The problem is it's all about her anyway. I mean, the minute you don't kowtow to have these women, you're already a problem. I mean, you can't even go on, you're not even safe on the job. One of these females is a supervisor, but that's it. The minute you disagree with her, she's got her hand on her phone, getting ready to call the people in the office to have you move from the schedule.
Let me say this. I have no.
Again, real quick, before things I got to do, I'll just say this real quick before I go. Again, we going back to the proclivities of women. If you don't kowtow, we're not even having the same conversation. I'm talking about.
I totally agree with you.
Like this is the first prime directive of all biological species, and I'm talking about survival. You're talking about a secondary function of nature, mating and dating, my nigga.
Like, and you got to think about it. If I got to survive, and everybody takes food,
before you thrive.
But guess what? I'm down with survival.
And I'm not saying. I'm down with survival. Some easy things, right? Because I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. Whenever I said the 1/3, only the 1/3 is gonna go on. It's really more like 1/16.
It's probably 1/20th by
We're
this time.
being
And I
modest.
agree with you.
It's going to be more like because the majority of Negroes are not going to make it, and then we're not even being cognitive of what we're putting into the airways. We're completely overloading a generation with this idea that mating and dating is the most important thing on the table. There's no conversation more important than this right now, and their very survival is on the line. And it's so, to me, disingenuous and ill-contrived.
Let me put it to you this way. I don't give a fuck who anybody dates, who anybody mates, but when you start making children, and those children are supposed to carry the civilization forward, and when you can't even help but to notice, wait a minute, why are those boys not reading on level? I went to PTA meetings, and you know from history how many times I had to go to talk to teachers about wrestlers, and I'm like, okay, why the hell is he failing? Well, he's not doing this.
You could go all the way back to the earliest points of man.
Yeah.
Okay. Women have always taught their children how to love and how to be moral and how to have manners. When it's time to go to war, when it's time to survive, that's a man's job. So if you're not thriving and these children are not learning how to survive, that is a failure.
And when men take the controls and say, look, we're gonna steer this shit back to course on the Starship Enterprise.
When I'm talking about the postmodern female, there's a lot of shit with the postmodern male too.
Exactly. And we talk about that guy.
Postmodern male says, fuck all of these other things. My personal happiness, not the sustainability or stability in general of my group. Not even focus at
your mucus. Repeat what you said because you were going in and out for a second.
Railroads them into this thing where they continue to do the very thing that has continued to railroad them, and that is to prioritize the proclivities of women over the survival of the species. And this is basically what we're doing right now. I'm talking about survival of a nation, of a group of people. I mean, what do you think it means by 2053, zero black wealth? What do you think the black family is going to look like with zero black wealth? You think you're able to tell women shit now? What do you think is going to be whenever your black family reaches zero black wealth? You think you're going to be able to tell them some shit then? Now your women are in a state of survival, similar to what's happening in the third world country, where they got to fuck for basic human rights and needs. See, we're talking about two different aspects now.
And see, we gotta understand this.
We keep focusing on the lesser, lower priority side than the thing that we actually need to be focused on, that is actually going to generate stability, sustainability, the ability for the next generation to thrive, so they can fix the fucking problems that they have.
So you're telling me? Hold on. So you're telling me? So you telling me, right?
I can't tell this woman to do something.
So you're telling me, right? If you're not even pushing the boys to be great, and we're not even talking about mating and dating, because I could care less who anybody sleeps with. The children that you birth, the children that are sired by men, and that your boys are not even reading on level because you don't give a fuck about them. I've told you for years. Nobody has ever challenged what I said on this one subject. The three things the black community never gave a fuck about: black boys, education, being the heroes of your narrative. Oh, we got a lot of people with degrees, but you don't use it to benefit your culture. You don't use it to benefit your wealth. You don't use it to actually build up a society and build up sustaining generational institutions.
That's a completely unfair. See, I deal. I deal with
It is a
reality
completely
of
fair.
the way
It is a
the
completely
environment.
fair situation. It is a completely fair situation.
We
So
have. Look, the reality is that this is what we have. All right.
and then what we have is this. We have people. We have people.
You can't say, oh, they're not reading above level. Well, according to Black YouTube, every nigga in Black YouTube is a six-figure nigga with nothing to show for it, with all these fucking complaints in their community, while telling the world that they are an economically stable community.
Well, that's that nigga. I'm for the goddamn efficient and effective man with the quality and supportive woman. I'm not for that six-figure shit. If you happen to make six figures, good luck. We still put our pants the same goddamn way. Not everybody's gonna be six figures.
No.
See,
You got a very
we can't worry about six figures if the nigga don't have a job.
Very overly suspicious Negro who thinks that the Black man's well-being is hinged on whether or not he wears a fucking suit, my dude.
But guess what? You have Black men who don't have jobs. I'm not talking about no six-figure shit. If a nigga gets a six-figure job, so fucking be it. But guess what? If I can't be respected for the work that I'm putting in for family and God and country, I will take the reins of power of my goddamn self if needed. See, I don't give a shit about six figures. That's another man's claim to fame. I'm trying to give lasting careers and generational wealth. I'm trying to make sure that, guess what? By the time I retire and have grandchildren and great grandchildren, I need not worry. See, I remember a friend of mine saying, well, I want to get a house to leave it to my son. I said, well, fuck that. I want to teach my son to get his own damn house. So the problem is this. Hold on. The problem is this. I understand that when you start establishing rules, you would start establishing a fucking standard. Everybody's not going to fucking meet it. You know that from the Navy. I know that from the Army. There are some people who are going to meet the standard. There's some people that's going to be below the standard, and there's some people that's going to exceed.
Where we're at crossroads, Charles, is that what I'm saying is that the Black man has not established those rules.
And then when you get the Black men, but guess what? Have you noticed that even when you have a Black man that's comparable,
make rules for him. And I get it, you know.
When you have a Black man,
it's a very fickle thing. It needs constant cultivating. It needs constant nurturing. It needs constant attention. Power is not something that you just attain one time and just leave it where it's at because it's going to work forever. No, it is a thing you have to constantly nurture. It means you have to constantly be involved. It means you have to constantly be political. You have to be a consistent level of economics. All your shit got to be tight all the time, not some of the time.
No, and that's where I agree. But at the same time, when you have brothers who got this type of power, does the women anyway respect them? Because guess what? If they are the ones that come along with this ride,
and I'm not disassociating myself from the Black man when I say for the Black man, there's too many lapses in our chain of defense for us to get to playing gender politics. Because now that puts us in the female space, and we don't need to be in the female space. We need to be in the male space. We don't need to be talking about the things that women have to deal with in the environment they have to nest in. We have to deal with how the fuck do we change the environment to work for the shit that we want.
And guess what? When we come up with plans like that, who was the first? Guess what? When we come up with plans to change the environment, guess who's the first motherfuckers to sabotage the plan? It's the closest people to you.
You can't
You
change
gotta
the
real.
world by
You
body
got.
count alone.
Guess what?
Just like
When
that,
you
you
when you
cannot,
have
you cannot
when
change the
you
environment by continuing to focus on a species that is designed to nest within said environment.
guess what?
It just doesn't work that way.
When you actually forget about their asses and start developing you, guess what happens? They come near you. Because a lot of men said fuck all that shit. A lot of men have went and said, I'm going to establish some type of career, some type of business, a job, or whatever, some types of actual sustainable income. But last time I checked, throughout many wars, the people who, every time you come up with a plan, the first motherfucker sabotage it are the people's closest to you.
If you don't
And
mind,
guess what? But go ahead, V.
I got
Go ahead, Mike.
A lot of niggas got wet dick remorse. A lot of them got wet dick remorse. They got the pussy, and then they threw their hands up, say, "I didn't sign up for responsibility. I only signed up for the pussy."
But we don't salute. We don't salute those type of men. And I can tell you, some of my friends will actually tell you those type of men could not hang around us. You get your ass whooped.
The pussy's fault, you know. Blame
A
everything.
lot of those men are all over the place now because women gravitate towards that.
You know,
like a lot of women gravitate towards these guys because these guys kowtow to the women's bullshit. You know, so really had it right when he was saying that you have guys out here who are all these other guys who are also out here, you know, bringing down the black man, especially the younger generation, who have no real mentor.
It's so unpopular. Look,
hold on, one at a time.
You know, they're calling them OGs, but
understand that. Like, my opinion is so unpopular. It doesn't. It's not something that men or women even want to listen to. For real. Because
it's totally understandable. But I was saying the same thing. Like,
it requires too much work, and right now, like I said, the postmodern Negro right now, he's thinking of things that are so base level, right? He's not really thinking of survival. He's thinking about his own individualistic aspirations, right? He's not really thinking about survival. It's kind of like the curse. It's kind of like the curse of capitalism. I want all the money in the world. Well, you have nobody else.
If you don't mind,
because a lot of these guys
I can jump in real quick.
A lot of these guys are basically cannibalizing the younger generation anyway. You know, they're always trying to. They're trying to use them to fund their retirement. Say, hold on for a second. If you're really going to lace these kids up with game, you really got to teach them. I mean, you got to put yourself second and actually teach them. You're trying to eat off and give nothing and cast out them for being mediocre. Like, no, you can't do that.
Talk about individual cherry-picked behaviors that you're picking out of the whole. You're not really looking at like a full spectrum, which means that you're really not looking at the environment the way that it actually is.
So in other words, I'm not going to work with somebody who's diametrically opposed to me. I cannot work with. In other words,
like Negroes have the best as black because I've already.
You're coming in real low, Cerulean.
2021. I've already dubbed. This begins the decade of full-on collapse. You're already watching it. You've already been watching it. I had already stated it 4 years ago.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if I can jump in real quick, just 30 seconds. I completely understand where Cerulean is coming from. Also, piece of the panel, piece of the chat. Thank you for having me on, Charles Faulkner.
Hey, what's up, man?
We have been covering this for quite some time on the Brain Trust, and we're looking at what's about to happen right now in fourth industrialization. Black men are nowhere on the map when it comes to this. So regardless of what the women do and what the women say, we still have not come up with an initiative. In the next 12 hours, it's going to be a new year, and we're still talking about whether or not, women are going to submit or whether or not they're going to cooperate. I think that's, a far gone, discussion that shouldn't even be had anymore.
That's exactly my point. Like,
And here's the point about it.
You're literally watching like so many opportunities that are opening up that could expand the middle class, especially for a black economic reality that is far greater than what we have now. And you know, black men aren't even interested in that shit. They're interested in, why isn't the pussy obedient?
Here's the point of the whole shit. Nobody cares.
You're not putting points on the fucking board.
Here's the point of it. Here's the point of it.
You're taking behind goddamn water boy, right? Asking him, well, how come there's not Gatorade here instead of water?
And here's the point of it, right?
That's what you're doing.
Here's the point of it,
You're
right?
not even putting points on the board. Ain't even made a point. You're in the fourth quarter. It's a complete lockdown. Understand 2021. If they already came out 2018 and told you black wealth was going to be non-existent by 2053, and here you are in 2020, and you haven't even put points on the board yet.
Here's the point. Here's the point, right? Right. Here's the point.
Here's
hold up. Let me finish, Cerulean. Let me finish.
Come around.
Cerulean, let me finish.
Check this out real quick, because if you want to know what the women are doing, let me give you a little example, right? And I've already received what's going to be a preamble to a report that's going to come out in March that's going to state that black women are the majority of women in the military. That is not even going to reach the press until March.
Let me put it to you this way, right?
Now why is it that black women taking it upon themselves to go for what the fuck they know? But black men, no, you still have black men telling other black men, man, fuck that military shit. Fuck that police.
Because they're detractors. I mean, and because the front in the barrel.
Because number one, culturally.
Because you're focused on the wrong, because niggas are focused and they continue to focus on the wrong fucking shit. You are worried
because number one, I'm gonna say this. Can I get a goddamn word in?
You're talking about the bottom 20%.
Can I get a word in?
What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen at the beginning of 2021?
And I'm gonna say this, right?
Hold up. When all of this shit lifts, you think?
Yo, Cerulean, can I get a goddamn word in?
Some pussy obey you?
Yo, nobody gives a fuck about the pussy. Because you got nobody giving a fuck about it. Because guess what? Pussy's more abundant than rainwater. Because guess what? The problem, guess what? Motherfuckers been giving out pussy for the longest time. The shit's more abundant than fucking rainwater. But at the same time, not only do you have the niggas out there saying, don't join the... Can I say a goddamn word without being interrupted, please? Thank you. Number one, you got the goddamn mothers, you got the niggas on the street not encouraging their kids to get upper level jobs and professions. Not my words, it's been proven. I don't even give a fuck about the mating and dating. Even when you see that boy who was birthed by his mother, and she doesn't even think that boy can make it through college, through the military, through trade school. When I said this problem is cultural, it starts at fucking home. If that boy is not encouraged, hold on. If that boy is not encouraged through his fucking home, the same way you'll teach your fucking daughters, but you overlove your sons. You make him fucking weak. And then when you try to help, when you try when you try to help that man to get that damn son, or you have fathers who raise their sons singularly like I do, and you're facing an uphill fucking battle. But then you get motherfuckers to say, we're all the men with the jobs. You fucking cannibalized them. Fuck the fact of the matter that you got only a tenth of your boys when they get to the 8th grade that can read level.
Again, we're back at a circular argument.
We're not back at a circular argument. It's not even mated in dating. It's called parenting.
Home life is predicated on economics.
And guess what? And even if it's home life on economics,
it is not predicated on economics.
And guess what?
It's not predicated on economics.
And hold on for 1 second, BGS. I'm gonna say, hold up. I'm gonna say this because, God damn it, if my mother and father did not put the attention in me, instill the values, the discipline, the hard work, the initiative in me, Officer Faulkner would have been in fucking Central Bookers of Hagerstown. Because how you see that child, how you view that goddamn child, fuck mating and dating. I said it. Because if I make $100,000 and a motherfucker doesn't respect me, who I take as a wife or a girlfriend, fuck them. Because I still have the responsibility to raise a child. At the bottom line, if you're telling me that we're doing much better with the lack of attention towards the boys, and then you got motherfuckers like a Brittany Cooper with a PhD who knows how these boys are tamped down, not only between their mothers, the goddamn nigga on the street, the court system, the jobs are not even fucking hiring them.
And yet you're saying
but you want motherfuckers to pull a miracle out their ass that no other men had to in this fucking country. That's fucking impossible.
That's impossible.
I put it in very simple terms.
Exactly, it's impossible. But you know, when you try to
that is fucking impossible. You telling me you want to hold me to the same status as the fucking white boys who got much more things above the average black boy? That is fucking impossible.
And you can't. And your fucking women are in on it. They're in on it.
No.
No. How can your women go to the military and be educated and your boys can't? They're raised in the same family. They're raised in the same goddamn family. How is that?
Hold up. I'm gonna say this about the military piece.
How is that?
I'm gonna say this about the military piece. Well, you can't even fucking get the boys to get through fucking high school, which is one of the bare requirements. When you got more programs emphasizing the girls and not the boys. Of course they're gonna be.
I'm like 15 minutes late for engagement.
Don't worry.
They're raised in the same goddamn family. How do you get two different outcomes? How? It can't be economics.
I'm gonna say this.
It can't be economics. They're raised in the same environment. How can it be economics?
That we do business and the way
no. You know, as a scientist.
So wait a minute. What's the difference between?
It's not possible. It's not possible. It ain't possible. They're raised in the same goddamn environment. How is it possible? How is it possible?
But Cerulean, I love you, but I gotta debunk your shit. That's bullshit. Because guess what? That Jewish mother, that Asian mother will fucking focus that boy to pursue on.
Answer me. How is it possible?
Hold
on, one at a time.
No, I don't want to hear this shit. We've been hearing that shit for 200 years. How is it possible? How is it possible? You read history. How is it possible? No. That's not true. No. The history speaks for itself, sir. History speaks for itself, sir. History speaks for itself, sir. History speaks for itself, sir.
Even though we're not even the way we should be.
History speaks for itself.
But guess what? The way you should and what is are different.
No. No, it's bullshit. No, motherfucker, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
So wait a minute. Hold up. So you telling me at 20 years of dealing with boys, teenage boys in the school system, I've never heard one time. The only time I've ever heard of a female being put out of her house was my ex. But yet, these people, well, guess what? I will tell you one thing culturally. I will say one, God damn it, I will say this culturally. Culturally, you don't give a fuck about your boys.
That's true.
That is the number one issue why your boys failing. I've said it for 5 fucking years. 5 fucking years. You don't give a fuck about your boys. You don't give a fuck about educating them. And you sure as shit don't give a fuck about being their heroes.
Nope, we don't.
You sure as fuck don't. You expect black boys to do some shit that white boys, Jewish boys, Asian boys, Arabic boys can't fucking do on their own. When every fucking body bend over backwards. I've seen it. You've seen it. To give these motherfuckers businesses. But a black boy in high school, he gotta get a job.
They're not.
He ain't pushed the college. He ain't pushed the military. But guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna push that female to do it.
Yep.
And it ain't about mating and dating. How you see that child really is a big indicator how that child will be later in life. We will not be disingenuous about this shit. Now, I'm going to say this shit. I'm going to say this shit, and I'm going to be dead honest, and I don't give a fuck who disagrees with me. I've refused. I will hold a black man accountable just as easily as I will hold a black woman. But every fucking time this whole fucking week alone, every time I held a black woman to the same level of accountability to a black man, it's always a challenge. I'm okay with black men taking the crime. We will take all the iniquities that we have seen in the last 500 years, and I'm cool with that. But when black men start to come up, when black men start to speak not their truth, not her truth, not his truth, but the absolute truth, there's an issue. It ain't about mating and dating. It's about every time you see a black man try to progress, why the fuck are you in my way? If you said I ain't shit, okay, I ain't gonna be shit by myself.
But it's fun to see. It's fun to see you get knocked off the block. That's why they do it.
Why you worry about who's in the way? Why don't you push them out the way?
But when we push them out the way, we got motherfuckers being disingenuous about them being in the goddamn way in the first place.
Exactly. I just said it earlier about the whole HR thing. The minute you push them out the way, she's got her cell phone getting ready to get you off the schedule because you didn't let her roll over.
But every time a black man holds his nuts and be a man, hello, 911.
Yep.
Hello, HR.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is
hello, daddy, brother.
Yeah.
You just saw them do the Ice Cube on live TV in the press. You just saw them do it. That is the gynocracy that we live under, and that's the pattern. That's the pattern that has been around for a very long time, and it still does. And it's not media. It is not media. Everybody knows that. Stop bullshit. Man, we all grow up in this goddamn society. We know what it is. You're acting like we don't grow up in this shit, man.
But this is what I had a fucking ultimate problem with dumbass Moo. Black men always took it on stride. We took every fucking iniquity, every fucking sin, every wrongdoing and said, you know what? I take it. It's my fault. Regardless if we did it or not. But this is what regardless if it's the fucking truth, Cerulean. That's the fucking truth. Matter of fact, black men are the fucking glue. I want you to look at this for a minute. I want you to look at this. I want you to look at. You see that symbol of Superman holding them 2 wires? You see that symbol? The black man has held together 2 goddamn things which no man has ever done. The black community and America. There's not one war America won without the assistance of the black man. But this is the part that black men get sick of. I became the 6-figure nigga. I became the educated nigga. I became the mechanic, the engineer, the police officer, the firefighter, the military man. I come home, I put you and the children on my goddamn back. I'm the motherfucker that always say, what do I say, BGS? Don't pray for a lighter load. Pray for a stronger goddamn back for a difficult one. But yet, you come back to your community and people damn near disrespect you, spit on you. How many motherfuckers? You had fucking Obama. Regardless if you agree with, when my brother's keeper got, if it was that important to my brother's keeper, the black women, that should be thriving.
Right? Can you name an important figure, non-descriptive of race or nationality? Can you name an important figure that wasn't shit on?
Can you name me a person? I'm gonna counter your argument with this. Can you name me a person? Can you name me a person? Can you name me a person who wasn't as shit on as a black man in this country? Name me one person who wasn't as shit. That's why you're laughing. Name me one person who wasn't as shit on as a black person. And if you tell me one, I'm gonna call you a liar.
It's the change, man, and that's the reason why people who
it's not going to change. It's not going to change. If women don't get themselves together,
but guess what?
This boat will go down. This boat is going to sink. If the women don't do anything right now in the next 10 years, this boat will sink. Period. So it doesn't matter.
But guess what? Like I said about that signal, that black man, even to this day, all these successful sisters, a lot of them dope boys who they look down upon,
help them get their degree.
Air quotes, help them get their degree. That homosexual watch their kids. That educated guy wrote their papers.
Yep.
You don't hear that shit. Black men has always been the adhesive to this fucking society.
I've seen a lot of educated guys, especially back when I was younger, take on these women, take on these kids, be a good man to these kids, and these bitches laughing in their face behind their back.
I told you earlier about the example of how chicks will go.
Where the black man has had a bad bag. Okay, I'm trying to.
Who had a worse bag of coal than a black man?
At some point. So why should they continue to have a bad bag in this society? They're not stupid.
But that's the fucking point.
They're not sacrificial lambs. They're not stupid. So they should leave. They should leave. Why should they continue to having the same fucking bad bag? They should leave. It doesn't make, that's insanity. What did Einstein say? Trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different result is insanity. At some point, something's going to have to change. Otherwise, men should leave.
And by the way, if you haven't put a like on my joint, please like, subscribe, and if you can donate.
And that's what they're doing, and they're leaving. They're leaving.
Guess what?
My son has already left.
They don't give a fuck about their pussy anymore. There's about 1 billion more women than men on planet Earth. They don't. I'm gonna tell you the same thing my father told me. Pussy is more abundant than rainwater. It will be here when you're a teenager. It will be here in your 50s and 40s. When you undermine black boy learning, when you don't even give a fuck about your boy, when you're so quick to make his life a living hell, especially if he looks like the father that you claimed you didn't like, but for some odd reason you carried his motherfucking baby for 10 months. But when you take it out, notice I've always said, fuck the men they date. What about your sons? If they really felt that black boys need to do something and not sit around the house, these motherfuckers will have recruiters on speed dial. But I'm gonna tell you the same thing with a black mother, what she did with her son. I used to date him.
Now
I was talking to recruiters to get him, since you like computers and you like gaming, we're gonna get you into computers in the military. She's the one who said, well, I don't want him to go off and die. Bitch, you live in East Baltimore. It's more dangerous him stepping outside to go take a fucking yawn and a fart than in fucking Iraq.
And Charles, that's the same one who pushed that little 13-year-old boy out on the corner with a sack to make money for the family.
But yeah,
same one.
That's the same motherfucker who gave her car to her brother, knowing that he was selling drugs, get into a knockdown, drag out fight with the police, and he dies because asphyxia of the heart.
And so now we're measuring.
No, we're not measuring. This is what happens a lot.
Anecdotals.
It's not even just anecdotal. It happens a lot. Are we pushing the boys towards excellence, or are we pushing them towards mediocrity? It's not about mating and dating. It's just a question.
How many studies do they have to do on black boys and black men as objects, man? How many studies they have to do that keep coming back the same way, man? I mean, there's tons of studies. Dr. Curry wrote a whole book about studies. Okay, the shit keeps coming back the same way.
And it's so funny that I could go to a group of men and they probably had similar.
The main overarching problem, which we have not removed as an impedance, is the one that is still affecting us today, and is affecting how these children are raised and what kind of economics in their household. Is now we're complaining about a problem that we totally have the power to fix, but we are
black men don't have the power to. If they had black.
Let's just be honest. We don't really give a fuck about black boys ourselves. We just give a fuck about the talking.
Within Zion will fall.
That's really
Guess
where
what?
we're at right now.
Guess what?
Within Zion will fall.
I'm gonna say this. I've pushed in too many hours, too many days, too many months, years of my own hard-earned, backbreaking money, time, sweat, and blood towards black boys that are not even biologically connected to me. And guess what?
I had a derelict Negro male, right? I had a derelict Negro male tell me that it wasn't enough for me to be able to use my own money, to use my own resources, to even house other black boys, 5 of which went to the military. And I had a derelict Negro male tell me that wasn't enough. It wasn't a black woman telling me that.
But guess what? Because they want you to do the groundwork.
What environment you have a society that produces what you call derelict Negro males basically on an assembly line. And it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if the women do not change, this what we call society will not survive. It's on life support right now. So if the women want to keep doing what they're doing, let them keep doing it. And basically, at the end of the day, if this thing will fall apart like it's already doing. It's basically we're running on 3 wheels right now.
And Cerulean, to
Can't run a dumpster fire.
It's already dumpster fire.
And Cerulean.
Why should they do it? Why should they do it?
And Cerulean, to answer your question about black women becoming the majority women, number one, are black women are they pushed to be great? Because you have this thing where you're pushing down black boys to be agreeable, not to be challenging the environment as all men should, but you're pushing the women to be like men, especially since they carry more testosterone, especially since they're encouraged by the community. That's why. Okay. But if you got a lot of these young black males and you got one.
It's a numbers game, Charles. And
ain't no numbers game.
That's not a numbers game.
Come on, man.
You don't
Come on,
treat.
man.
Guess what? Every goddamn time, you know, goddamn well they treat their boys differently than their girls.
Come on, man.
Waiting around for a man to come save us.
Well, it's not gonna happen, man. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Let's be point blank honest about it. It's not going to happen. Basically, we're wishing and hoping that men that have never been trained to do this, that have been socialized to do this shit, will automatically snap your fingers and change them. If you can snap your fingers and change them, you ain't doing nothing. You're not doing anything that Moynihan said this shit, man, is 65 and black women stop all over it. Yes, they did. It's not gonna change, man. It's not gonna change, man. You know it's not gonna change. You can yell all you want. It's not gonna change, man. It ain't gonna change. It's not gonna change. It is not going to change. It's not going to change, man. It's not going to change. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change. It's not going to change.
Just to this group of women.
The blueprint is already embedded. It's not going to change, man. It ain't going to change. It's not going to change. We're gonna be absorbed. We don't have that time, man. We're gonna be absorbed. We're already being absorbed. You look at the broader society. Look at the goddamn commercial. You cannot within die on that hill. Within die on that hill. Captain America, die on that hill.
You know, the low basic instinct more important than the shit that we're talking about.
That's the way it is. That's called nature, sir. That's called nature, sir.
This is what y'all want. This is what y'all want to be on.
It's called nature, sir.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, look, this is what y'all want to be on. This is not what I'm on.
Well, then we're not asking you to be on anything.
You're
not asking you to be on it. Then you die on that hill, sir. That's fine.
Nowhere. They sit around arguing and talking shit about fucking women all fucking day.
Well, that's good. That's fine. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we do.
Hold on.
That's what we do then. That's what we do. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. That's what we do.
Hold on. Number one,
I
don't have a problem.
Well, then the women will become the men that you want them to be. You're not changing them either.
Because guess what? I'm gonna say this about it. Hold on. Can I get my goddamn thought out, please?
Everybody's not gonna motherfucking be saved. Look,
well, then good. Well, then good. Zion will fall. Then, Zion's gonna fall, sir. Well, then it's over, sir. It's abandoned ship, sir. Abandoned ship, sir.
Your goddamn microphone is muffled. We can't hear what you're saying.
Anyway, you modulate your mic. Go ahead,
you focus on the lower common denominator, and none of the other.
It doesn't matter, sir. Civilizations fall like that. Civilizations fall like that all the time.
Yo, Cerulean. You're so muffled, we can't even hear words you're saying anyway. Number two. Number one, when I brought up this live stream right here, okay? This live stream was from a Steve Wilco that I seen years ago. I know BGS did a video on it, and I know that Mediocre, I keep forgetting his goddamn name, but Mediocre Tutorials.
Mediocre Tutorials, yeah.
Yeah, my Mediocre Tutorials. And I said this.
I'm gonna bring up the one where the little boy gets the girl pregnant, finds out on Steve Wilco's show that it wasn't his, and the mom coaches him into it being their baby anyway. I think I know which one that you go with.
Yeah, that's the easy one. And it got me to thinking. And it got me to can I finish my thought, please? Thank you. Number one, this got me to thinking. There have been times I've been in people's lives, either work or not work, this phenomenon has happened. But see, nobody ever condones that chick for being a whore. sleeping around and you don't even know who the goddamn father. But I didn't finish. I'm not finished my goddamn statement, please.
I'm talking about 2 children engaged in.
I'm done. Guess what? Does a whore have an age limit?
Right?
Does a goddamn whore have an age limit? Because we had plenty of them in high school. And this is the shit that gets me upset. Motherfuckers will be disingenuous from the same fucking community.
Yep.
About like this shit does not happen.
Yeah.
But yet, this is the shitty part about it. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't fucking want to hear it. There's no fucking argument. You can fucking tell me that it's okay to put a baby on somebody it's not theirs. I don't give a fuck who it is. BGS can say this shit, and I will say fuck no.
There was a lot of better known black men in that motherfucking audience that could have said something right then whenever it fucking mattered, and they sat there.
But guess what? I'd have been on that fuck. Guess what? I'm gonna tell you one thing. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. Charles Smoker would have said. But guess what? But guess what? Since we talk about no, Cerulean. Since you want to talk about mating and dating, and these motherfuckers got your own interest, right? She had his own interest, right? But guess what? It's cool for him to play the sucker. It's cool for her to be the whore. But you said, but his own fucking mother. The point what I was saying is that how the fuck could you be loved in a community where the fuck the bitches you fucking. Your own person who birthed you is leading you down to destruction. But then you want us to be a man. Bitch, be a mother.
Abandonment is the original sin of the community, man.
What the fuck do you think? What the fuck do you think a black boy go through? What the fuck do you think it is?
Original.
You're telling me it's okay to tell him to be a man. It's okay to embarrass him and be a man.
Psychologists will tell you whether the father abandoned the child or whether he was fucking pushed out like you all claim, that the motherfucking feelings of the fucking child and those feelings of abandonment still persist. Either way that you slice it.
But it's okay for this guy to play the sucker and fool, right? It's okay for him to play the sucker and fool. It's okay to make a fucking black man to be a sucker and fool.
And like I said, that is amazing.
It's okay, but guess what? Here's the shameful part about it, right? Here's the shameful part about it, right? Everybody can make excuses.
Let's stop pretending like we really give a fuck about that boy and not.
No. We actually do. That's why I started the fucking program, Cerulean. We actually do. I think it's a goddamn shame that motherfuckers are being disingenuous that this does not go on in a fucking community. I think it's very disingenuous. We're gonna sit here and act like black boys don't go through this shit. I think it's very disingenuous.
Conversations, and it's all the black woman's fault. And see, what I'm saying is, I don't think you guys get what I'm saying. So I'm saying, okay, let's put it on the table. Let's say you're telling me that the black woman have done a horrible job with these children, but you're also telling me that you're waiting for them to change. And henceforth leave said job in the hands of said women who've been doing a poor job with it. In a corporation, and you know this from the military, when a person does a horrible job at something, they don't send the same motherfucker to go do the same motherfucking job that he's horrible at. No, they send the motherfucker that is prepared to do the goddamn job the way it's supposed to be done.
But also from the military, but also the one thing about the military that you also learn is there's no such thing as bad subordinates, only bad leaders.
You don't really give a fuck about black children. You just give a fuck about them as a talking point.
No, because guess what? But at the same damn time, Cerulean, there are no such thing as bad subordinates, only bad leaders. If you the bad leader, you're gonna fucking have terrible subordinates. That's bullshit, and you know it. And when you got a fucking culture of fuck shit,
Charles.
When you got a culture of fuck shit, yeah.
I was gonna say this. I am not through with this conversation, but I really gotta run, and we are not fucking through.
We're not through either. I still love you, but we ain't fucking through with this. And you know that's some bullshit. You know that's some bullshit. You act like in the black community, these black boys aren't prioritized. Still love you, man. But you know that's some fucking disingenuous shit.
We're not done with this conversation.
No, we're not.
But I gotta run.
See you later, man.
God damn, BGS left too. I wanted to ask BGS a question. He mentioned something, and I was trying to get some details about what he thought about it.
Well, I know one thing. I got
God damn, I
72
guess I kept
watching.
him somewhere.
I got 72 watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you feel inclined.
Like, share, and subscribe.
If y'all not donating that, I don't really pester people for donations, but if y'all ain't donating for that intellectual back and forth, I don't know what the fuck y'all here for. Sorry.
I don't know.
Because I'm sorry.
No,
But go ahead. I've been talking too damn much any damn time.
no, I don't know. I get where he's coming, and it's almost down that same moo road. I don't think he's that. He may not have meant to sound like that, but it's this weird respectability. Like, yeah, the women are fucking up, but look at the men. And I'm like, could we ever just say the women are fucking up? I mean, yeah, let's say the men are fucking up.
It's never. See, when black men fuck up, we'll just keep it as us fucking up. That's the one thing. We'll just say we are fucking up. I'm gonna fix it, and this is how. I'm gonna unfuck this situation, and this is how. When it's black women, well, we're both wrong. No, some L's you gotta carry along like we do. Now, to answer this question, I'm gonna try to get to for the one. Money Jackson said, "Okay, so as much as men can we ask what women to hold us down during the struggle? So can we be the provider and get help at the same time?" Well, I'm going to tell you the cheat code about that shit right there. And I want all the ladies and men listening, especially the younger ones. When you notice in these other cultures, they go to college, they go to high school looking for possible husbands. You're not socialized to do that. You know why? Because you're socialized not to believe in a man, not to need a man. They're going to look for the best possible fucking man while they're at their best possible their beauty peak, their most fertile, and they're gonna see the potential in this guy. They're gonna observe him. They're gonna look over him like a CDC fucking experiment, and they're gonna snag him up. Guess what? They're not gonna be afraid to show I could cook. They're not gonna be afraid to show I could clean. Even if it's his dorm room, they're gonna be like, I'm gonna show you that I'm a benefit, to lock his ass down. See, the problem is this. Y'all don't show us shit that actually matters to us. And to be honest, I'm gonna talk about this shit real quick. And yes, sometimes, yes, we created the Gray Faulkner Initiative, and yes, sometimes we break out into arguments, but it's still love. Don't deny that. Number one. When I look at the situation, it's always a black boy got a man up. It's always. Oh man, thank you, Arthur, for the Facebook chat. Thank you. Because I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Number one, when you don't focus on the boys, you kill off your warriors. Black women ain't gonna fight the wars black men will. I suggest, I would actually say, black boys at the age of 17, 18 should do at least 2 to 3 years mandatory service. Stack your money up, get some discipline, get some warriorship, get some veteran status, get the combat skills, get your GI Bill, get your VA loan for your housing. that way. And then it's the biggest fraternity. I've never seen a place that didn't hire me because I was a veteran. That's a preference. Knowing this, why do you think they're saying black women will soon be the majority? Because you're building them up from the ground up to do that. You're encouraging them to do that. Are you encouraging your boys to put their best foot forward? The only time you encourage your boys is if you can fucking put a ball through a basket, run another ball 100 meters, or if he's on the corner selling some fucking substance. You got parents who don't even give their fucking child a graduation for graduating high school or college. But I know a lot of motherfuckers come out of jail and y'all throwing up the whole block. Y'all shut down the whole block to throw a party. You encourage the wrong fucking behavior. Anybody else want next?
I got one for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
That these males that are in these neighborhoods not even trying to groom these younger boys. I mean, I don't see how we can call them OGs when, again, they're basically trying to eat off of them instead of cultivating them to be better. Can you answer that?
It's a really good question.
I mean, I have a one example of what I dealt with a couple of months ago, right? So it was this guy that worked across the street from my job, and he seemed like an upstanding dude. 2 daughters. Came up from the South, saying that he wanted to do a little better. But the problem with him was he was looking for a money man to help him get started. But instead of him basically getting 2 jobs and doing it on his own, he's trying to get somebody to fund his business for him. And he was trying to talk to me about it. And I was like, listen, I'm already coming out of a bind with a certain individual that tried to do the same thing. And the last thing I want is to open the door to that same situation with you. And it's like he didn't get that. So long story short, him and I stopped talking because it stopped becoming because of the business. It was like I wouldn't allow him to get his way. And I was like, it's kind of messed up. I see you as a potential mentor, but you're not trying to be my mentor. You're trying to get me to fund your retirement. And why is that? And my question to you is, what is it up with these guys not doing that for the younger generation of males? Like, what is in them with this crabs in the barrel mentality?
Number one, socialization. We're not. We'll put it on the T-shirt. We'll say it in a movie, but do we actually see each other as brothers?
No.
Do we?
Am I my brother's keeper?
Am I my brother's keeper? Thank you.
The only time you hear my brother is when he's asking for $1. I'm like,
yeah, exactly. See, the problem is this. I back in '97, when I started learning wrestling, it humbled me, and I hate the word humble. I'll say it matured me more than humbled, because it didn't really make me humble. It made me more ballistic and braggadocious. Hold on. I'm back. But it made me more mature, more responsible. If you want to win, you got to do your road work. You got to do your wall push-ups. You got to work on your techniques. If I want to be able to put it to you this way, my coach drilled into my black ass how to do a standing switch, a crawling switch, a sit-out switch. I literally did the maneuver 1,000 times on my left arm. I said, okay, I did it 1,000 times on this arm, coach. Okay, you're not done. What about your right arm? See, you're looking at generational differences. And the bad part about it is this. You don't have the trust built up with black men and black boys because you do live in a gynocracy. Because you do live in a place where the only authority they know is a black woman and a white man. Just like when Cerulean was laughing because he knew I caught him. When I said, well, tell me who didn't have a bad day. Well, tell me one creature that didn't have, tell me one person that had it worse than a black man. We don't look at each other as brothers because you're not taught to be a brother. If anything, that's my boy. You're something to be owned. You're not something to be valued. You're something to be owned. You're something to do the bidding of someone else's. You can't be a man. My mother's here now helping me doing stuff around the house. I'm still recovering. Even though I'm more mobile, I'm feeling stronger, but I'm still healing. But guess what she does? Respect me as a man. I remember when I told my son to do something. I had to pull my mother up. Of course, not in front of my son. I said, I asked him to do this first, Ma. She was like, okay, I understand. Because she's not trying to undermine my authority as my son's father. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But how many times does that reverent respect is given by the mother from her son? How many times is that given in the black community?
Rarely. I mean, I remember back when I was a kid with my sister's father, he and my mother used to get into a lot of arguments because he didn't like the fact that she was raising me to come out soft. And she was like, well, that's my son, da 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 da. You know, long story short, you know, he moved out and just said, fuck it and let it be. And when she remarried to her current husband, you know, he kowtowed to her way of programming. And I was like, you know, it's kind of weird that this man here is allowing you to run reckless and he's not putting you in your place, and he's not even putting you in your place on how I should be brought up. I mean, the way how she raised me she basically raised me to be food out here to all of these wolves out here. And I'm like, if my mother's doing that, how many other mothers are doing that to their sons out here? You know,
you got to notice a lot of mothers cannibalize their sons for the cause and don't even know it.
Hence why I said a couple of broadcasts ago how mothers raise their sons to be indecisive and incompetent until it's no longer funny once it starts costing them money. You know,
and that's the link in the chat for anybody who want to come up. See, we look at dysfunction in the black community as normal, not normal, normal. And I'm saying it for that reason. Is because see how awkward it might sound to the ear, but it's still pronounced the same way it's spelled. You got to take into consideration. There's many factors that goes on in the destruction of our communities, but this is what they won't talk about. They won't talk about how a black man a black woman cannot be responsible for her part in this fucking wickedness. It's okay to talk about the black man because the black man is the easiest scapegoat to make. Because the black man can actually be the one to be chastised. He's supposed to be Almighty Christ wrapped up into one to take all your sins of the black community and die for them.
Yeah.
And when black men said, fuck that, we get upset because he's not going according to the programming.
How dare you not take responsibility for my fuck ups?
Exactly. How dare you hold me accountable? You got goddamn Brittany Cooper with a PhD blaming everybody else. Literally. She's literally blaming everybody else why she's fat. Well, the foods they give us, nobody told you to eat them.
Lack of exercise. That's why I run into a lot of these lost men, almost like in their 20s and their 30s, where they don't really know what to do. And I'm like, what can really help you is you go into the gym, to tell you the truth. Because you look at your physique, I mean, you have no confidence. You stand there like, you're afraid that the person next to you is going to punch your lungs out. Like, maybe if you put on some muscle mass, maybe you would stand up like a man is supposed to.
You know why?
No,
Because
is there a lack of confidence in coming from the fact that they're not in the gym, or is it just a lack of opportunity that's available in their proximity?
It's a lack
well,
of that
it's
they're not in
both.
the gym.
It's both. Let me explain the. Oh, I'm sorry. But I'm gonna say this real quick. You ever notice the cartoon characters and comic book characters I put in there? This is what I grew up with. Who's this character right here?
Prince Adam.
And who's he transforming into?
He-Man.
And what's He-Man's moniker?
He has the power.
No, the most powerful man in the universe. What boy does not want to grow up to be the most powerful man in the fucking universe? Fundamentally. Think about that. Fundamentally, would you like to be able to fucking do shit like this as a young boy?
Yeah.
To be so strong that your limit of strength is incalculable, that there's no force that can come against you. Think about that. You want to be so fucking strong and physical that there's no force you can't overcome with just some ingenuity.
And how many boys are alienated by their mothers not to become that? Because
exactly.
You got some women who will keep their sons, who will stay broke to keep their sons broke. I'm like, wait a minute, how does that work? I mean, he has no allowance. He can't even lift weights at home. Hell, if he even tries to do a goddamn push-up, she might yell his ear out.
Think about that. We took away the strength and the fangs and the claws of the lion, and then we made the motherfucker use a litter box.
Thinking about what you were saying, I just thought to myself, and yet every white boy is trying to go sign up for an MMA class right now.
Exactly. But what did they do? It's too dangerous. That's why I love Cerulean. That's my brother. Good guy. But when you say, even my brother, if you're saying it, I'm gonna tell you full of shit. And he helped me co-wrote. He's a good guy, and we brainstormed the Great Faulkner Initiative. And he's passionate, as you can hear, about black boys in the black community. But once again, there's another one of my favorite cartoons that I like to show up. Everybody knows it. Who's that character? That's Lionel. And what's his moniker? He's the Lord or King of the Thundercats. Right. He's the hereditary king, but he's also the king that earned it by trial by combat. You get what I'm saying? He had to go, which was one of the pinnacle episodes or miniseries called the Anointment Trials. Just because you're the king's son does not mean you earn the king's respect to take over. How many boys learn that young now? When you go to Disney Channel and Cartoon Network, you don't see the promotion of boys anymore. You don't see them telling stories. Hell, you see them tamping down the boys. Oh, well, the boys are just going to have to learn how to be helpful.
Yeah, ever since
well, that's on purpose.
The boys are getting their asses kicked by the girls in cartoons. Go ahead.
The last show with that was Adventure Time, and that just ended. Finn was the man. He didn't rely on nobody else but his two fists and his feet and his brother.
Yeah,
he didn't look at Princess Bubblegum or Marceline to do anything for him. But now you got cartoons like Steven Universe, where it's like
It's the women protecting the men.
Yeah, rely on the power of women, and women are awesome. I'm like, that's kind of the wrong message for this cartoon.
You have the women protecting the men, and then you wonder why that man is looking for you to do shit that he's supposed to do.
And just a side note, what was the biggest problem with that cartoon Steven Universe?
Besides being poorly drawn?
Yeah. The fact that his father wasn't as involved as he should be. He just let these 3 alien crystal women just take his son, and he would just show up and basically not really be a father to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, why would they even promote something like that?
Yeah. And how are they going to teach him masculinity?
There wasn't any. Oh, and he was surrounded by a whole lot of toxic masculinity with that character Lars. And
here's another character you might know.
Yeah, go for it. This is always the biggest sham I ever seen. I never understand how any male can like Dragon Ball Z, like Goku, but refuse to get this man's physique.
It's funny, but I'm gonna tell you why. As a guy who coached this shit, as a guy who coaches this shit, guess why? Because you're not taught to be bigger, stronger. You know what was said one time? Like, man, you getting weak. Oh, really? So, one time I was so weak. I tried out for this one bench press contest, and I couldn't even get 300 pounds up. Same thing with wrestling. I trained so hard, but I lost my first match. If I was one of these males that you see now, these herbivore males, I'd have quit.
Shout out to Japan with the herbivore males.
I would have
quit. I would have quit. But that same year, my first year, I ended up winning the championship and beating the guy I lost my first match to. Shout out to perseverance, right?
What is going on here?
Shout out to fucking perseverance. But yet, you look at Goku, and Goku is the self-made man. Goku is the self-made man, and you're right, Art Bunker. Chi-Chi neutered Gohan, and Gohan had the potential to be the strongest, even more than Goku.
Yeah, pick up this book.
And there's nothing wrong with picking up the books, but when Goku died, guess what happened? It became his responsibility to protect people. And that's why I said in my last podcast, black men are going to have to start being multifaceted.
Charles, also look at how Vegeta raised Trunks. If Vegeta was training, Trunks was training.
Yeah, he was underneath his dad's wing. He was underneath his daddy's wing.
So where were we? Yeah.
Dude, I forgot.
But you do realize that in both of those characters, they weren't waiting on anybody else to change. They were the ones who, displayed their own leadership to make shit change. Yeah.
No, it's the fact that there's nothing wrong with being the leader. There's nothing wrong with initiating. It's this. When you take the path to becoming the leader, a lot of people said, I want this guy to be a leader. I want this guy to do this. I want him to be that. That's cool. Here's the problem. When a lot of men in the community start taking their leadership roles, I will tell a lot of women, this is what you wanted. You want us to step back up? You want us to get back in our masculine principle? Cool. We have no problem doing it. Don't get upset the way we take this course. Don't get upset. Don't get upset when we alienate you because you do not want to stay the course.
Listen, my point, Charles, is like what I'm talking about has absolutely nothing to even do with them. Like, I don't even see why they always have to be injected into conversations about male improvement.
Because a lot of them is not. Because if you listen to my stuff regularly about the multifaceted man, it didn't have shit to do with females. It had shit to do with the men. You wondering why? Just like I talked about just now. You can't have a culture where you're tamping down men and you want them to be their best. You're going to have to promote masculinity.
Well, I had to run and do something, but I was looking at the chat. I just find it interesting how comparisons to China and certain derelict Negro male. But I just
America's not China. We got to work with what we got.
Well, China.
Am I for my thing? I don't want to live in China.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't want to live in no fucking China. That's for a fact.
As homogenous as China, I mean, that you're literally looking at something that took generations to nurture, and it didn't just come by easy. It just wake up and it was like, oh, it was made. You talk about decades on top of decades, adapting certain policies that restricted. And all the while, instead of alienating, they indoctrinated.
Yeah. Like niggas talking about niggas think it's nice now. Shit, you go through a totalitarian government. Shit. Good luck.
Well, the thing is that when I keep hearing these things about the people are leaving and yada yada yada, like, I don't really care about that type of stuff. Like when I talk about we're talking about like social issues. Like you talk about Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Z, and if you understand the various character dynamics and how I think someone in the chat mentioned PC. I was trying to neuter, that art imitates life. Like that's literally what was happening in Japan during the time those shows came out, and that's why in postmodern Japanese woman, male female dynamics, you're seeing the paper tiger in Japan, right? And so art, it imitates life, and just like I was going back to talking about the 70s and why the dramatic shift to where they tried to rapidly indoctrinate these women to prepare them for this postmodern society, one in which they don't have the same security that normally would have been if men had that economic stability. But that's a result. That's again a result of the loss of empire. And I think people misunderstand me when I talk about empire. When a nation expands in empire, I mean everything becomes interconnected. So the economy, its people, the society in general, it becomes an interconnected society in which now your national issues literally become geopolitical issues in the places where your empire reaches. But on the other hand, it's like a two-edged sword. Those geopolitical issues that were national issues of a place where you expanded empire to, now they also become your national issues. You see,
you want to talk about some man shit. So the reason why why I was muted for so long is because I'm actually I'm using the backhoe right now, and you know it beeps when you back up so that you don't roll over somebody like Charles, oh big ass. But yeah. So what's your okay? The whole conversation went off the rails a little bit earlier. But
That's normal. That's normal cerulean to me when we get passionate about something.
right,
Right,
but
right, cerulean.
Look, this is not our first rodeo.
This ain't our first rodeo. You're just lucky we kept the curse words to a minimum.
the cultural, I actually agreed with Cerulean a lot about postmodernism and as a matter of fact, because I don't think me and him have ever spoken before, but you know, you can I've heard about you before, but I think I started entering this space after you might have not been here so often. But you know, Rodri Port, BGS, and Charles know that I often talk about some of these larger things that are affecting America and the Black community in America specifically. Um, and so I agree, and actually I like your take on these are bigger and larger things that are happening, and they are affecting Black people and Black women in a certain way. What I usually say is that there's a few of us that are going to be able to hold on to some of these traditional family values, traditional families. You know, and when I say traditional, I mean that by the book, man, woman, child, or children. Um, but and that's a big red butt. I don't know what your skin tone is, but it might be a big light skin butt or big dark skin butt. But um, you know, we we have to be honest. That's going to the wayside. We're entering a era where those things are no longer needed, and so now you're seeing people run from that traditional family dynamic. If they're not running, they're being pushed out,
So,
or priced out. Better yet, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And I think that's one of the major issues that we're having is that, and this is what I was kind of hoping to get your idea about is what does it look like when so many people are being put in this position, but they don't understand that it's the environment that's causing them not to be able to afford that nuclear family, because some of the people still on the top 20%, me and Black Uru were having this conversation, they're the ones who are playing that role, but everybody else in the bottom 80, we're the ones who are finding it more difficult to be that father or that wife with the nuclear family, especially if you're Black, you know. And I just want to see what you thought about that.
Well, you know, I'm gonna let Cerulean. Well, as you all enjoyed Cerulean's intellectual prowess, like, share, subscribe. Please share this with people who need to hear it. And there you go.
it starts with an honest assessment of our economic reality. And the reason why I keep pointing to that is because um, in the 70s, when these radical changes were started taking place, it changed the way America does business. That's why you see all of these radical changes, these family splitting courts, and these over criminalized behavior that would have been everyday behavior back in the 70s, but those behaviors are today criminal. You know, like say beating your child for discipline. And let's just be honest. The reason why a lot of the kids today are out of control is because they don't get the ass beat. They've been socialized and trained, indoctrinated to be nicer and kinder. I mean, that's
Cerulean, can you say that again for the niggas in the back that don't hear you? About the ass whoopings. Can you say that again for the niggas in the back who don't hear nor believe you? Please say that again.
Look, from the end of Reconstruction all the way through the 1970s, the Black community was still a community thanks to ass whooping. Okay.
And it wasn't only your parents that could give you the ass whooping either.
But see, now we come into this postmodern society where they say, well, ass whoopings are wrong and yada yada yada. Blase squaze. Now you get parents that are even scared to discipline their children. I mean, Now it's at a point to where you raise your voice above an inch, and the wrong person sees you. They're ready to put you on camera, put you on blast, have a world star moment. Next thing you know, CPS is knocking at your door.
That's only if you're a black male doing that to your daughter. Ain't nobody got care if a father yells at his son.
No, and they promote the women yelling at the sons. Remember what was it in Baltimore? Was that the Baltimore shit shows where the mom slapped the son upside the head in front of everyone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was Baltimore.
Yeah, that was Freddie Gray. Yep.
Not restricted to.
They were applauding that one though.
Like this is why I always talk about politics, because we're always focused in these different directions. For instance, the next vice president, Kamala Harris, spent a lifetime as a AG of California, black folk up. And yet, she's all the support. And the problem is, it's not something that is exclusive now, especially now that America's becoming more white nationalist and isolationist at the same time. There was a story I remember reading where Kamala Harris locked this black woman up for pulling her kid out of a known violent school. Locked up another woman for taking her kid across the districting line to a better school.
Everybody keep the class structure in place. You can't cheat and send your kid to a better school, goddammit.
Now, this is your.
How is that even against the law in the first place? Is what I want to know. I mean,
because you're cheating.
It's because I like to bring up another Baltimorean specialty. We practically created redlining, aka keep your black ass here.
I mean, exactly. That's where I was going.
Early 1900s, then was Baltimore Mayor Mahmoud. He's the one that created the rules for what is now called redlining. You can look this guy up. And then now we come into again the 21st century, and you're really dealing with the same problem that you had 60, 70, 80, 150 years ago, and you don't want to redress that. I mean, that is a scary issue, especially whenever you're seeing all of your leadership being shot in the head on national TV. But like I was saying, whenever a nation expands its empire out, its national issues become geopolitical. They're no longer something that is only restricted to America. The American empire, and there is an exploitative nature to American empire, and the difference is that when America expanded empire into places like South America, the Caribbean, and even to the third place in Africa, they already had a snapshot of what was happening in America, which is why they caught on faster than we were able to push it back here in America. Because you got to think, from 1870, black men get the right to vote, to nearly 100 years later in 1964 getting the Civil Rights Act passed. That was 100 years of doing that. That was 100 years of nurturing that machine that got that political machine rolling. You see, and the problem is that generation that came after it, instead of keeping that machine rolling, what it did was it kicked its feet up and said, we've arrived. This is a good thing now, because even though there was still a lot of work to be done.
That's what Minister Japp was talking about a couple of days ago. Those comfortable niggas. They got their pensions and everything, and they talk like we're still in the 1970s when we're not.
A lot of them got what they got. They were able to get a position, and now you look at them now. You still got niggas, like old niggas, fucking literally only got fucking clout because they're still marching on the damn bones of Dr. King and all the other goofy shit.
Like John Lewis is dead. Stop bringing him up.
So why aren't the young people out there putting their bones on the line and doing the same thing that the young people did back in the 60s?
Actually, you do have them, but we do everything in silence.
Well,
where are they?
We basically have our stuff where it's like you come.
You're socialized to.
You know, like how you like to say like how black women kill my brother's. You know how you say black women kill my brother's keeper.
Yes.
Well, the thing is about this that my brother's keeper is actually alive and well. You just gotta find them. They're not out here advertising.
The thing is that they could have expanded it much further than it was, and they basically almost killed the program. It's underground. The thing is, why is it underground?
Well, the thing is, the reason why they have to keep it underground is because of the same reason as you explained it. But if you're in the homeless shelter as a man and everything, my brother's keeper is right here, alive and well. All you have to do is look at the billboard, and it's like, hey, we got the program right here. Caseworker right here.
So in other words, even my brother's keeper is a very small program and it's underground, right? But in fact, the Black Guru actually did a search, right? He said he actually typed in the Google searches, put black programs, and he didn't put it whether it's male or female. Guess what he found out? He said the first 200 searches are all female. Why is that?
Because that's how the algorithm works. It's just like it's just like how we have a majority of black people who always promote the image of the black woman. You have a whole bunch of black male artists, right? But who are they drawing? They're drawing characters like Goku. They're drawing images of black women.
So in other words, basically, I talked to like 3 PhDs that actually do this stuff for a living, right? They actually been in this stuff for 20 years, right? So why are they confirming the same thing we see as a Google search? And they talk to the women actually implementing programs. Okay, supposed to be implementing programs.
So I'm not debunking any of the facts that you're stating. I'm just stating that the program is alive and well. It's just not going to be out there. It's basically working under the guise of like the Nation of Islam. They're not inclusive. They're exclusive. They're not going to put themselves out in Front Street. You got to find. You just got to go out there and find them.
Because the black women will attack it if it's out front.
Exactly, just as the Nation of Islam.
And so basically the same things. In fact, the Green Guerrillas just reading stuff from Robert Staples, right? And they attacked the same thing you guys are trying to promote. The black women attacked way back in the 1960s and 70s, and it's still attacking it today. Same thing you promoted. In other words, they want to promote themselves. They want to put themselves out there. They want to put themselves in positions of leadership and stuff like that. And they want to keep the men subordinate. That is very obvious. That's very obvious. Okay. And I think, and so basically, this is the pattern that's been around for a very long time. In fact, I was reading the Mohawk Conference 1890 that said that they need that black women needed to be promoted to Christianize black men. They said that years ago, like 130 years ago. So basically, that cultural pattern is still with us.
BGS, I actually had a question for you. It's something that you brought up, I think, on Roger Report, and you were speaking about one of the prominent black feminists of the 1970s that was saying one of the big issues is that white men and black women aren't getting together, or something like that. You were going down the line.
There was what's her name? The wrote in, I'm a woman. She was saying is that what she was saying, and I got to go back and I actually listened to it and actually go back and find it in a text because I want to actually keep it as a highlight. What she was saying is that with women inherit the status of their husbands, right? And what she was saying is that that white women are perfectly willing to marry black men and inherit the status of the status of a black man. They were willing to do it. That's like, I mean, she says you see so many more white women getting married to black men. Well, she's saying is because of racism, white men would have sex with black women, but they wouldn't marry them. And so they wouldn't allow white black women to get the status of a white woman, a status that of their white husband, and because in her mind it would actually, in feminist mind, was actually dismantle what they call racism and white supremacy.
So now we come full circle. Now, so the question now that I have for you, because I was trying to ask this before you left earlier. Okay, so now, did you hear the comment that Joe Biden made about interracial commercials? Because you brought it up earlier. You look at all the commercials that they're interracial, and when you said that, so I thought about what Joe Biden said when he was speaking to the quote unquote black civil rights leaders. He said, "Look, we got interracial commercials." So,
okay, Joe Biden said several things that are key. Okay, one, he said that the demographics. He actually, he talked about demographics. He's about 2040, white people will be a minority. So, black folks better get together with the Hispanics. And
is it just me, or did I hear y'all gotta kiss Hispanic ass?
No, he says you got to go work with them because there's more of them than you. In other words, he's saying that demographically, what Anderson has been saying is for the last 30, 35 years, you are now the permanent underclass of the United States. You were already the underclass, but now it's permanent, solidified, because you don't even have the demographic numbers anymore as far as the minority. And the Hispanics will probably eventually, along with the mulattoes, overtake white people. White people will be pure white people as we have known it will be the underclass. So you have to you're going to have a different power structure. So you've got to start working with the people that are coming up in a different power structure. Now about the interracial commercials, that stuff has been planned since 1945. When you did integration, integration is the fancy name, right? That's the selling point. It doesn't sound as harsh. Really, what they mean is assimilation. Okay, assimilation. The last part of assimilation is admixture. Now they're openly promoting it. That's why I said, if you want to say the black community, the black women got to get on code. And they only got 10 years. You got to get off of what the fuck you're on right now. Otherwise, it's over. In my mind, it's probably already over, and Biden pretty much is saying that it's over. So if you want to, you got 10 years to pull a Hail Mary. If you don't want to do that, then I don't even know what we're arguing about.
That's exactly what I was trying to get to, because I kind of feel the same way. When I look at the landscape, you've heard me say it before, I just don't see how you say this without like as many people as humanly possible getting on code to get a critical mass, and I don't know if it's going to happen in the next decade.
There's a lot of things that are working, basically working against what we're talking about, especially, the way we're raised culturally, the way we're actually bred here in our family formations, where we do have a matriarchy. Well, I call it a gynocracy, but the thing is basically a virtual matriarchy, and that's fueled not only by racism and but also the industrialism or post-industrial climate that we live in, because it's not just here anymore. In fact, I found the paper I was looking for about Chile, right, which at the time had the highest out of wedlock birth rate, and I was actually going to go through the paper to find out exactly what switch, because there was a switch between 1990 and 1999 that caused Chile to go from one of the lowest out of wedlock birth rates and the highest marriages to now to some of the lowest. Okay, the out of wedlock birth rate in Chile is 75%. In Colombia is 85%. The thing is, why is it happening? And now you see the same thing happening in say, like in South Africa. We're just talking about that because somebody asked me about the same thing. What's going on in South Africa?
For the black people in South Africa and the white people, or just the black people?
Well, the thing is, since black people are the majority, they're actually focusing on the black people because that's what people focus on, right? They had a wedlock birth rate in South Africa. The out of wedlock birth rate in South Africa is 55% and rising. It's also rising in Kenya. It's also rising in in Ghana, which is historically very patriarchal and very in very marriage minded. Even the matriarchies are very traditional. What is going on there? So the thing is, you have to dig in and find out exactly what the environment is actually doing to people. So you're having a switch, okay? So basically, this is going to happen, and basically, white people, black people are at the forefront, and even the black community is not even the worst anymore. It used to be. It's not even the worst anymore. The out of wedlock birth rate in France is like 70% now.
Okay,
And
hold
So
on.
once you're modern,
once you go into post-industrial demographics, these patterns will likely show up. And the thing is why? What is happening with people? What's going on with people? What's going on with traditions? Because marriage is a social instrument. It's not natural. It's a social instrument. The thing is, why is it breaking down? And why are these patterns reforming into something else?
I'd like to thank everybody for the cash apps: Dr. Dunbar, Alton Anderson, Enigma Inc., Mayweather, and New. Thank you for the support.
Look at how fast post World War II America rose to empire, and then after the passing of one bill, how rapidly America's empire declined.
It expanded, but the thing is, really, okay, there's there's two books that people probably should read, okay. In fact, I read one, which is the American Slave Coast, and also the Empire of Cotton, which I'm reading right now. Okay, America was an empire long before World War II. America became an empire right after the Louisiana Purchase. And then they went out and they had the Mexican-American War and
manifest destiny.
It will manifest destiny and went from coast to coast, all on the backs of basically expanding the textiles of the Cotton Empire. In fact, Andrew Jackson wanted to expand America all the way down to the tip of down to Panama. That's what he wanted to do. But basically, he has rode for that back in the 1830s. He was actually wanting that. That's how come they took Texas, because they wanted to have more land in the South to raise cotton and bring in more slaves, or breed more slaves actually working. So basically, America was an empire long before that, and America was actually a rising empire, global empire before World War I. So World War I was actually the big switch. Long before World War II, it was a de facto empire where America had to actually assume control, actually public control over it after World War II. So it was an empire long before that. But the thing is, as far as taking over the global architecture, the civilization, they rotated into it.
The reason why I marked World War II, post World War II, as America's rise to empire, was because during the 30s, America was still trying to rapidly expand its naval arm, and at the time, countries like Britain and Germany, Imperial Japan, they already had these massively expansive naval forces that America was trying to keep up with. They were not the kind of I wouldn't say the Louisiana Purchase made it an empire, considering that it happened on the same continent.
That's an empire.
Just because you put a border, a border there.
That's an empire.
And united the country. You made a nation. That's an empire.
Basically,
Ethiopia
has been an empire for 500 years. It's an empire. It doesn't have to be a global empire. It's an empire. It was still an empire.
But it's been an empire for what, 5,000 years, 6,000?
With China's been basically an empire for a couple thousand years. It doesn't have
It's
to be
about
global.
5,000 years.
It doesn't have to be global to be an empire. Okay, basically, states or countries are very new. Okay, a state or as a country, what we think as a country or a state is only like a couple hundred years old. Empires have been around for a long time. Russia had an empire, a landlocked empire for forever.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
World War I, World War II changed the definition of empire, because it was becoming, industrialism became this global thing, and with the Treaty of Versailles, literally redefined empire. So America had to come into uh, basically these fallen states that had to peel back their militaries because of their overexpansion. Britain being a prime example of that. And
well, Britain became an empire. What in basically in 18 right after the fall of Napoleon in 1812 1814, they were an empire, a global empire then.
Precisely. So,
but that's a global empire. You can have more than one type of empire.
The sun never sets.
On the British Empire, yeah. The empire, the empire, it can be. In fact, all your historians say the same thing. America was an empire long before it became a global empire. And in fact, America was a global empire long before World War II because they dominated Central and South America.
The Marshall Doctrine? What is it? Is it
Monroe.
I think
Monroe Doctrine. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Monroe. I don't know why I said Marshall. Monroe. Yes.
That was before most America even understood proxy war or any of that. To know that empire extends to proxies, and so South America heavily influenced. Really, what I'm saying is that when you're saying that these brothers are leaving, they're not actually leaving. They're just going into another sector of the empire. It's the same empire. It's globally connected.
When I say leaving, we have this idea of what we call a black community, right? A black society, right? That's what we say. So that we believe has an electric fence around it. Okay, the heart of what we believe a black community is black men and women getting together and actually keeping your culture or subculture together. Okay. And we always accuse people of leaving the black community. So when I say leaving, you guys know what I mean. So we don't have to play word games. You know what I mean when I say leaving. They're not leaving. They're not leaving the United States. What they're doing is leaving our culture or our cultural base, what we call the black community. So when I say leaving,
and bragging and celebrating it when they leave.
Well, they're not. Well, most of them aren't bragging and celebrating. They're actually doing it very quietly.
Well, it also makes the assumption that say black culture or black community is something different than American culture. The blacks aren't American.
Well, what are we complaining about then?
That's what I want.
So black men should be able to do whatever they're going to do and it be accepted. It shouldn't be a big deal that they're marrying a Latina or an Asian or a white. It shouldn't make any difference. If we're all American, then there's nothing to argue about. So there is no such thing as a so-called black culture, and basically black men, or what we call black men or American men, should be able to get the best deal wherever they can.
Not to mention BGS, these other groups, when they become Americanized, that second and third generation marry outside their race even more than black men. Asian men are at 39%, Latino men are at 26%. Yeah, true, that first generation.
Well, you got to remember that a lot of Asian females are imported from the Philippines and elsewhere. So those numbers will be skewed. They're not just marrying out to marry out. Basically, they were imported anyway, but they're still counted as Asian wives. So you got to remember, especially California. So there's actually more Asian females in California than Asian men. Why is that? Because a lot of the females are actually imported.
Wow.
Which I say that black men should do. You don't have no wives imported. Do like the white guys do. Import you some black women.
I suspect that the only reason why it is really a conversation,
nameless,
is because like a lot of the brothers that have this conversation, it makes this assumption that we are somehow in a vacuum tube or test tube in some kind of petri dish that is outside of the scope of what America is or its empire. And and my problem comes in, and when does it become solely an issue for a group that is affected, right, by that same decline of empire, or that same age of decadence, that rather than the overall society that created it? Because last time I checked, Black women didn't create American society.
Yeah, well, neither did we. So how can we get blamed for it?
They didn't create American economy.
Well, then why do black women blame black men for it?
I did a video on this. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Well, so in other words, if that is the case, then black women need to get their asses off of black men's neck and go talk to their betters, and stop being Becky's bitch for a second, and confront her instead of siding with her.
Instead of want to beat her.
Because right now, when Kamala Harris is actually an example, okay, you're being Becky's bitch right now, and because you think you're gonna get some more butter biscuits than a packet of honey. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're not.
Well,
I mean, I totally agree with you, but who's actually going to make them actually do that? I mean,
personally,
you have to study. You have to even have the right thing.
One time, I can't hear you.
Well, they're gonna have to do it eventually, because competition's a motherfucker. It's like Cerulean said earlier, survival. But if they like the way the status quo goes, then they won't.
Yeah. But like I keep saying, all of this has been normalized. It's not a normal state for us to be where we're at right now. It's not a normal state for us to be suffering disproportionately from what's going on with modernism. That's why I wanted to bring up that video, Charles. I wanted to get permission from you before I linked it in the chat. BGS, I think you told me you watched it, but it really helps put some of what we're talking about. It puts some of what we're talking about into context, because if we don't understand that our issues are exclusively cultural, and that our culture is literally, it's like it's participating as an involuntary shadow of the collective unconscious of the United States of America. Because when we hear what people define as the Black community, there's only one common denominator that really is accepted in practice, and that is a ADOS Black female at the center of that. Which is why if a Black man who's classified as ADOS goes anywhere else, what he produces is not considered part of what's called the Black community, period. But a Black female can do that. And this is, again, an inherited pattern that comes from the way slavery was done in the United States, specifically post Thomas Jefferson with these baby farms. Because the designation of slave was titled and given through the female.
Through the female, yeah. Exactly.
So we need to understand that when we're going from that angle, what we're talking about is cultural. And until we address the culture, which is passed down through the mother, and that's why I did that stream with Dr. Nicole Ali and went over epigenetics, because a lot of this may even be epigenetic at this point.
I mean, epigenetics is a pseudoscience. Not technically.
There's nothing pseudoscience about.
You're coming up muffled, Gray. You're coming up muffled.
You know, people like Charles Murray.
Yeah, but also you have a genetic engineer, Nicole, that does have her doctorate, that does this for a living, that agrees with it.
I mean, you can't sit down and say that it's a pseudoscience or something when they can identify and look at methylation around a gene and understand that the environment emphasizes it, and then base treatments on how things like psychological disorders can be passed down. This is not someone's opinion. I only said that this could be, at this point, an issue that's epigenetic, to show that because women are the ones that have the greatest potential for that.
You're going to have to let him talk.
You're going to have to
let him talk, Cerulean.
Let me finish my
Cerulean. You're going to have to let him speak.
Hold up.
Because I don't got a lot of time. I'm at work right now.
Hold up. We got to be one at a time, man. I don't mind the conversation. I don't mind the flow. But we got to understand each other, especially when people listen to the playback. Finish on Nameless.
So my point is, people recreate what it is they had from where they came from.
And what we're failing to really acknowledge is the difference of what happened to us in these baby farms and how that culture has been inherited and cultivated all throughout Reconstruction, all throughout the Jim Crow era, and literally given steroids with intersectionalism. And we sit here and literally have so much of our culture rather, be defaulted to the tenets of intersectionalism that it makes it impossible for us to start the problem solving process, because literally the boys get compromised out the gate, and people at the end of the day cannot carry out roles they were never trained for. Period.
Nameless, speak to that. Speak to that. Default to intersectionalism.
I did a whole video on it. I'm going to link it in a second. And, you know, we need to have a greater conversation about this, because I think this is where people get lost when they hear the word gynocracy. They instantly think that it's an attack on women, and it is in reality only addressing the conditioning, which can apply to men and women. Period. That's all I wanted to say with regards to that.
Hey, the microphone's on fire. Who want to take it? BGS?
I thought Nameless had more to say, but she only had a response.
Said something that was key. You know, talking about
you got to get close to the mic, Cerulli, because you're really muffled, man. So it's hard to understand you.
So if you understand that the environment has a greater effect on the cells than any other phenomena, then you know,
I can barely hear you. It's like you're speaking through a mask.
Women need to change, yada yada yada. Women don't change with the environment. And so, unless you change it, and I don't even know why they're like a permanent fixture in conversations about you know.
Because they're partners in it. They're not immovable. They're not objects. Okay, they're not neutral objects. They have a say. They have a will. They have a say so in how the environment is shaped, just like everybody else. But they're not children. We gotta stop treating women like children. They're not. That's our problem. They're not kids.
Actually, I would disagree politically. I mean, talk about a group that has only had freedom for what 60-something years.
So what? They're still not children. They weren't children then.
But my thing ain't got nothing to do with that. My thing is, okay, if you're saying it's a real simple premise. If you're saying that the women have been doing a poor job, why the fuck you keep letting them do the job?
It's not a matter of letting. The state is literally being co-opted into this process.
Wait a minute. Did we volunteer to be slaves, to be subjected to racism and white supremacy? No, we don't have control over that. We don't have control over that.
Let me hop into my coon bag real quick.
Well, hop into it. Go and hop into it real quick.
You ain't slaves now. So what's the problem now? You ain't slaves.
But somebody still has the thumb on the scale, though. Somebody still has their thumb on the scale.
We ain't slaves now. We weren't slaves after Jim Crow either. It doesn't mean anything. The untouchables in India are not slaves either, but basically they're still oppressed by the state.
And that was preserved by the culture. The
peasants in Mexico aren't slaves either.
That's still talking about the effects of the overarching problem.
But here's the problem.
Black men aren't going to change that.
Bring it up with the with how the boys are feeling, but let's just be honest, man. Like y'all don't really give a fuck about the boys.
Well, then it's over, sir.
Talk about being right.
When it's over,
and that's really all it is. It's anything else.
It's an intractable problem, then, sir. You're not going to solve it.
But here's the problem. Here's three problems. First problem, Cerulli, you got to fix your mic. You sounded muffled.
That's just really, really bad.
Second problem is this. Yes, we're not slaves now, but are we still affected by governmental incentives? Are you women incentivized to go against your best environment?
If you're still affected by,
you got to do something with that mic, man.
The problem lies.
You got to do something with that mic, man. Okay, it's killing me. You got to do something with that mic, man.
It's crazy.
It's bad.
If I could jump in here real quick, or at least and kind of speak to maybe what Cerulli's angle may be coming from.
Go ahead.
we got 12 hours until we get to the new year. The question is, what's the framework that Black men are going to collectively come up with to go forward, absent of the women?
To focus on yourself
I'd like to
and
jump
don't
in
worry
on
about
that
the
one.
community.
Say that again.
Frank, if there's no will, you can. There's tons and tons and tons and tons of ideas that come up and have come up in the past, over the past 100 years. The thing is there will actually enact those plans? How do you convince people to actually enact those plans?
You don't necessarily have to have, will from somebody else, but the actual clear understanding of we're in a completely a new industrialization that's coming up right now as we speak. 22 million jobs after COVID will be lost permanently. Black men, 60% going to be disproportionately impacted by this. And we're still saying, well, the women this or the women that. I'm kind of with Cerulean on this, that there has to be, the conversation has to go beyond that.
No, I think we're talking about way more than the women.
Whoa. Let me finish.
Right. I think, because when I came in, I only heard about whether or not women are doing a poor job, and I think I kind of understand where Cerulean is coming from. So I'm saying, 2021, what's going to be the game plan going forward into 2030?
So in other words, does the state allow Black men to get their boys and raise them properly?
Absolutely not.
I'm asking Mike. Does the state mandate that Black men get their boys to raise them properly? After the tender years, which is at age of 5, do they allow them to do that?
I think that's a state by state basis.
No, I'm talking about the state as a whole. It's not basically what state in America allows Black men to go get their boys?
I mean, we can look at Maryland. I mean, Charles Faulkner has custody of his son.
How many Charles Faulkners are there out there in Maryland, even in Maryland?
I mean, I wouldn't have a number for
that. In other words, very few. What I'm talking about, the structure of the state as a whole. In other words, you want Black men to do something that they're not allowed to do, and basically, who are raising the children as you putting them out into this infrastructure?
And let me state something about that. Right, I never went to court for my son. I demanded to get him. Not all guys can do that. And then about this, let's look at this, right? Culturally, traditionally, who teaches the culture, the men or the women?
The women.
So if the women teach the culture and their cultural norms, because guess what? Women are going to teach the boys to be strong, brave, stoic if needed, because we need them to fight and we need them to farm and do whatever at that time and period. And they're teaching the women to be the more culinary and the more house kept. Now, because women are getting power that they claim is equal to men, which is really not, it's proxy power, by the way. Now that they're getting what they asked for, they don't like the results of it. And see, y'all, a lot of people want to look at the men, but are the men the purse strings of the community? Every time a Black man tries to get a job in this damn community, what happens?
2016, 21% of Black American men did not have a job.
So this is why I wanted to make a stab at the presupposition that somehow people can create something that they have never been trained for. The overwhelming majority of men who work, especially in the Black community, go out and get jobs, do what they can and get educated. They're doing it so that they can have some means to provide for a family eventually. But if he's looking for a wife, and in the Black community, wives are not raised, what's going to be the end result?
And
if he's being raised also to exhibit characteristics that suit that particular environment in the household, which is generally to be some sort of ATM or vending machine, because the boy is literally becoming a psychological exit point for her shortcomings psychologically due to the trauma she got in her environment growing up, and that she gets inherited from everyone else's trauma around her. What's the end result? A bunch of grown boys that everyone is complaining about in this space. But if there is no cultural format for manhood put on the table for him to follow, how's he supposed to know? You're
He
going to
won't.
default to your conditioning. And our conditioning is very clear. It's being on that plantation, being a provider, and being a vitamin D dispenser. That's it.
In fact, I was just talking. I think there was a chick, Brittany, that says she's submissive, right? And so I asked her, "What about your family background?" And she said she grew up in a two-parent household and with a fairly strong father. And guess what she actually said? Well, basically, you know who the real power was in the family.
So based
Mom.
on so based
Mom,
on
yes.
that, so based on that, and I'm asking Charles Faulkner, do you think that the Great Faulkner Initiative is null and void then, based on this?
No, because all you see this is the problem. Everybody's looking for an absolute solution. So really, to myself, I tell you, we look for the 2/3 not to make it. Okay, we didn't say we need every black boy in the military, police, and the
Just a
fire
critical
departments.
mass.
We just need 100,000, which is a very small amount. You get more of your boys in prison than the amount that we ask.
Well, I say that it wouldn't be bad if if it was made a cultural kind of thing. These are just basic things that have worked already. There's evidence of it working. There's evidence that it's still working.
Yeah, people still going to the military.
That's why I mentioned this article. That's going to. It's not even an article. It's actually a report. Pentagon report is going to come out in March.
Go about more black females. Because the thing is, what I was trying to say is that black boys and black girls are not raised in separate households. They're raised in the same household. How come you're having different outcomes? That's what I was asking.
That is a societal thing,
That's a cultural thing.
Okay, I got one thing to say. No shit, Sherlock. That's what we're talking about.
And that's all we're directing. People cannot perform a role they were never trained for. Personally, do you understand that all aspects that I learned as a man that helped me live and survive in the environment I came up in, I had to learn from Asian culture through martial arts? I didn't have any figure that actually stood up and showed me what that all meant and how to actually apply that in society as an illustration. And the difference between me and my brother that grew up next to me? He's got a record, and here I am with a top secret clearance, still doing what I need to do and being relatively successful. And I'm about to inherit essentially the entire family portfolio and have to be the family patriarch.
That's what I'm doing now.
That's what I'm doing now.
Let me point this out, okay? Number one, are your boys being taught to be leaders? Do black women teach their sons to make a decision? Because when I'm even down to the simple things as white women, Asian women, Arabic women asking their sons, "What would you like to eat tonight?"
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna hold up. Let me finish. To the point where, guess what? That child spends more time typically with mom, even with dad, because dad is working more. Men do work more hours, even still today. So when that girl is looked up as, I gotta teach you to be strong and independent, versus I gotta teach you to be someone subservient.
Yeah.
Where you're gonna see these strong and independent women do what? Take masculine roles. You're not teaching the boys to be strong and independent. If I give you a damn Bowie knife and come back to get you three days later, you're gonna learn to use that Bowie knife very efficiently or die, right?
Well, I'll put it this way. And history bears me out on this. No matter the level of socialization, history has proven that women are incapable of crafting boys into men.
Well,
that's true.
Well, then, there you have it. There you have it.
So now you're now you're, and that's why I say you're asking them to
see, this is
you're
the
asking
point.
them to practically do your job. You know.
No. We're not asking that. Hold on, BGS. I got this.
Okay, all right.
It's not that we're asking you to do their job. We're asking you to do their job that they signed up for. You're supposed to be the inspirer of men, including your boys. You're supposed to make that boy feel like Superman before any woman he sleeps with. You're supposed to tell that man that he can do anything he can put his mind to. But the most that boy's going to be is getting in the black community is that you ain't shit like your father. And salute to the women who don't downplay the man, regardless of his situation.
I'm gonna bust your noodle even further. Okay, if you're not careful, if you look at what's going on in the broader society, where these black boys have to go to school, and the commercials have to look at, black men actually being trained to be wives for white feminists right now. Look at the roles. Look at the roles in these commercials, and look at the literature they're putting out as far as black men in interracial marriages. Okay?
Black goofy dad to the white mom.
Basically, you have a Tide commercial where we have basically a black man, a black father, and a mixed little girl crawling underneath the porch, right? They're getting dirty, right? Like normally a little boy would do. Guess who's actually has to go and do the laundry? Is it the white woman? It's a black man. Look at where they're pushing you, okay?
The book The Richer Sex really goes into a lot of detail about that. It really spells that vision out. That's why people need to get that. I got to get ready to go now. BGS, you said that book you mentioned earlier was called The Empire of Cotton. Empire
of Cotton. Yeah, I'm reading through it now. Basically, and they talk about capitalism from a standpoint of textiles and cotton. In fact, they actually talked about the early capitalism as war capitalism was actually done by force.
Okay,
and Nicholas, please don't forget to put that link in the chat, please.
Yeah, I'm about to do that right now.
And thank you for coming up, Nameless.
No problem.
If you really
get your lazy ass back to work, Nameless.
Get your nigga lips back off that
mic. Capitalism started as a war economy, economy. So, because you had to force people to accept your medium of trade for their goods, services, or resources. So,
and they had to force people to comply to work for no wages, basically. So that's why Empire Cotton. He constantly talks about war capitalism, going back to the mid 1500s.
And I was gonna ask my boy answer. He says it's not always about what you're taught; it's about to do what you do what you're taught. We have to use the tools to get. We have to be taught to use the tools that we get. See, when you're toolless, how can you be taught it? When you're not even acknowledged and thought of being teachable, that's the problem.
Basically, there's a reason they call it socialization, okay, to fit into a society, right? It doesn't matter with the tools that you have. Basically, your psyche is built by your society, and is limited by your society. So it doesn't matter what tools that you have, right? We have plenty of tools. How come people don't use them? And that's the issue. How come they don't use the tools that are in front of them? It's because they have not been taught to use them.
Hey, Charles Faulkner, I dropped a link in the private chat. If you can bring that up.
And that's for the Wilson House Media.
So that was signed into the COVID relief bill. Again, these are effects of.
Oh yeah, by the way, the $2,000 isn't coming. Mitch McConnell blocked that shit.
Oh, I told you would block it. I'm not surprised. So they blocked it before. Because they wouldn't give you $1,200. Why would they give you $2,000?
Hey, neoliberal strikes again.
Yeah, well, that's a different article. That's drift. We're not gonna go to BGS drift today. We try to stay on topic.
I need you to cover this, BGS.
Why do you think they would give you $2,000 when they saw what you did with the $1,200? Because everybody assumed that people went out and bought big screen TVs, and that's not actually what happened. What they did was actually pocket the money, keep it,
or pay bills.
counts.
I listen to Jack Rasmus, who actually is an expert in shit, the economist expert, who actually follows this stuff. It'd be better for them to actually spend the money on rent relief than actually give people $2,000 or $600. The bill wasn't about the money they were going to get as a check. The bill was actually extending unemployment benefits for like 14 million people. That's really why they signed it. It hasn't really. The check is just what people put out in front of you. That it really doesn't. It's not going to make a big difference. But that $300 extra a week that you're going to get from your unemployment or unemployment when it runs out, that's the biggest deal. But nobody's going to talk about that because that's a no-brainer.
The problem is they would have had the money if they would have had the money if they didn't have to bail out the corporations. That was the biggest.
Don't give up the goods.
Well, thing is, that is not the country that you live in, sir. That's the reality. And people are not going to. People at this point are not going to raise up and actually do that.
When I'm talking about, the political, laziness, apathy, that's America right now. And so,
right now, that's been America from the beginning. What are you talking about? What are you talking about now? It's been that way. What are you talking about now?
Always been that, these conversations make the assumption that black folk are something else other than Americans when we're really the last true Americans left. I mean, everybody else has come lately, and yet, we're talking about these things as if we're not watching all these other people coming.
We've never said that. We never said that. That's called drift. We're not talking about it. We talk about internal cultural things that are going on.
We got so lazy post sobriety, and now we're mad at a product after doing 3-4 decades of socialized previous generation of parents to be softer, kinder with kids.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about cultural laziness, right? Because we're actually acting like that we've been in this neutral state for the last 30-40 years, right? Okay, you went through what we call austerity measures after 1971 when Nixon took you off the gold standard. That was a shock to the financial, personal shock to the system, right? Nothing you can do about that, right? That's geopolitical, right? Nixon and Jimmy Carter took you through austerity measures to get your dollar and your financials back in order, right? Right after that, guess what happened? You got a bomb dropped on you because the United States wanted to defeat the Soviet Union. It's called the crack era. Basically, dropped a fucking plague and bomb on your whole society.
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan and others, right? And after 1989, after the Soviet Union fell, then you got into what? The crime bill, started sitting black people, criminalizing the whole black community and basically reforming welfare. So basically you had 2 shocks to the system, 2 bombs that dropped on the black community, and we get accused of cultural laziness. Come on, give me a break, man. We're fortunate we even have a black community still there.
That's the context that should be maintained. Not genderizing the conversation with this, the male female. When if you understand that your community got a bomb dropped on it,
mm-hmm.
because America's still in the midst of trying to prove to the USSR that it's better than it.
Mm-hmm.
That your community got sacrificed, and then somehow the women were supposed to be able to be insulated from that and be perfect vessels.
They're supposed to help. They're supposed to help.
When we look at the world, we look at the world over. We look at the world over. If we want to genderize the conversation, women worldwide, geopolitically, are the greatest group disaffected by poverty. Okay.
So what are they doing about it? They're not involuntary actors. They're actually throwing dirt on it. So stop throwing dirt on it at the very least. Goddamn it, it doesn't take a whole lot of money to read to your kid for fucking 30 minutes a day. Don't take no money, especially nowadays. How come they're not doing it? Yeah, the most educated class of women, black women ever in this society. How come your kids are not educated, especially your boys? That's a sin. They brag about it.
Can't brag about it if you.
It has nothing to do with money.
I
Okay.
don't care how strong the fruit is. If it bears rotten fruit,
So
that's the result of your legacy. But at the same time, see, this is the
back
problem.
at that conversation.
No. I'm gonna say this.
Nope.
Hold up.
Nope.
I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, right.
I
Okay.
do not alleviate black men from their duties, just like I will not alleviate black women from theirs. And that's it. That's not even a sexual thing. Notice, I've taken sex out of it. I've taken dating out of it. Let's talk about parenting. Statistically, black fathers raise better kids than black mothers.
Yeah.
White women raise better black sons than black mothers.
That's
how the
questionable.
fuck? How the fuck is that? But yet, here's the crazy part. We don't question how is that child looked in his own society? Is the black male highly revered?
Are we talking about the black community as a subgroup, or are we talking about American society? Because American
Black
society
community as a subgroup.
As a
We're
subgroup.
talking about black people.
How
now.
is he revered in his society?
So we're talking about the lower priority of.
No.
No, we're talking about our family business.
For all you anime fans, you gotta get the Super Saiyan 1 before you get the Super Saiyan 3. Before we could even talk about geopolitical, we gotta deal about the communal. But yet we can't even establish and acknowledge what's going on with the communal.
Well, I think that's why I linked the HR 1636 in the private chat for you to pull up.
Yeah, it's giving me some issues. Post it in the regular chat, I think.
I don't have a wrench, so I can't do that.
Well, goddamn. Well, post something in the chat so I can give you a wrench.
I'm suspicious of the HR.
I'll share it. I'll share it.
Because
and post something anyway, Mike, so I can give you a wrench anyway.
All right. I'll share this. Go ahead and share my screen, Charles.
You know, you look at the, I mean, you look at the subsidiary bills that are with that. It reeks of another 96 crime bill coming down the pike. You ask me.
Okay, so what? So basically, are to do nothing?
No.
So in other words, we need to get in and fix this shit.
So you're telling me
that it requires to get rid of the political apathy.
Good luck with that.
Well, this political season has shown a lot of black men. Let's just say it. I'm just gonna fucking say it because it's the elephant and bull in the room.
Well,
black men and black women are politically
with the federal.
Let him speak.
We need to focus on the
let him speak.
Hold on for a second. See, I'm gonna just say the elephant and the bull in the room, okay? Black men and black women are politically antagonistic. Okay? We don't see the world the same way. They say black man go get a goddamn job. Okay? Here's the issue with that. When you tell him to go get a goddamn job, you know goddamn well, and you got your wrench, Mike. You know goddamn well that you benefit off of his suppression. You know that what black woman would trade spaces with her man, and she knows she benefits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say the same to you that I said to this one soldier years ago during Iraq. Tell me one. He was like, well, you know, we all go through stuff. We all go through this shit. I said, okay, I'll give you that. Give me one white person who would trade their whiteness for my blackness. Give me one. Yes, I'll wait. And I'm still waiting. Give me one black woman that would trade her spot with a black man. And she knows she benefits. Ask how many women who have children by men and they're not with them. Ask her, just ask if she would trade where she is with that man.
I'll wait.
Then we could talk about national and geopolitical politics. Then we could get on board. Ask whatever black sister would trade spaces with her black brothers. I don't see a lot of guys. There's very few guys who can convince a lot of women to just whoop ass. But I know a lot of stories of brothers killing motherfuckers for women.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of stories when they talk about, geez, can somebody get mediocre tutorials over this motherfucker? Just like the chick who said, that feminist chick, well, black women, we protect y'all. And I said, when?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you one other thing. Here's the fucking cake and ice cream about it. You can't say you protect us, but you can't protect yourself. You never protected us.
Yeah.
We protected you. I've told you before, a black man is fucking Superman in this country. We protected America, and we protect this fucking society that fucking hates us. But we won't touch that point about, are we preferred? See, everybody wants a goddamn black boy to do some shit no other boy in this country has done. You want us to get this fucking Herculean task and do this shit right here. You want us to politically, economically, and socially do this.
I mean,
there you go, racism.
I mean,
socially, politically, and economically be white.
It could start with niggas stop high signing about how everybody's a six-figure nigga. I mean,
nobody's saying
that. Not everybody. I'm going to tell you verbatim what I talk about. And I said, I give the high value man, the six-figure nigga shit. I said, salute to Kevin because he's bringing a lot of shit to the center stage.
Suspicious.
I talk about why not get the effective and the efficient man with the supportive and quality woman. Whatever happened to that? Something simplistic.
You know what the median wage of a black man is? Not even including unemployment or the 20% of black males that don't have any registered income. You know what median wage of a black man is? Median, not average, but median.
It's $40,000.
Nope. $23,000 median. I'm not talking about average. 23,000.
Do you know what the percentage? They just did a tally. Do you know what the percentage of Americans that make six figures?
It's only like 10-15%.
It's 8%. It's 8%.
Now that's if you're talking about greater than 250K. That's like 8%.
What? No. Go back and look at the Social Security register. The number of Americans that make over six figures is 8%. All of them. The median wage of an American citizen in the United States is of all of them is $31,000 a year. Median wage. That's not coming from IRS. That's coming from the Social Security Administration.
Y'all don't mind if I give you the hold on for a second. I'm gonna give you a physical
Department of Labor statistics. 15.5% are at that, just at that 100,000.
If y'all don't mind, I'm going to give you a clip.
The Social Security Administration is overseeing everybody's income and everybody's wages, no matter what it is. They actually posted this last in 2019. Okay. In fact, there's a big article about it, about the median wage of an American is $31,000 a year. Okay, they actually posted the percentage. Only 8% of Americans make over $100,000 a year. 8%.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a clip of y'all don't mind if I show you a clip real quick of the plight of the black man in America?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, watch very closely. That's the black man in America. Everybody else is bypassed. You're shot in the heart. That's the clip of it. But guess what? You're supposed to drive on like a soldier, right? You're supposed to drive on. See, I'm not about kicking the sisters down or talking about mating and dating. The thing I'm asking, if you can't raise proper boys, give us the boys. Yeah. Give us the boys. We don't even want your money. Just give us the boys.
In fact, there's many men that pay child support, pay ransom for their kids. Just give me the kids. I'll keep paying you the money. Just give me the kids.
See, there's many a times.
In fact, I wish I had done that because a guy at work actually told me that. He said, "Man, just pay, keep giving them the money and take the kids.
Yeah,
Just
how many
pay
brothers?
the ransom."
How many brothers you see, and they show you text messages, they show you phone calls. Yeah. Oh, you didn't give me $30 when I wanted. You ain't seeing your kid for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
We act like these are some perfect will of God creatures. They could be an upstanding. See, the craziest shit about this, and I gotta say it, the guy with the PhD and the hobo in the street is equal in the eyes of black women.
Now that's the underlying statement that we haven't touched until Charles just said it. They don't see the difference between a Kevin Samuels or a bum on the street. There is no difference. You're still a utility.
And there is no difference. They could get even the bum on the street. At least he could probably fight or stab somebody with me. The only difference is how much of a utility you can be.
Yeah. Basically, the Gray Faulkner plan is nothing. The Gray Faulkner plan is nothing but an extension of what Moynihan suggested back in 1965, and the feminists killed it.
It's just a rites of passage type of situation.
And this is what the point is about the Gray Faulkner Initiative. Give me your boys. Give Cerulean your boys. Give us your fucking boys.
And that's annual household income. That is not wages, sir. That's household. That's different. Stop mixing up individual wages and household income. Those are two different things.
Yeah, they count individuals as households.
The thing is, how do you separate households or people that would have 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 people from individuals? You can't. You got to disaggregate them.
They count individuals as households.
They can do that, but the thing is, okay, this is just plain on mathematics, right? Okay. You look at the terms. When you say household, that means there can be one person in a household or 10. How do you disaggregate them?
Department of Labor Statistics doesn't make that distinction.
Yeah, but the Social Security system does.
Because they got to count. They got to count.
They have to count
each number. They got to count for each number.
I wish I had it in front of me. I would actually show you.
I'm gonna tell you how.
And they have been for about the last 10 years. Yeah.
I just had a question for Cerulean. I heard you earlier say that you question the legitimacy of HR 1636. What's your take on it?
Well, there's other bills, subsidiary bills to that, like the Justice Act, which we should all be highly suspicious of because it reeks of basically a sequel to the '96 crime bill.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. I gotta thank people for.
But it's a study. It's not a bill. It's not a law they're gonna pass. It's a commission to study. They're not doing anything.
I gotta thank everybody. I gotta thank New, Jeff, and Aquateki. Thank you for the support in the show. Woo!
Before you continue, BGS. Oh, I'm sorry, Charles. I cut you off.
Go ahead.
You good?
Okay. So before you go, BGS. I just Googled it. 9% of Americans make 100 or more. It's like right there from 20. That was as of 2019. That wasn't like 10 years ago. That was as of last year. Only 9%.
Only 9%. Yeah. The last I saw was 8. But yeah. Now that's the people that are actually earning an income. That's not people that are unemployed or on the street or homeless. Stuff that we're talking about people that are actually wage earners. Okay, Social Security actually counts everybody.
If you got a number, they count you.
The U.S. debt clock shows you how many Americans are working, and you'll be surprised how many Americans are not working. Like half of the population don't even work.
No, they don't.
It's crazy.
And you got to realize this. See, I'll say something that doesn't even include the women. What black men need to do in 2021, you're going to have to start fraternities in each city, each one of your little enclaves. Start producing black lawyers. Start producing black police officers, black firefighters. It's a Great Falker Initiative. I put the motherfucker right there. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And what you should do, you should have these lawyers on retainer for when you're falsely accused of a crime. Now, if you're accused of a crime, you got to do that time. Sorry. But if you're facing something that's unjust and it's unreasonable, get that lawyer. When you're facing child support and child custody, get that lawyer. Black men should start these fraternities or these clubhouses and have these annual payments going to these lawyers on retainer, going to these medical doctors, going to these trainers, going to these police to help you learn about everyday law. That way, oh man, my baby mama trying to put me to child support. We got you. You think the women ain't doing that? And it doesn't even have to involve the women. It can involve our self-interest.
And intercultural ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. You put the money
from the that's what I'm working on right now.
You put the money into your own My Brother's Keeper. Like you put the money and you take those boys. Of course, you're gonna have to get fingerprinted and checked out because we don't want any pedophiles. You take those boys and you show them how to hunt, show them how to survive, show them manly skills, show them how to tie, show them how to conduct themselves in a business setting. This is something that doesn't even include the women. No sex. Because a lot of you out there have daughters. How would you feel if you were the guy who mentored and molded the guy your daughter marries? And mic drop.
I know a lot of niggas be disappointed, but hey, well,
that's true too.
I gotta run yet again. All
right, we'll be up for a little bit.
I'm surprised the post office is even open on.
Shit, they gotta make their money too, nigga. They delivering the wrong mail though, but shit, they gotta make their money. But the point that I like to point out, a lot of our issues are cultural.
Yeah.
It's cultural. See, there's a lot of people who want us to stay at status quo, who want you to still be the inferior. They don't want you to be the leader because they know you're gonna change shit. Women are not known for changing society. Men are. That's the biggest.
I'm gonna put a link in the chat to the Newsweek article that actually will give you the stats I'm actually talking about. This was when did they publish this? This was October. Was it October? Yeah, October 15th, 2020. I'll put it up on screen real quick so you guys can see it. But I put the link in the chat.
Can you put it in the private chat as well?
I sure can.
And Charles, not only is it a cultural thing, another thing to bring up is that for all of you that think you're going to be able to run from this if you leave the black community, your mixed son is going to have to deal with this shit. Like, yeah. And this is what Nameless was kind of speaking to. We are the test subjects, and this shit is being expanded out. If you even go to another country, your grandson's going to feel this at the latest, if even that long.
Yeah, and if I'll just look at it. Problems are like bullies. The more you run from it, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to tackle this shit.
If you can, because if you can,
with the Social Security report, because this is basically a batch study. That's why the Department of Labor Statistics it gives you the raw numbers.
So read the article. The SSA, there's actually a chart that goes along with it where the Social Security Administration actually counts these people. That's their job, to actually count wages.
Well,
in fact, they count wages of illegal aliens that are not citizens. That's how good they are.
How do you think they know that, BGS?
Because you have to have a Social Security number. Everybody has that Social Security number. Everybody has an account.
Well,
Okay.
around 2015, 2016, they actually changed the way they did studies. Because before, if you were working, I think it was less than 30 hours a week, you weren't even really counted because that wasn't even employed. And then 2016 happened, and 30 hours a week was considered full time.
32 hours.
Yeah, but the thing is, Social Security doesn't even think about that. They don't care if you work 10 or you work 100 hours a week. They don't care. They just count your income. Period.
That's why they had to change it.
Social Security.
But those are labor statistics. Social Security doesn't care.
I think if you made under like 24,000, you could claim exempt. You weren't paying anything. So
that is IRS. That is labor statistics. Social Security counts all income. Doesn't matter.
Do we know the number for poverty rate? Is it 24 and under?
Talking about the poverty rate, or talking about the percentage?
The poverty. I'm sorry. The poverty, like what is it considered? What income is poverty under? Is it $12,000 a year?
It's under $18,000 a year.
For a family, for an individual, I think it's under 12. Yeah. And guess what the median income of a black female is?
What's that?
A little over $19,000 a year.
$19,000. Yeah.
So we still make more money than them.
Yeah, 40%. 40% of the black female population doesn't even register any type of income at all.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
God,
and 20% of black men don't register income either.
God.
And that's where I'll be wondering, like, with all of these ladies that's on here talking about how they make six figures, I'm like, 40% of them doesn't register as an income.
Yeah, because they're married to somebody, or they're on welfare or something like that. You got to remember a lot because they're not counted as workers because they're not working. They're supported by their husbands.
There was a lady that called.
But those aren't the same females on YouTube, though. They're claiming themselves to be making six figures.
Well, there are women that make six figures, but that's not the majority of them.
No, I agree with that, but I'm saying, as far as, with all of the people that's running around saying that all of these women are doing their thing in the society, include that with your husband.
Yeah, they're lying.
Okay, we had to remember.
I'll answer it.
In other words, let me get mine in first, right? What do they say about black women, right? You cannot believe what they
Oh, I
say.
know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
We shouldn't.
But
Charles has his hand raised.
Do motherfuckers lie?
Yes,
like it's the same chick who was on Chaos's channel, and she was like, I'm doing their hair in the chair. You think they lied to their hairdresser? Yes. They lied to me, and I'm the goddamn police.
Yep, I remember that.
He hit me. No, he didn't. He'd have killed you.
There was a lady that called into Yvette's show a couple years ago, and she spoke about how she had her own business. She started with her homegirl, and they were the revenue was something like $150 a year, but then when you priced out how much it cost to rent the building there, the space they were in and everything, they brought in $30,000. She was like, we could only do it for 2-3 years and we were done. She said third year she had to close up shop.
Hey, BGS, Shonda H is a nurse practitioner. Read what she said.
It's exactly BGS, especially now because moms are at home with the child during COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing articles on the she session. I got maybe 50 articles on the COVID-19 she session, and I told you what I told dudes, get your coffee money ready. In fact, I might do this with Craig the tech guy, rent a homosexual, right? If you need to go to work, you don't have no child care in COVID-19, you need to rent a homosexual, actually be at home with the kids.
Well, BGS, here's another thing to think about too. This is another reason why women are sounding especially crazy. Black women, black women, they're sounding more and more insane because they're feeling it. So it's trying to save face while demanding something from a position of weakness. You don't
What
have anything. You don't have a job. You don't have an income, but you're demanding six figures
if
for what?
if you well they're not demand they basically think they're going to hit a lottery ticket,
Right.
Yeah.
That
which is
that it that go ahead.
which is why I told Kevin back in February, man, this shit is coming, and I see what you're doing. And I see what the women are trying to get at, and so basically, make them bitches pay.
Mhm.
I know what they're going to try to come on your platform and actually get invited, so they actually punch at Willy Wonka's golden ticket, so they get access
Oh
to
yeah.
one of these six-figure guys,
Oh yeah.
and
And
he making them pay.
speaking of pay, don't forget to pay me with a like, and if you feel inclined, also a donation. Got
Now,
a cheap
Charles.
plug here.
Now, Charles, am I correct? Did you say? I think I heard on one of your streams that you said that you were a part of his group. Are you in his group as well?
Which one?
The mix,
Kevin's.
The mix?
the mix.
Yes, I am.
Okay, because I
My
was
God, my
because
God, there's some beautiful women.
well, I was actually going to see if about joining because being that this next year is going to be a pivotal year, I want to at least have some more connections within the manosphere as well.
I'll
Because
say
actually,
this. Oh, go ahead.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I didn't know you were finished.
No, I'll pick up after you finish
The
what you were
mix,
doing.
the mix is a great spot where you have black professionals, military. I mean, and even dating, if you're lucky enough. There's 2 or 3 people who are engaged now thanks to the mix.
Yeah, in fact,
Yeah.
Dennis
Mr.
Sperling's
Dennis
one of them.
Pearl.
Yeah, and there's like high-powered lawyers, doctors, engineers, police officers, nurses, and a lot of people. Ah, boy.
I feel
And
a little afraid for Dennis Sperling and Kevin Samuels because they're so out there, and I could just see the hands trying to tear them down. I could see the arm trying to reach, like, you know.
But that's why we have to be here to make sure that this
basically,
is our baby now. We got to
well,
protect.
basically, the environment says they have to protect these people because they need them. They can't tear down things that they need. Women are actually trying to sit on the sidelines and sit there and take notes.
yeah, how do you
Because
think
they're
these
trying to get a
network?
guy, try to get like guys like that. And they have to take notes now.
Why do you think these networking and dating spots are going up?
Yeah,
you gotta think about it. Like, one, I think, like, the networking, I could just hit somebody up in a group, and somebody will know somebody with some power.
True.
Two, if it's dating, if let's say you do meet, the starting point of the group is a 7, upgradable 7.
Yeah.
Like, there's some women that are like, I call the Ark of the Covenant from Indiana Jones. Like, they're so pretty, you'll just die instantly looking at them. Yeah, there's some women that said that damn pretty. I mean, goddamn. One chick, she was so chocolatey and so fine and so fit with a nice ass and everything else in between. Jesus, I'm trying to get like some cavities and diabetes. Like, she was that bad.
I know a lot. We used to know a lot of women like that, but yeah.
Well, back to our regularly scheduled programming. It's interesting because for this whole week, I've had a lot of people debate me on, like, even my boy Darren, and Darren says hi, BGS.
Oh, hey, what's up, Darren?
He says he's got to hook up with you, and you have to teach him about Bitcoin and stocks.
Okay.
And it's like Darren was like, why don't you try to do things that brings us together? I said a lot of it does. I said, but yet, if I see an article or video that inspires me to speak on, like, yo, that Steve Wilkos shit, I know it was years ago, but I've seen it before. Yeah. I've seen how, I said, the hypergamous nature of women. They will say, oh, this is this guy's baby because the big guy she had the baby by was a shit. And the guy will never know. But yet, these women will think of the now, but let's say if it's something where the kid needs a blood transfusion or bone marrow. Do you really want to wait till a situation like that when he has to find out he's not the fucking father? He will kill you.
Let me ask Darren a question. Okay, if there's a fire in the house, do you basically yell at them and get them out of the house. You actually give them marshmallows and a stick. Which one do you do?
You kill fire to get them the fuck out.
In other words, there's a fire raging in this country. Look what's going on in this country. We don't have time to sit around and try to
Kumbaya.
sing kumbaya. Okay, we ain't got that time.
You know, sometimes
that was going to be my next. Go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
I was going to say, in the military, at best, Army and Marines. I know Marines are 3. I forget how many weeks it is now, because I know when I went, it was like 8 to 10. Now I think it's 12, and I think the Marines is like 15. Everything's changing. The doctrine that I went under is different than when my nephew went to Fort Benning. We went to the same basic training, but 10, 12 years apart. So when I went in, you weren't under the doctrine of global terrorism, but we're actually under the doctrine of urban warfare. We were still under unconventional warfare, which is jungle fighting. They are doing in the military. Why do you think police officers are coming to military bases to teach how do you clear rooms like the size of a bedroom or the size of a house? Because the military wasn't used to that till the global war on terrorism was declared. So think about how it is now. The doctrine of warfare and how to engage each other as black men and black women, or men and women, period, has changed. And now it's so fucking radical. The women who got the benefits don't even know what to do. I thought I wanted a cooperative man, but I don't. Like now they're like, oh my God. And it's like, when I told Darren, I said, the subject matter I speak of is not to make people feel good. It's not to make people feel bad. It's going to eventually bring people together, because if you could look in my chat, I have a significant amount of females there. And we got over, and thank you all, panel and chat, for giving me 110, 111 people viewing right now. But you got to understand this. Like you said, we don't have time. We got 5 years at least, 15, 20 years at best to get this shit right.
10, yeah. 5 minimum, 5 if it goes bad, 10 max, because like I said, you're going to be absorbed, because say if COVID does its work and you start dumping all women out on the street, basically, now black women have to compete with everybody, which they have never done before.
They're not ready for that.
They're not ready for that.
And think about it. If you're not listening to a BGS, a Roger Report, Kevin Samuels, or myself, you're not getting honesty. I sat here and you heard it, BGS. You even shouted me out on your joint of 3 women back to back, and I'm talking to them.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, so, and as soon as they get their point across, I'm like, I give them I kick the chair right from under them and let them hang.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, where is Jessica? Where's Jessica in light? She ain't been back since she bounced.
Yeah, she got her hide tanned. I still believe in paddling.
Yeah, and I basically I just hit her with the facts, and she bounced and she left.
And then her little cheerleader. And shout out to Shonda, who pointed out progressive harlot. And Shonda was like, why would you name yourself after the oldest profession in the world?
Yeah.
That shows a lot about your character. See, even my females who view me will get in your ass. So when I tell Darren, I said, Darren, you're a married man. You out the game. You like Duncan MacLeod at the first season of Highlander. You out the game. I still got to take down heads. My son's got to go, 10 years from now and look for stuff. So think about it. When he's out there dating, do you want him to get the best possible mate, or do you want him to be with some scallywag who's going to take him down to child support and
this
skim him
nigga
up?
said scallywag.
Yeah, we say scallywag. You want some scallywag?
Jezebels and scallywags.
Jezebel. Oh, that Jezebel. Oh, you think? Wait till I start doing my Jezebel series. Y'all gonna love me then. Y'all gonna have the black women. Black women calling each other, that's that Jezebel he was talking about.
Jezebel. So what do we think this? Okay, we're today's officially the last day of 2020. What does 2021 look like for relationships, black relationships in particular? Is it an extension of this, or does it even go further downhill? Or do we see a slight increase maybe?
It's going to be an acceleration because
Oh shit.
now there, one, you have too many things pushing against you, right? If you want to have what we call the traditional black community, right? Where black men and women get together, okay? One is basically choice, black male choice. Black men have never had choice before, like they have over the last 30 years. Black male choice is actually accelerating. The second thing is basically if you look at admixture, which in schools and in your populations and your society, not only from the white women at the top, but also the Latinas at the bottom. Okay,
Yeah.
for Latinas at the top, I'm actually taking care of the black men that don't make the six figures or the $50,000 a year. So basically, the black men that are making 10, 15, maybe $20,000 a year are actually getting inundated by Latinas. Okay, feminism is actually feeding that, which is probably going to be another video I'll probably have to do. Okay. Second thing is with COVID and financials. Right now that you're dumping all these women in mass, regardless of race, color, creed, whatever, in mass out onto the street, out onto into the mix, right? And they're looking for men for all kinds of things, protection, provision, partnership, right? Save me. So basically, all these women are all competing for any group of men that they can. So basically, all men are actually grouped together in the same thing, and black women are
Ain't
not
no race lines right now.
socialized for that kind of competition.
Oh, so what? Okay, here's my question.
And then the last thing is you have a society that is actually pushing you socially, socially actually mixed together. So basically, if you look at all the commercials, how many commercials do you see with a black man and woman together as partners or as husband and wife?
That's where I was going.
Yep. Asian, Latina, white. Actually, 1 in 5. If you look at 10 commercials, maybe one of them will have a black man and woman together.
Yeah.
So you have all those things forcing it together. So basically, we have to do something very Herculean to actually overcome all these forces actually acting against you. And I don't see it.
I told you, BGS. What did I tell you?
What?
Here's the black men. I want you to take it. I want you to look at it. Black men, Asian men, white girls. Look at this. That's the black man right there. That's what you expected to do.
Yeah.
Get the fuck off and let me get this community back in order.
So what does it look like for?
That's what it looks like right there. You see that shit? You got all these races of people. That's America. And that's her saying, get the fuck off my back.
What does it look like for black women in 2021? Is more interracial commercials like Joe Biden said?
They're going to be playing them, but it's going to be a hard chance for them to actually get a connection.
Coach Greg Adams. Where do you think Coach Greg Adams gets this stuff from? You think he's just making this stuff on his own? He listens to everybody else. He's actually talking to white men anyway. Okay, we've been saying Charles can tell you I've been saying this for years. This is not new.
And I've been trying to make sure he was truthful about it. God damn it! There's so many times you can hear. God damn it, BGS, you're right.
So black women struggle in this 2021 still, and thinking they could save themselves with white men.
Basically, black women have to do something extraordinary, right? They have to change themselves, learn how to compete, learn how to be better. If they're not, it's done.
I got a gift for that. You ready?
Yeah. It's done.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I have this weird obsession, right, with this idea, and BGS has heard me bring this up over and over and over again. Like, okay, short story. I worked at a law office down here in South Florida for 4 years. That was white collar space. I was around white dudes. I went to lunch with them. We went to happy hour. Blah blah blah. Now I'm in a blue collar space, right? I'm around white dudes, similar situation. And whenever I hear sisters talk about their escape hatch plan, right? To swirl. I'm like, with who? They're not checked. Like, and and it's sad because I just wish I could sit every sister down and be like, listen, no, they're not. They're not. It's not the same. White men and white women, when it comes to interracial relationships with black people, it's not the same. What a white girl would do with a black man is not what a white man is going to do with you. I'm sorry. And it's even worse for Latinos, and even worse for white men. I mean, for Asians. Asians really ain't checking for y'all.
They ghost fucking. As an Asian guy said, they ghost fucking. This is their plight in 2021.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because I talked to my son last night, and he's 34. He dates Latinas, right? And so I was asking about his Latina girlfriend, right? And what she said, and what she's saying is that the reason she dates black guys is because she don't like Latin guys anymore, Latino guys anymore, because they're different, right? Black men are actually more egalitarian, more agreeable, more compromising, more everything, right? Black men have been egalitarian since we got here, right? So what feminists are actually asking for, black men already are. That's how come they're choosing them worldwide. So as the world becomes more feminist, guess who the perfect man for women are going to be?
Trojan man.
Well, maybe that's the whole point, right? Maybe black men being with non-black women is the goal, and then black women, because they want this patriarch, maybe they need to go over there with the white dudes with a few more with the dollars left. But that's the problem. The white dudes with the money ain't checking for them.
I'm not trading one slave owner for another.
It's not even subservient. Basically, it's not even a slave owner. Basically, the roles, what women want now are partners, right? Equal partners, right?
Yeah.
And most men, as far as most patriarchs, are not into what they call equal partners. They're into roles, right? Black men have never been basically socialized to be in those particular roles. They never have. A black man will, if a woman works, then black man has to stay at home. God damn it, this is what I got to do for the family. And he won't bitch about it. He won't argue about it. As long as she don't give him hell, he'll do it exactly what he needs to do to actually make the family work. And they've always been that way. Mama, in other societies, they don't teach the boy to do household chores and stuff like that. That's woman's work, right? In the black community, from the time that from my grandmother's time, all boys and girls exactly trained the exactly same way to take care of the house, to wash clothes, to do the dishes, to cook, whatever. Black men have been that way forever.
Here's another point. Number one, you treat black men and you search out black men the same way men search out women. You make black men have to be cute and pretty, have to be muscular. You think that bitch across the street ain't looking?
Yeah.
You have to have fly.
Consuela looking, Charles. Consuela's looking.
Yeah, Consuela looking. So is Chung Lee.
Yeah.
So you got Jasmine.
Black men are concubines of the Western world.
That just don't roll off the tongue too well with me. But you're right.
Hey, motherfucker, bitter dose, motherfucker. Bitter like the pimp, bitter dose. Okay, it's a bitter dose.
Yeah, I mean, you just.
Charles been a concubine for a long time, man. He knows what it is.
The king ding-a-ling. I mean, shoot, I've been the conqueror. I don't simp for free. That's going to be one of my next ones.
Exactly. I heard that.
I don't simp for free. I had a chick tell me, can I come over? Oh, you must have just broke up with your boyfriend. I'm going to need 2 big bottles of liquor and some food. Yep. And I'm going to need $40 for gas. How you doing? Yep. Come right over. How you doing? Come right over. See, I don't negotiate with terrorists. But hoes, maybe.
No, basically have them pay your price, and which women don't like. Okay, if you want me to play this role, and I got to play this role, I want to be compensated. The thing is, black men have not been compensated for it,
and nor have they asked.
No, have they asked, because they've been trained. Black men have been socialized not to ask for anything.
So we're walking down the road of kind of like Britain from last time I heard. black British dudes marry outside their race at like 50 some odd percent, something stupid. So
It's
we're
over
going
that.
down that road.
It's more like 60% now.
Ah, wow. That's
It's called,
insane.
it's normal. It's called admixture. Why do you think they had passed laws against it?
Hmm.
And go
By
and
the way,
you guys getting gamed up. Go ahead to Cash App for Uncle Charles.
because I'm
I
gonna tell
got
y'all
him.
something. I'm gonna tell y'all hit the cash app because y'all getting really entertained before shit. I just drunk this damn bottle of medicine
Yeah.
and air quotes.
I mean,
But
if people dispute it, man, because Charles, no, I can hit I can hit the books if I really need to hit the book.
yeah, and see, we don't like. It is like I was telling some ruling, and I said, hey, this is the shit that actually gets me upset sometimes. Don't tell me something different that I could physically see in the neighborhood. We all still live. A lot of us still live in black neighborhoods, and we walk out the house. We know what it is. We know that you got black men who are shit and they aren't shit. Same thing for the women. But at the same time, how much difficulty is it for a black man to get his kids full time? We're not gonna be very can't be on no bullshit for that. Then on top of that, when you talk about black men get jobs, she who will not be named said the same shit. I said, go down York Road to Greenmount. Who are they hiring in the McDonald's and the CVS's, the Rite Aid, the Walgreens? They're hiring black women.
Yeah, for now.
Till they could get them. But then
Automation's coming.
Till they can automate them. Yeah.
Exactly. And then on top of that, a lot of those black women aren't making money. So who are they going to be trying to snuggle up to? I'm scared to put on my uniform after I get healed up with with the disease and also the surgery. I'm scared. You know why I'm scared?
Yeah, they're coming for you.
My one of my close friends lives in southern Texas. He's border patrol, so that's as much as I could tell y'all about that. But he says it, bro, and he is a 6-figure dude, and bro, he beats them. He's married. I grew up with him and his wife, and we all went to high school together. And he said like he's beating them Latinas off. He will tell them that he's married, and they're like, I don't give a fuck.
I don't care.
Married with 2 kids, they don't care.
Yeah,
they will gladly beat a side chick. They will gladly beat a side chick.
They need to be supported. They need help. They need a man to support. And basically, Latinas are really aggressive, man. People don't realize that. They seem like they're humble, but as far as coming after their men, they're aggressive.
That's another thing I don't. I'm sorry.
You know, they'll put a switchblade to your nuts. Are you fucking me tonight?
They will walk up to you. Are you single? They will ask, are you single? I'm single. Are you single?
You know, I've been having women tell me, like, I had to take what I did for a living off of POF.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, for real? You do? What kind of benefits you got? I bet you got all kinds of benefits. How many years they calculated? Wait a minute. You raise your son? Oh, shit. Pussy draws off.
Yep. Okay. Yep. You've been pre-qualified. That's one thing. If you're a man, if you're a black man with your kid, basically, you're like a magnet for single mothers, man.
You know what's funny? That Charles said that. So, like I told y'all, I used to work white collar. Now I work blue collar.
When they hear that.
Yeah.
Oh, black man with his kid.
Yeah. Let the cat's hole.
And this is my homeboy Josh trying to get me the fuck out of there. He like this. Get me the fuck out of there. Yes, I do have a gift for every situation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it seems that way. But so, like I told y'all, I used to work white collar. Now I work blue collar. And when I transitioned, I was kind of a little down because you don't get to dress as nice, you don't get the prestige, even though I make more money, about 20% more than when I left the law office. And it's interesting because my mom said this to me. She was like, "It's all right. Understand, for us, it's about benefits anyway. Like, yeah, your money is whatever, but remember, because I work for a local city, so I get all the everything, the 401ks, the health plan, dental, whatever, all that other stuff. And she was right, because about 2 weeks in, I'm working with my uniform on, and black homegirl walking her dog. She used the dog to flirt, and mind you, here's the crazy part: her white boyfriend was on the phone with her. And she's flirting with me. I'm like,
for all you incels and non-select niggas, it's your time in 2021.
So
It
let me
is.
get this right.
Coffee money.
You are a stay-at-home girlfriend. Your white boyfriend is at work, and you're on the phone with him, and you're flirting with me while I'm at work.
She need more than one.
Shit, she's sliding to the left. She trying to slide me them digits. Hey.
Yeah, she need more than one.
Man, that was crazy. A friend of my coworkers too, Spanish dude I used to work with. A friend of him. He's like, what? Hey, when a girl just gets you in a situation where you can't do nothing but like laugh. You don't want to blush, so you just gotta laugh. That's the situation I was in.
Yep. Somebody just sent me a gift. Oh my God. He said, this is the situation of police in 2020 when it comes to single moms. Fight them off with a stick. Gotta fight them off with a stick. Oh.
You need more in there, huh?
Yeah, he needs the axe, boy.
He needs the axe, boy.
It's official, you guys. I got 200 hours vacation time and 198 hours sick time, and I've only been working here for a little over 2 years. I ain't taking it yet. I ain't taking nothing yet. I'm just stacking. I'm Haitian, so we work and work and work and work.
He's a fucking Haitian.
Yeah. When we take vacation, we take like a month-long vacation. Ain't no 1 week or 2 week vacation. We don't do that.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Haitians are the new Jamaicans.
We always was the Jamaicans. Y'all just didn't know about us in the north.
Hey, you gotta have Jamaican on this panel now. Come on now.
Yeah, y'all work like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Haitians are the original Jamaicans.
We've been had 2-3 jobs, nigga. That ain't exclusive to Jamaicans.
Hey, Mr. Z. Mr. Z, I just got through open enrollment. I just took the whole December off, man. I still got a whole week. I still got a whole week of vacation. I'm saving that for the summer.
See, this is the difference between ADOS and Caribbean brothers. Man, we using all of our days off. Fuck this job.
Well, it's funny. My Bahamian homeboy, I work with too, but he been here for almost 2 decades. He been here for like 17 years. This bro,
goddamn, nigga, y'all got the United Nations at your job?
We do. We got ADOS. We got ADOS. We got black everything. We got different Latinos from all over the place. It really is the United Nations for this city.
Who the fuck y'all boss? Marcus Garvey? God damn, it's like African in a motherfucker over there.
It really is. But Bahamian dude, every 2 weeks, because so he's been here longer, so his vacation time rack up faster. This nigga take every Friday, every 2 weeks. He don't let that shit stack for nothing. I'm like, God damn.
You can tell, because when you've been at a job long enough, man, fuck this shit. They were like, one time the lieutenant was like, hey, you want to work overtime? I said, with all due respect, I love you, LT, but fuck you. Today, tomorrow, and the next day. But I love you when we come back to work. He was like, I understand. He was like, I just put in 8 extra hours arresting this motherfucker. Fuck y'all. I got my overtime already. It's like, shit, let's see, well, you're a rookie. You all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Yeah, I'm gonna work overtime. You're like, yo, you want to work this overtime for me? Year 14. Man, fuck this shit.
So I'm guessing that Charles got the PS5 secured because he don't want no overtime.
I'm gonna go through some of these chicks. I'm gonna find me a fat bitch that I can't stand to look at. I need a PS5.
Any PS5. or they call it now the bag.
The bag. Yep, the bag. Told you, black women gonna be hunting for y'all like this, boy. Boom! Black man. Boom! God damn.
Yeah. We gonna get our rent a homosexuals.
And it's not gonna be the men. See, everybody here homosexual, they think men.
I should do a boo.
That is a homosexual man.
I
A
should
black
do that
man,
too.
yeah, men are homosexual, so black one, independent black women can actually go back to work and earn their living.
Oh yes, I should do a segment of that one day. We're
Mhm.
gonna call it kneel before Zod. Like, yep, you're gonna have to kneel before the homosexual. Yep. I don't want to go for the homosexual. Shit. I tell you what. A lot of y'all ladies, that's what y'all been dating the whole damn time. That's the reason why I'll tell you one thing. Police women are known for dating homosexuals. That's why you never see their boyfriends at the district. You can tell if a chick's proud of the boyfriend or the husband she got. She had the motherfucker deliver shit just so you could see him. I was like, what? Go ahead.
Because a female cop has a masculine mindset, and it needs a compliant guy. So it's kind of hard to get a working compliant guy. They have to have a homosexual. That's their wife.
So is that the reason why I can fuck him and never be with him?
Yeah.
Like, I need you to be more caring, Charles. I need you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I need you to be a wife. So
I need you to take that shit back out the door and take this bag with you. Don't be leaving your shit here. What do you think the others are gonna say? Oh my goodness, rent a hobo.
yeah, rent a homosexual.
I mean, for real though, we need to really start that service. Like all jokes aside.
During COVID, you got 4 million women that can't of all stripes that can't go to work because they need child care. Need somebody to be at home and actually when the kid's supposed to be online in school and stuff like that, they need a kid. So they need somebody. So when a homosexual, he'll clean up. He'll make sure that the kid is online for his Zoom classes and stuff like that.
He'll blow your back out and walk you around the room like he's Melvin off a Baby Boy.
Yeah, he'll blow your back out. He'll run errands if you leave him the family car. He'll come pick you up. He'll actually pick you up from work.
Yep.
You know what? With your car. He'll
looking like Tyrese.
As a matter of fact, he'll steal money out your purse and buy you flowers with it.
Remember Jody on Baby Boy?
Oh yeah.
He came to come pick her up in her car.
Yep.
Told you. Oh man, even though you do got some homosexual cops, I was like to call him hobo cop.
What does that even look like? What's a hobo cop?
Wait a minute. Say that again.
The hobo cop.
Hobo cop.
I'm making a t-shirt of that hobo cop. You can't tell me this is not the funniest episode I ever did. Hobo cop.
That's Ice Cube and
Anytime you can
Friday.
get the master teacher died, you know that's so funny.
That's Ice Cube and Daddy off Friday after next. That's the hobo cop.
Wait a minute. You have a cop as a job. As a homosexual. How does it happen?
That's what I'm asking. Like, explain this.
Come around, kids, and Uncle Charles.
Gather around the fireplace, everyone.
Come on, gather around the fireplace around Uncle Charles. Not too close because he got a gun. The legendary hobo cop, as we speak, is the cop who works but doesn't pay for shit because he's living for free at another chick's house he's dicking down. So he's doing what a lot of independent women do. Your buddy is his buddy, but his buddy is his buddy. So what he'll do is he'll get some chick who is low self-esteem and probably around a 5 or a 4, i.e. Miss 5 at best. She'll pay for everything while this guy goes to work, goes to overtime, make up his money. And she's paying for everything because he's probably a better looking and he's actually got a job she can show her friends off
and
to.
she could brag about it.
So he doesn't pay a red cent. And when he's ready to leave, he stacked up his money like a couple of hundred, like 100,000 or more. Hobo Cop is legendary. Be like Hobo Cop, kids.
Hobo Cop. Wrecking lives and taking
names. If she wanted to kick him out, what's she gonna do? Call the police?
She can't. Because he already knows the law. You can't kick me out. I live here. You got to get me evicted. And by the time she even thinks about getting evicted.
You done gave this a little too much thought, Charles.
He's seen it. He's seen it in action.
That's what I was going to say. It's not thought. He actually seen it.
He actually seen it. Some of his best friends do it.
But I've known a few of the legendary hobo cop.
You gotta do a show. You gotta do a show on that one, man. Hobo.
Oh my
That's
God!
hilarious.
Anytime
That's
you make the
hilarious.
master teacher die about that,
That is hilarious.
I
man.
gotta get. Should I make T-shirts? I should
Yeah,
start
you should.
T-shirts.
You should, man.
Oh my God, the Hobo Cop, the legendary Hobo Cop.
The legendary Hobo Cop.
Look at this with today on National Geographic, the Hobo Cop. Oh yes, the Hobo Cop. He ain't buying shit. The only thing he bringing with him is his uniform.
Y'all got me crying. Yeah, y'all got me crying over here, man.
You know, when you said Hobo Cop, I thought about Jesse Williams for some reason. Because remember, he was a teacher and he was married to homegirl, and then he fucked around. Once he got famous, what it was, Days of Our Lives or whatever.
Yeah.
And after he gave that little BET speech, that nigga got famous. He left her ass. I'm like, God damn, that's fucked up.
He had to pay though. He had to pay though.
And left her for a Becky.
That's
see, he was a teacher, so we call him Hobo Tech, like Robotech, Hobo Tech. He's Hobo Tech. Oh yes, the Hobo Tech. Why are people let Hobo Tech? Yeah,
that's fucked up, bro. It's like you can, because I've seen her. She's not ugly. She's straight. She's alright. She's alright, light skinned woman.
Read the chat. Read the screen.
Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
But see, what Hobo Tech would say, dead or alive, you're paying on me. You spit it on me. Oh, the legendary Hobo.
Oh my.
That's oh my God. I gotta make it. God damn it. Oh, if y'all
who's worse, Hobo Cop or Hobo Tech?
Huh?
Who's worse, Hobo Cop or Hobo Tech?
Hobo Cop.
Hobo Cop.
Yeah.
Because you know why? Because he's got more momentum. Like Hobo Tech can only be a hobo if the teachers come to him. Hobo Cop is, and he's going to the places. Oh, nice place. So where's your husband? Well, we're split up. Really, motherfucker, lose his ass right there. He'd be like, but I'm scared, officer. Oh, you scared? Let me hold you to my bosom and show you how protective I am. And then you see that, and then you see that look. Except imagine that black guy in a cop uniform, and then you see my ass like this when I notice it.
Wow, but I love her in the movie. Yep.
I was like, Hobo Cop strikes again, boy. He was like, hey, come over to my girl's house. Which one? The new one. Oh shit.
The new one. Y'all like shit.
Oh, and there's definitely some training day situations going on with these police officers having a different family on the other side of town. My boy was telling me, he was like, nigga, you be some boy.
That's been going on.
I'll tell you this one. It's a certain person. You might know him. I used to mess. Oh God damn it! I can't laugh for shit. Okay, I used to mess with two girls on opposite ends of the road because it's like about what? It's roughly about a quarter of a mile or about a half a mile from what? Alameda to York Road. It's not that long. It's about what? Quarter of a mile. So I would go to one girl's house for breakfast, one girl's house for lunch, and I would flip a coin for dinner.
So and he knows about Hobo Cop.
Right.
Wow, I was living with another girl.
Yeah, that's Hobo Cop.
Goddamn police uniform and big arms.
And big nightstick. Yes. That
is essential. You gotta have a nightstick.
What did Roosevelt say? Walk softly
and carry a big stick.
It's kind of funny when you like, oh my God, I wish one of my boys were on here. His name is he's also another Sean, but not my. He's another good friend. He's like another brother too. And he works for the Capitol building. Oh my God. One time we went to this retirement center, the old folks center. And it was like what do they call it? It's called an emergency petition, right? Where these old people are like whooping ass and just out there bonkers, out their fucking mind. So it's about senile as a motherfucker. So we're running in, and As soon as we get there, it's nothing but black nurses, techs, and nurses and shit. As soon as we get in there, it's summertime, we're sweaty, we're hot as shit. And they're like, oh my God, we need to call the police more often. It's like you got your serious face on and you're like, God damn it, I gotta go back outside. Wow, you laughing like shit. I can't go in there laughing. And then here comes the firefighters. These women were so hot and bothered, they were pulling out dollars and like I found $1 stuffed in my gun belt. How can't you know?
She wanted you to pull out your nightstick, man.
I know. He has the axe.
He has got the axe.
Told you, gotta come up there.
You fucked up, but you should have beat it with your nightstick.
Told you, you gotta dodge. You gotta dodge bitches like this. Told you, you gotta dodge them like this. They should have never showed me how to put gifts on here. I'll tell you that much. Oh my God! And he said, "Praise the year." He said, "Praise the year."
Yep. I fell out my chair.
It took you a whole year to think of the phrase that nobody else could think. Thank you, folks.
That was good. That was good.
Oh my goodness! I'm gonna one day.
This is your last. What was it? Last day? How many hours before the end of the year?
Yeah.
And he come up with
you got me, Charles. You got me.
Since you got me. Yes. The stories of the legendary. Oh my God. One day I'm gonna spend a whole hour speaking of legendary HoboCop stories. I can the places and the people have been changed to protect the identity of the innocent and the not so innocent. And
you know, when you're saying that, I'm thinking, what episode was it on the Boondocks where they were talking about God damn, one of the characters from slavery, and they made it seem like an action hero dude. And like when you're saying HoboCop, the image of this is coming to my mind. Somebody in the chat know what episode I'm talking about. Jeez, I forgot the damn name of the episode, but they kind of romanticized one of the figures. Man, HoboCop. I could just see it now. A cartoon of HoboCop.
Guess what? Dead or alive, you're spending your check on me. Shit, I can see it now. Oh my goodness! Don't see. My imagination is very powerful, by the way. The Catcher Freeman, Catcher Freeman. Oh my goodness! Is it Catcher Freeman? Hey Z, is it Catcher Freeman?
That's the one. That's the one.
Oh my god! What episode was that? Was that Boondocks?
Yeah, that was Boondocks. Boondocks.
Oh man, what's the black guy who went with who was with Huckleberry Finn?
Oh, Jim.
Yeah. Oh man, they would. I swear to God, you cannot put me and Josh and Ern in the same damn room because our imaginations get wild and funny. Why did we come up? It's like you ever see, like, of course you see the Chappelle Show and how they make skits. Why did we come up with a skit about Nigga Jim from Huckleberry Finn? Like action hero Nigga Jim. He says only black people can call it because it's our word.
Don't let Quentin Tarantino hear that because he'll create a whole movie over it.
I'm gonna kick his ass if he does it. Don't steal from me. You white people stole enough for shit from us. Oh my goodness, Happy New Year. He said comedy hour. You guys have me in stitches. Oh my goodness. I kind of wish that I could go to my damn next Halloween in 2021. I want to dress up as Nigga Jim from Huckleberry Finn and Rid a White Boy. Yeah. Rid a little white kid. If you enjoy looking like you kidnapped somebody's kid, rid a white kid. Like, god damn, Nigga Jim. That Nigga Jim chose fault. God damn it. Oh man. And I want to write a black version of Smokey and the Bandit.
Using them as props on Halloween.
Oh Lord. Question for the panel. What are your predictions for 2020? Excuse me.
You just missed it. I know you mean 2021. Oh, she did say 2021. BGS, you got to repeat yourself, brother. You got to repeat yourself.
A red pill talk and a manosphere.
Basically, it's going to become more intense. Because now you're going to have more women coming into the sphere because they need to learn about men. And if I have anything to say about it, intersectional feminism is actually going to have its head on a platter. I'm coming after them because I'm getting ready to get into the books.
Oh, well, shit.
My man coming up. BGS coming
I
up
already
like
said
this.
that.
Oh God, nigga.
They go say like
You done fucked up there.
hey, like what said, I'm Clint. I don't care.
I don't care.
But
My man
like
said, hey,
I
this
said,
is for all of you who didn't understand that, this is BGS right here. This is feminist. Ah! Logic, and that's logic.
Yeah, we're getting ready to start dismantling this, man, because the manosphere, in my opinion, manosphere is playing.
I want to see what Tommy Curry's got under his sleeve. I'm ready.
He's got.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He has a paper out, but it's not published yet, so it's probably going to be in another month or two.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you this, man.
I would share it with you, but he hasn't published it yet.
I'm gonna tell you this one. Women are not gonna be able to. I would tell you this one honestly, Brittany. If this would have been 5 years ago, maybe, but now, hell no. The Negroes here are coming too strong. They coming from.
Yeah, we strong now. They didn't think we get this far. I remember I was around back then. They were clowning the manosphere back then. It was, with Sophia Nelson.
I've been here since Sergeant Willie Pete and Avenue Rants. I've been here since Avenue Rants. That's how long I've been here.
Yeah,
I first got introduced like right when Alpha Male Wisdom was and I think he's Mr. Research now, but I was young and going in and out. But when I came back, it was basically Angry Man, BGS. I got in tune to you, BGS, from Black Ram.
Okay,
and Charles Faulkner, of course, Cerulean, and the rest of the squad. And like I said, they were clowning the manosphere back then. Like, oh, you guys are a little thing, but no, we're too strong now. And personally, for my predictions in 2021, I'm going to be working with some of the guys. I hope that we can be successful. Like Edward, he's trying to get all the financial guys together to create an ecosystem, so that way we won't have to be predicated on just donations. We can actually work together to make sure that everybody stays paid. That that are all interworking with the machine. So that's my prediction. If we can go ahead and get this ecosystem going, I'm ready.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to keep the scholars here, because the scholars know all the inside baseball. Okay, and that's what they're afraid of.
If the scholars, as long as the scholars is hitting them over the head, like I said, I owe where I'm at right now to the manosphere. Like I said, I told Charles before, like I was on the road and just making sure I kept up with you guys, and BGS giving us all of his projections for right now. I stay focused, and right now I'm a Henry right now. And I didn't, I didn't think that, the whole goal for 2025 would actually happen for 2020. But I'm glad that I was actually stayed on myself. And I'm, like I said, I owe everything to where I'm at right now to the manosphere. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to try to give back as much as I can. So if we can make this ecosystem, then I'm going to ride this bitch to the wheels fall off for hell to high water.
Yeah. And this is my prediction for Simps in 2021. That's the manosphere. Simps right there. Manosphere, get the fuck off me. Shit. That's what's gonna happen.
It's like, even though I saw
what's up, Leon?
BGS go. Okay. No, even though I saw BGS go back and forth with her, I was encouraged by Nameless and by Gold Professor to start my own channel, and I'm really considering it because I want Chrissy's head, bro. I want Chrissy's head. I want that shit on a fucking pike. And I don't know why, but it's something so fake about her with that fake demure shit, but she's petty as fuck. And I just want to put her head on a pike for everyone to see. I'm gonna take her head off on YouTube. If I create a channel, I'm gonna take her head.
I'm gonna tell you what was so bad. BGS, Angry Man, Cerulean, everybody got on my ass for the longest time. Also thought they need to create a channel. I was like, I get to it. And it was funny because it was early this year. I just put it into it, and BGS got on me about the first video. He says, you don't even put an introduction video. You go straight into a video called Spilt Liquor. And it started from there, and I had like 400 subscribers. Now we're like 1,400. It's sometimes you never know who's entertained by you talking shit and running your mouth. Sometimes you got to get your story out.
Yeah, but we're saying some real shit, and it's a good perspective.
Yeah, and I never thought that people would respect my perspective. When I first did it, a lot of friends thought I was being sexist. Oh, you got to be easy on the women. I said, are the women easy on us? I said, look, I'm not anti-black woman. We're not anti-black woman. I'm pro-truth. I said, it's okay to tell a nigga he ain't shit when he ain't shit. I'm cool with that. But if a woman ain't shit, you got to compromise. Yeah. Or be compromising your decision of her. You treat the motherfucker accordingly.
What is it? I guess you're ruling. Well, what is it about coddling the women that he's so wedded to?
I was trying. Go ahead.
The thing about it is that I believe it's a man's responsibility to do a lot of stuff. But when you're in a culture, in an environment where they're not going to listen to the men, you got to leave them motherfuckers alone. See, I'm not going to waste my time and put a person's life on the line to protect an ungrateful motherfucker. And that's not for all women, of course, because we have intellectuals here, men and women, who knows that I'm not talking about everybody. But an ungrateful motherfucker is disgusting. And that's what the fuck we had. See, everything with these chicks have been saying. I want a man who does this. I want a man who fits this criteria. I want a man who's that. You have, believe it or not, you have more than enough men to go around. Even though you still have all this mass of women. Y'all don't even have the audacity to compete for him. You think he should look you out. You think he should seek you out. And then when he says, all I'm looking for is cooperation, all I'm looking for is submission, all I'm looking for is for you to stay fit, all I want you to do is take care of your body, stay fit, teach my kids to be correct. You can't even do, and that's the problem, the issue that I was debating with Cerulean, and that's why he laughed, because he knew I had him right there. I said, I'm not afraid of black men doing their job. When the fuck you going to tell black women to do theirs?
Yeah.
But like I told him, I said, for 5 years, what's the one saying, BGS, that nobody ever answered or debated? The 3 things that black community does not get. I want somebody to write this down in the chat. The 3 things the black community does not give a fuck about. Black boys, it's been proven. Education, it's been proven. And being the heroes of your own damn narrative, it's been proven. I literally have Dr. T on my phone. I have his personal number. We spoke for almost 2 hours about this shit. There's other intellectually sound black men and black women I speak to who say the same shit. I even ask females in the same profession, professional women, who says, look, there are men who a lot of y'all men should just say, fuck these bitches.
But we are with our actions.
So when, no, they don't care about education, because see, there's proper education, and then there's indoctrination. They care about being indoctrinated, not educated, because if they were truly educated, they would be able to uplift the community. That's why I said education. Everything I say is with purpose and structurally correct. You don't give a fuck about education, because if you really don't, I don't see black mothers going out in droves. I don't see black mothers. I remember the teacher one time, I'll tell you a little personal story about Officer Faulkner. One of the teachers thought, because I was so quiet and I was to myself, they suggested, well, you should get your son evaluated. They were like, he was quiet and he's doing this. But guess what? How is it that in the 5th grade, do you know what level my science and social studies and history was in English? In the 5th and 6th grade, They said my English and my math and my science was the equivalent of 11th and 12th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Even when in the Army, when I took this functional test, they were like, hold up, what's your degree in? I didn't finish college. According to this says you have the equivalent of a graduate degree or a PhD in comprehension and social studies. So I'm not this intellectually innate motherfucker that it seems. I can be brutish or I could be even fucking Shakespearean. I like Green Gorilla because, you know, I smoke a cigar and pass him a drink because he's my type of man. And we need more intellectually sound brothers like him and Dr. T, who tells you the fucking truth, regardless of what academia states. Because we all found out when you dig deep enough, you find out a lot of shit is propaganda. But go ahead.
Well, I'm a firm believer that hurt people, when you're a hurt person, all your logic, your intuition, your knowledge, all of that shit almost becomes null and void. That should go out the window. And we all seen it.
Well, the thing is it's not even that they're hurt. The thing is that's the way they've been trained. There's a lot of guys that are married and successful and all the kind of stuff didn't think the exact same way. It's not hurt. It's just that's indoctrination, socialization, and training, and people don't see it, or people refuse to see it, which makes me mad. Come on, man! Like Cerulean's educated, man. Come on, man. You've read this stuff for years. Stop being disingenuous. You've read this stuff. So, in other words, you're trying to put a plan together that has never worked. Why has it never worked? The Great Faulkner Plan is basically an extension of what Moynihan said back in 1965. You guys are saying the exact same things. How come it's never been done? Because your women don't want it. After 60 years, how come it's never been enacted? Because your women do not want this. Stop playing. Yeah. Great Faulkner Plan is point blank poop but simple. It's not hard. Okay, either you want to do it or you don't. And that's the problem. It's not that it's not a good plan. It is. Trying to get people to do it is another thing.
BGS, is it possible that a lot of these dudes, and it's kind of the conversation that was going back and forth with Mumu the other day, is it that that's how they feel like a man, or like this sense of masculinity is by taking on accountability and responsibility for everything, even the shit that they're not accountable for?
In other words, you're saying the same thing that your woman is saying. What is the difference between what they say and what black women say, as far as what a man's supposed to do?
Nothing.
I'll wait. So in other words, who put that in your head that this is what a man is supposed to do? Was it you? Mother. It was your mother. So in other words, but at least acknowledge that's where it's coming from. Don't say, oh, this is just nature. No, it's not nature. It's not men saying it. You're repeating what women. In other words, if you and the women agree that's what you're supposed to do, and this is society that you want, then stop complaining about it.
Like I said before, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I know BGS, you weren't on when I actually spoke about this before, but everything that you guys speak about, I am a pure advocate of that. I'm an anomaly that actually got out of the hood to make something, out of nothing. So when it comes to how the whole prisoner pipeline system works with black boys, I was down that track. When it comes to watching how the females are conditioned in the environment of the culture, how they're just within the pipeline to go from school to feminism, I literally watch that every day. I go to the hood every day because I have so many friends that are still within that system. And I can tell you, like, when it comes to the boys, they still living in 2010, 2013. You can tell just by the way they dress. If you think that you're going to change what started with Planned Parenthood and getting, the women to interculturally formulate all of this through the church, because that's where I saw it head on.
Yeah.
They get the baby daddies through the church. They get the indoctrination by speaking. The church was the first social media, basically. So without them having the church, the only other way that they could actually get this culture formulated for themselves was through Planned Parenthood. So if it's 80% of black women that's already producing, 80% of black women with children out of wedlock, there's your culture formulation right there. Planned Parenthood and the church. So if you're not going to get the pastor to get put out information to where men can actually go to institutions such as the military and then go ahead and start with the Gray and Faulkner initiative, you're basically spinning your wheels. And if you did want to do that, you wanted to do that back in the late 80s to 90s when the baby daddies was really trying to go ahead and help these women. I personally saw these dudes come in my room and tell me, when you grow up, if you want to get these women, this is what you got to do. And this dude was broke.
Brittany,
he was broke.
If you want to ask that question, Brittany, stop doing it from the chat. Bring your little tail up here and ask us. Stop trying to inquise it from the chat. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm a little, not even a little fearful. I'm a lot fearful, because I agree with BGS. I don't see how we save this. The heavy lifting has to be done within the next decade, and the fact that the whole entire culture is pushing this direction also.
Okay, really, what
is on the same shit.
What they really want us to do, black men to do, is change ourselves, change the environment, and change the women.
Never happened in history.
That's what they want black men to do. The women are doing that stuff because the environment and they've been allowed to do it, and because black men are not strong enough to actually make them do something else. Okay, which is really never happened in history, right? So what they want to do is black men to alpha up, man up, change, overthrow their conditioning, overthrow racism in their conditioning, be successful, change the environment, which you don't control anyway, so that black women will change. Okay, because at the end of the day, it's all your fault. If you allowed it, so basically the women are doing stuff because you allowed it, which has never been true. That's what pisses me off.
I hope this guy isn't Moo Moo or whoever you call yourself coming to my chat, because number one, myself as Cerulean, this ain't the first time we disagreed. Hell, me and BGS openly disagreed on panels.
Oh yeah.
This is how men could talk to each other. How the fuck? See, the point is, you had two guys who 3 hours after an 8-hour hangout came together and started brainstorming. And 2 years after that, we put pen to paper about the Gray Faulkner Initiative. See, we may disagree because we're both men and we're both alpha about our shit. So you're gonna get fiery heads. Even Cerulean said, "This ain't our first rodeo, man."
Yeah,
we're used to that.
Yeah, but the thing is if black women, if they live in this community, raised in this community, can't figure out why black men are doing what they're doing, then they're lost. You don't understand your men.
Go kick rocks.
Yeah, you don't understand your men. Yeah. Well, why are you guys this and that and the other? You guys push the red pill. If you live in you live in the same community, same family that we live in, if you that blind to black men, that means you didn't care in the first place. That's what it means.
They don't care. I was on DJ Kudo's panel yesterday, and he was going over this Swirlers book. They know what the fuck they doing because when they talk to that white man, they talk about all their problems.
Interview voice.
Oh, the value. Oh, don't get me started.
Do you know my own mother said? You know, my own mother one time said to me. She said, "You know the problem with a lot of this shit in the black community? Them goddamn mothers too damn lazy to care about them boys after they stop being cute to parade around."
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Bingo.
Bingo.
This is a 61-year-old woman who just said that shit. This is a 61-year-old woman who said this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Y'all too damn. Y'all don't give a fuck about the boys. Once you stop being able to dress them up in all these designer fucking clothes. Once you stop, you don't even put. Excuse me, 2-minute rant, folks.
Get that oxygen in.
Get them lungs ready. Get them lungs ready.
How's the left lung doing, man?
Gotta take these. Gotta take this. Take the bullshit off my back. There we go. Number one, y'all get all this child support, all these benefits. I don't see no black women investing in Sylvan Learning Center. If you're not familiar with Sylvan Learning Center for your areas, guess what? It's something where you tutor kids. I've never seen them put their kids through the best private schools. I've noticed your kids always got to have the best designer shoes, the best designer clothes, which my parents always told me, how can broke niggas always try to impress other broke niggas who don't like them and don't even know them with shit they can't afford? Number three, do you read to your goddamn children? Do you even encourage your children? Do you even say anything nice to your children? How your parents view you is how that child is going to be successful. I kept saying that. A lot of you motherfuckers out there look at your child as a fucking check. Half of you motherfuckers, if they didn't have fucking welfare reform, you still be fucking on it. But then you ask black men, the people who have the lowest voice in America, to do something that's never been done. Nobody asked that white man to change America. Nobody ever asked that Asian man to change his environment. But you ask black men who were fighting to get their kids, because a lot of y'all can't get child support from these broke niggas, and y'all know the difference, because guess what? There's some bitches who have kids just so she could get in the system, Section 8, and get the fuck off the streets. Or out of her mother's house, who did the same shit 20 years prior to her. Stop that bullshit. But somebody else take it.
Yeah. I'm out of the fuck. Don't get me wrong. I still love my sisters that do right, but I'm out of fucks to give for the ones that don't get it. You know, go kick rocks. Figure it out yourself.
Yeah, basically you're asking us a question. Basically, go look for yourself. It's the literature is there. You don't have to ask us. The literature's there. There's if you look at all the stats about black men and what they have to go through, and they're at the bottom of the barrel of every stat, and their women are not helping. Basically, that's all you really need to know. Why we should be pissed off at black women.
As a matter of fact, like I said, Richard Reeves, who is the guy that wrote Dream Hoarders, he was the main guy that was speaking on the clip that you got from the Brookings Institute on BGS, the British guy. Yeah, this one white British dude know more about what's going on with black men for real than black women do, and you live in the same house with us. You're our moms, our sisters, our aunts, our grandmas. That's insane.
It's insane. The reason is they don't care. They don't care. But they're too chicken to say that they don't care.
You're just utility to them.
I don't even think we're utilities anymore. They just, they're material for us. And we serve the same. The thing is, black men and white women are probably so similar as far as the position they play in society.
As a matter of fact, there is some data that actually proves what BGS says, is that black girls that grow up in similar situations to the white girls, their outcomes are very similar. But black boys that grow up in similar situations as the white boys, 70% of them still drop down to working class poor and working class, even if they were born in upper middle class situations.
And basically, because that's the institutional racism that keeps them don't. In other words, you can go to a white school, because I went to a white school, okay, and I was smarter than the white boys that were actually there. But the thing is, at the end of the day, when you go try to get a position or try to get an internship or you try to get access to some certain things, your color of your skin, that's when it starts counting.
Yep.
And I'm gonna tell you a lot of shit, man, because a lot of brothers don't understand the truth. The reason why we have these arguments is because people think we're talking about sex. I'm going to tell you the truth. Like I told Sarah.
I wish it was that simple.
Brothers ain't got to argue about sex from sisters. A lot of them give pussy out like it's gone out of style.
Yes.
Why do you think you got all these chicks giving it out? You think that we care that, oh, well, y'all not giving us no puss. Y'all not giving us no. No, we don't care. Other races of women and other black women will give it up freely anyway with less hassle, little to no hassle. Here's the problem. To really say that the black man has been fairly treated in his, fuck the white community, his own community. That's why I said before we can go global, we need to learn how to be communal. And when you're not even raising your boys to be the warrior class, yeah, the black women are going to be in the military. Who's encouraging them?
Yeah. And but that by itself should tell you something. That something's wrong.
You got black women who tell you.
I know too many black women in the military.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, BGS.
In other words, if you have, if you talk about the increasing numbers of black women joining the military in a male-dominated arena, and the males aren't, that should tell you that there's something wrong.
Yeah, and a male space, a male total male space, 88%. You're not raising your boys to be leaders. You're not raising your boys to be. You number one. I've been around different cultures of people. Believe it or not, I might not sound like it, but I'm a proper guy. I'm a heavily cultured guy. My parents have made me this way. They put money towards me traveling. Okay? I had a passport before. Most black people didn't have a passport when I did. Okay? They had to wait till they were adults to get a passport. If it wasn't for me traveling with my ex, she wasn't as cultured as me. We went to goddamn Florida. She didn't even know what a palm tree looked like.
Oh, damn. Wow. That's crazy. Okay.
I'm like, what is that tree? It's a palm tree, girl.
Oh. Wow. Did y'all get to see any iguanas when y'all were down here?
Man, the iguanas came to see us. So many goddamn them motherfuckers. So many of them motherfuckers. They came to see us. Yo, nigga, we got drinks. Open that door. And it was like, and it was so bad that here it is. I've been to other countries and stayed there for at least a week or two. Where you can see the culture and you can see the difference. I've been to other states.
Yeah.
And you notice I'm more respected outside of my goddamn country than in it. And this is talking to a 15, 16-year-old Charles Faulkner. Where people shook my hand, random white people, when they saw me off the wrestling circuit for freestyle wrestling. They shook my hand when I got my bronze medal. Literally invited. I'm only one of 2 black wrestlers out of 120 wrestlers competing. Invited me over. Their houses. Barbecuing. Speaking to me like I'm an equal. I think about it. At 15, 16 in Baltimore, how do you think I get treated? But we act like, and we have this cognitive dissonance that this shit does not persist in the black community. It's weird. It's very weird. We look at our boys and we saying, well, he need to get a job. But nobody says, how isn't he working? Nobody goes to the city council and say, hey, we need to promote more jobs for these guys, or more job training, or more trade training.
More trade training, yeah.
We never go to North Avenue and say, bring back these goddamn trades. Well, you got a motherfucker like me raising hell going there and saying, nah, talking to other officers. Don't arrest him. Give him one chance. You don't go to your ass to school, I will personally lock your ass up. I got a year and a day for this motherfucker.
There should be no idle boys on the street, idle males on the street in dilapidated homes. Okay.
Yeah. You go to some of these some of these damn homes. Wintertime. Fucking matter of fact, I'm fucking ashamed that a motherfucker like BGS, a wise motherfucker, by the way. Wise, very wise and intellectual.
Appreciate you.
In LA knows about the fucking school conditions in Baltimore. A fucking country away as big as this country is.
Yeah.
How kids were going to a goddamn school.
Almost a continent.
away.
Almost a fucking continent away. Transcontinental, right there.
Mm-hmm.
He brought up I'm embarrassed. I didn't even tell you how embarrassed I was. How the fucking you didn't even have heating during winter, the peak of winter.
Mm-hmm.
And these are elementary and high schools and middle
Mhm.
schools.
Mm-hmm.
Like you niggas only had one job.
And you basically you're 40 miles away from Washington D.C. The
And you
center of
goddamn right, Aquatech.
it should
North
never happen.
Avenue needs to fucking burn.
I mean,
It's a shameful place.
how the thing is, you would think that Baltimore is in the middle of Idaho someplace, right? And not
Yeah.
40 miles from Washington D.C.
It's like that quick.
Like that quick. How can you have this? How can you have this stuff going on in Baltimore, right down the street from the nation's capital? Don't make no sense.
One of the fucking top fucking 30 cities in America.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. You're the 14th largest city in America with the 7th or 8th largest police department.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can give $10 billion to Israel, but you can't put $1 billion in black boys to get them off the fucking street in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Over years, Israel has received over $147 billion for the last 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
But you said you can't pay us reparations.
Well, the thing is that because I actually looked at it because what's his name? Soul and Black challenged me to look at it. I said basically you're talking about if you want to change Baltimore or the trajectory of Baltimore, especially with the black males, it's only like 15,000 of them. That's really the core of the problem. And you got billions of dollars floating all the way around Baltimore or all the way around Maryland and in the DMV area. And you can't change the trajectory of 15,000 boys, 15,000 from ages of like 13 to 21. If you change that, you give them trades, you get them off the street, you give them a work trajectory, Baltimore would transform.
But
how come you don't do it?
But yet, and I love my brother Cerulean, so does BGS, but you're not gonna tell me this shit ain't cultural. Yes. I'm not afraid to tell the men they got a job to do. But when the fuck we gonna hold the women accountable to their ass? Because last time I checked, if I don't do my job, I'm liable for suspension, disciplinary action, or getting terminated. Because I'm gonna tell you this one. If black women want this fucking society to be what it is, you either lead, follow, or get the fuck out the way.
I think the escape plan now and the idea now, and I see it already swirling, but also lesbianism. And remember, black women do engage in more. Well, I know that, but I think their idea is that, well, they already think that they don't need black men, but especially over the past 30 years or so, the idea of swirling and the idea that I'll just end up with a woman is I think where they're going with this. I think they have so much contempt for us. They think that's the parachute out.
Basically, let's put the bullshit on the table. Let's go ahead and open up the family silverware, right? Black women get with lesbians out of default. You have two babies out of wedlock by two different guys, and nobody's gonna take you. Okay. So guess who the last ditch effort to actually get somebody, right?
Another
Lesbian.
woman.
Yeah. Why do you think you see a lesbian with a single mother that has two kids by somebody else?
I see it all the time in the shelter. At my
see
job.
It all the time.
You know,
Shelter.
This woman came in, fresh baby and everything. Here comes Queen Latifah straight off and sweat it off. I'm like, wait a minute, that baby's fresh out your stomach, and you sticking around with that?
She had no choice. She needs
support.
Of
course she had no choice. But in the military, they just get passed around anyway. So, I mean, that's nothing new.
And they have the highest domestic violence rate anyway. Like, you're going to get your ass whooped maybe. Probably. Most likely.
Passed around like fucking Thanksgiving dinner.
You talk about 2% of the black society, which is lesbianism. That's 2%. What about the rest?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's the idea. The notion, because just like interracial relationships, not that many of them going to end up in that. It's less than 10% or something like that. But the idea that I can do this, right? I don't have to worry about black men because I have white men or Asian men or Latino men or black women or white women, whatever. But I don't have to worry about black men. Screw black men.
Well,
Okay, go over there.
Well, then screw black men. Go someplace else.
Yeah, go over there. I told you my message.
Go ahead.
I told you my message, swirlers. I don't care. Go away.
Black men have never cared where black women take their vaginas.
If anything, we told you that the one thing we did care about is if you could leave us the fuck alone when we not fucking you. Like, the fuck out of here. Nobody care.
Yeah, just where do you think that the term redhead stepchild came from?
Oh.
In other words, she's out there, she's with a white man, and that white man kicks her out, doesn't take care of her. Now she got to come back to a black man and say, okay, we need to take care of this baby.
Mm-hmm.
And black men, black men, because we've been socialized, have always done that. Okay, have always stood up and took care of babies that weren't theirs. Yeah, they've always done that. At some point, black men do get tired. Black men are tired of doing that. That's why I don't. They say, well, what about the millennials and the Zs that don't want to date single mothers? I said, I don't goddamn blame them. I don't blame them.
And quiet as kept, I've never met my biological grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is nothing new.
Nothing new.
I asked my father one day. It's funny. I asked my father one day. Wait a minute. Why is my mother's maiden name different from my grandfather's last name? And you should have saw the look on his face. Like, oh shit.
Yeah. You know, everybody has
like, look, your grandfather died before you was even born. I'm like, damn.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That's not even the big revelation. My mother told me you may have some aunts and uncles you don't know about.
Yeah, but the thing that's always been kept secret. So they said, but that the before 1960 was the golden age. No, I said my grandmother had 4 husbands, and a lot of them died. But the thing is, she had kids by 4 different men, and she wasn't unusual.
Wow.
That's common. Well, now even 70% of black women have babies by more than one guy. It's not unusual. It's actually very common. Yeah,
let me put it to you this way: 67% of black women who have 2 or more kids now are by 2 different men.
By 2 different men. That's common. And it's been common for a very long time.
But they will say it's all these black men who doing it. But guess what? Unless we have a lot of rapists in the black community, no, we don't.
With abortion, you don't have to have a baby out of rape. So that stop that.
Yeah,
it reminds me of this one girl who told me, well, I was like, well, if you complain about it, why did you have the baby? Well, it was against my religion for abortion, but you believe in fornication. Pick a struggle.
Pick a struggle. Yep.
Yeah, which is why I tell my younger female cousins, look, I love you dearly, but if it ain't rape, I don't give a shit. You especially they're over 18, you are responsible for all deadbeats you get pregnant by. That's not my problem.
I have a daughter. You start telling your daughters when they're 10 years old. I've heard the women in the family start telling my daughters, both of them, about the pregnancy and having sex with a man at 10 years old. Don't bring me no bastard babies. They get preached at. I was preached at as a kid. Okay. But the thing is, they know to say they're innocent. They didn't know their bodies. They don't know no better. Please, that was going on when before sex education. My grandmother used to say the same thing, right? Tell all the girls the exact same thing, right? It's not new to say that they don't know they need to be held innocent. Like, oh, she was 14. No
bullshit.
You knew at 10 years old not to do this, so he had to sneak off and do it.
That's That's why you gotta hold motherfuckers accountable. That's the part that was the heated debate about. It's not about sex. Fuck sex. It's like I told him. I said, okay, you want to debate me? I'll take out sex. What about their boys they birth?
Ooh.
I said, take
Charles,
sex
there's a
away.
comment from. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Look,
Go ahead.
there's a comment from Pan African ADOS. You might actually want to look at that. That's actually that's everything I've been trying to say in a nutshell.
Pan
He
African
said it in a
ADOS
couple.
states. He states black women believe themselves tribe of Amazonian warriors. Good luck with that, Themyscira. Destined to rule matriarchal community with black men as labor class, with black men as manifest destiny constructs, succeed where white women failed, delusions of grandeur. See, it's go
maybe
ahead.
we should start calling the black community Themyscira.
Yeah.
Might
Last
not be a
time I
bad
checked,
idea.
I guess this is the person who's supposed to save him, right? This is the person supposed to save him.
Yep.
Yeah.
God damn it! I do have something for everything. Hold on. One more time. I call that my deflection. Every time I hear somebody deflected, I'll be like
Wonder Woman, start deflecting.
Stop deflecting, Wonder Woman.
Yeah, knew that any of you that you love swirlers because ultimately they believe that it's their right to be on a white man's arm.
That's what I said just the other day. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
I said that they don't care. Now that their image is already being, now that we have a voice, they can't just, use us as mules to keep getting themselves propped up through the ranking system. And I told you, like I said, as long as they keep doing what they're doing, feminism, they're already gotten quiet. They're going to leave the black women holding the bag on that one.
Yeah, they already are. Didn't
fans anyway?
Yeah, they're already gonna leave and I'm interested to see how black women are gonna fare over there fighting white women for their own men. Have fun
They're
with
gonna
that.
blame it on us. They're gonna blame it on us that we didn't step up.
No, they're just gonna
whatever.
they're just gonna dig the Machine Gun Kelly types and the Kid Rock types. They ain't gonna get any
No, they're not.
value white guys.
No, they're not. They're not gonna blame them. No, they're
I
not.
can barely get some of these rappers now. Did you see that video Kendra put out the other day?
See,
you guys, white trash types, but
you guys are giving these black women way too much wiggle room, way too much credit. It's about their image.
No, I'm not. Okay.
They're fighting to get their image at the same level of that white woman. They want the white woman to be birthed to play with a black Barbie doll right aside from that white Ken doll. That's the big goal that they're fighting for.
Yeah.
With
but
all
that's not
this
what they're
feminism.
gonna get. They're gonna get basically white trash because you see them all the time.
But you can't do that. You can't do that with a Machine Gun Kelly. They don't even prop that up with the white community.
They want Pierce Brosnan. They want Sean Penn. They want John Kennedy. That's who they want.
But guess what? Here's the difference. What you want and what you can get are two totally different things.
Yes, sir.
See, what they really get is Cheddar Bob with the overalls.
That's what I'm talking about. That's who they're going to be getting. Because
they can't even
get them. But the fact that we put that reality on blast here in the manosphere, that puts them in a hell of a rage because it, like I said, it tarnishes the image that they're trying to perpetuate, utilizing the commercials, everything that the white man is giving them. It's like what Edward said. They don't hate the system of white supremacy. They don't, not at all. They just don't like their position of where they're at the moment.
Exactly.
They want to get a better position. They want that white woman's position. They get exposed to Dave the Machine Gun Kellys, Eminem dissing them on a track, they don't want that. They don't want that to get around. And then the fact now that black men now have a voice, that they're having their red pill rage. That's the best way I can put it. Right now, they're having their wake up call, and they're in red pill rage right now. And I think that they'll transition to black pill faster than the black.
And that's why we love Kevin Samuels out there, because he's put that on public blast.
Exactly. That's why Kevin is that beacon. They're throwing everything they throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Kevin right now to get him to be quiet. I'm for real. That's what. That's why I said whatever. You guys are giving this way too much thought. It's not that deep. When you guys really be around these females, especially from the grades 1 to the 8s, 9s, and 10s, it's the same agenda. It's the same agenda from to the top. And now that we've got a voice, they don't know what to do because now they're receiving heat from all ends of the corner. They don't have a playbook to fight back.
And people, when black women caught an international L, Jason Pope.
You ain't lying. Ooh,
you got that one white boy infected y'all with shit.
Destroyed the download argument single-handedly.
The download, and then y'all talk about black men have STDs.
He literally destroyed a download argument single-handedly. I didn't think that was possible.
Jason.
Well, not only that.
Pope, but go ahead.
No, not only that, but people like what is his name? Sandman, who's not even American, white Canadian dude is telling y'all don't come over here. So Sandman already, right? Because he makes videos also say he talks about black women swirling and like, so they the Tyrone.
You're gonna have to repeat all that again, man, because you sound like
black women get dogged out by the Tyrone.
You're gonna have to repeat that again because you sound like you. Hey, Aquaman. My man went to the 7 seas.
Oh, you got it bad, dude.
Yeah, Shonda's right. All right, they say that's the double standard I was talking about. Also, Charles, females like to subscribe to.
Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Now you would sound like Aquaman a minute ago.
My bad, you guys. So what I was saying was, okay, so not only that, but also you have people like Sandman, who's not even a white American, he's white Canadian, pretty much telling sisters, oh, y'all can't come over here to us white dudes because they know about the soul movement, right? They know that, okay, y'all done burnt bridges with black men over there, and so y'all got to try to swim over here and fuck with us white dudes, right? And even the Asian, I remember reading a clip. Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
No, it's actually worse than that. They have a bigger problem. I've seen videos of them hitting white dudes like that, like they brothers. They have a bigger problem. They have a much bigger problem. Yeah. They're getting some of it too. They're starting to get some of it too.
That's only because white dudes going to the hood going for low hanging fruit, so they're getting what they deserve. They're not going to try to do that with no astute white dude. Not ever.
Of course not.
Because they
I know that.
Even with the dude,
that's why I'm laughing
in the hood.
Go ahead.
Even with the dude with the hood, there's the one thing that always kept that chick in check was the fact that he would knock the holy hell out of her. That's the one thing that I'm gonna beat his ass, and he's gonna knock you the fuck out. And that's the one thing that always kept her in check. And I'm not preaching violence towards women. I'm just telling the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when Issa Rae made that comment about black women need to mess with Asian men, primarily Korean men. And I read a little blog post where Asian men were talking about it, and they were like, hell no. And they were honest, like, it would have been different if it was something organic, right? But you're using us as the escape route out of the black community. Hell no, that's what Asian women do. White men, we're gonna be your cleanup. The Asian dudes in the comments that you were saying in the blog. God damn it. Okay. I gotta move.
And I'm washing my hands. I'm having so much fun. I never let the water run.
And it's funny because you're trying to treat us like we'll show them. We'll get Asian men on them.
And they've been like
and it's funny because you're not even attracted to these guys. Why do you keep invoking them? We don't care. Do you know how hard it is for black men to get attraction outside their community? You're probably black men, number one, are going to be found exotic.
Yep.
they're gonna wind up getting M Flow. They don't want him. M Flow is actually an outcast in the Asian community.
Yeah.
You ever seen one? You ever seen one addicted to methamphetamines? A big shocker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, Asian. I never saw that before.
Oh, they love their opiates.
And I hear New York too. I'm like, wow, all over Times Square. I'm like, excuse me, you're in the wrong place here. It's like, you're supposed to be in Chinatown. What you doing here in Times Square? He's like, I'm looking for. I'm like, okay. I asked too many questions. I just need to keep walking.
You sound like me when I'm at work. What are you doing here? I'm looking for drugs.
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, wow.
We got a lot of common. We got a lot of common.
I dealt with one incident, but he was dating he was with a white woman though, and he was on drugs, and it was basically in the shelter. He was having like a drug, he was wigging out on drugs. He thought his baby, was dead and everything, and it put it like this. Long story short, it wasn't a good time for me nor him.
Mm-hmm.
But they wound up kicking him out the shelter, and he was just out there just picking up pills and swallowing them. I was like, yo, I don't know you. And that's what women think. That's what black women think they're gonna run away to. Let them have them.
Yeah, and see, they think they're gonna get the cream of the crop guys in the other race. You think the women of their cultures are gonna do all that? Fuck no.
Listen, Asian Steven is not having it. He's not having it. He is not having it out of black women. I already know that for a fact.
You got the whole K-pop culture thing popping up, that a lot of women from a bunch of different backgrounds are finding that cutesy, somewhat effeminate Asian man attractive, like with the weird color hair and all that other stuff.
They always think bitches are... See, it's like the 80s all over again. Like, yeah, the only way to get a bitch is like you had to look like one from Charlie Murphy and shit. Like, nah, that's because they want a guy that they can dominate. No real woman wants a guy that that spends more time in the mirror than her.
Those guys are aggressive as hell. I mean, I don't know what they think they're gonna get over there with those guys. I mean, they slash the shit out their women, looking like Prince and all. They're not soft guys. You ever watch some of their little variety shows? They be cracking on some of their women. I'm like, damn.
Like, see,
I don't know. I just don't think they know.
Well, it's always a fetish. I mean, it's always from. I mean, you gotta look where it comes from. It comes from reading all that manga and watching anime, and they think they're gonna get this doll face, and he's gonna say things that she's not gonna like. And
guess what? You always are gonna be called a nigga.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of their commercials, and I'm like, don't want to go over there.
Any black woman who thinks white men will leave what he has indoctrinated to idolize and place on a pedestal to white woman are really on some tomfoolery. Yes. Shane Vicious says, although I would like to see more Korean men, black women couples, Korean dudes have been known to smack the hell out of these daggos. Yeah. And trust me, gay marriage ain't gonna help black women.
That's what I said.
Gay marriage ain't gonna help them. They don't even like themselves.
The whole thing is just like, let them go where they want to go. I mean, we got a whole bunch of memes coming up on Twitter where you got two of these women basically saying we don't like black men, and on the other side is a whole bunch of different variety of black men saying we don't really care. And that's basically what the language is right now. Like, nobody really cares where you're gonna go or who you disrespect. We're just gonna block you and move on because ain't nobody got time to hear what you don't like and what you like and what you don't like.
Yeah. See, all it really is this at the forefront. They hate being black. They hate being black, man. See, they hate the fact that we can't make them white women. And even if we could, why should we?
Well, they don't qualify for it anyway. I mean, you can't get mad at something. You can't get mad at someone for not making you something that you're not qualified for. As I said earlier, you think a six-figure man is going to sit there and let you
overtalk him in public, in private, and amongst his friends and business associates? Hell no. He's
I
gonna
can
tell
tell
you
you
shut the hell.
personally that ain't happening.
Of course not.
Not
I'm
with
like,
me.
he's not gonna let you talk overtalk him like that. I'm gonna let you overtalk me in my condo, in my mansion. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but this is what they believe. Like, but you wouldn't be nothing without me. Please.
I mean, the first moment one of her aunts next rolled him, he's walking the fuck out anyway. Says, you know what? Find your own way home.
I've
But
done it.
see, they figure that they can get away with that because they know that they see how these white women got their men in check when it comes to verbal how should I say verbal wrestling, and they know that women got the mouth, but still when you're making six figures or even more than that, even if you made $50,000 a year, no man should be sitting there just letting some woman just jab off to him like that,
You know what? You
especially
know
in
what?
front of colleagues.
You know
Yeah,
what
but we raised
happens.
this man to be weak like that. And,
But
that's
you know
Yeah.
what
it.
happens. You know what happens in a lot of these cultures. She may be a little mouthy in front of the guests, but as soon as those guests leave, he's slapping her to the
Yeah.
ground. I mean, he
Yeah.
coming down with that shit. I mean, some Charlie Murphy and Prince shit, some and Rick James shit. Like bow.
You
Like
whopping her head to the left.
I mean, he taking the cranks. Whatever complaint she has about her neck, there's some background noise. Whatever cracks to the neck she got, he gonna take care of that shit when they get home. And guess what? She ain't calling the police either, cause she likes her diamond necklace. See, a lot of them need to understand that shit. Oh man. Well, we got over 8 hours and 9 minutes. Any last words, folks? Because I got to do a little bit of goosey goo before the stores close. Thank you all for those who donated and supported. Last words, Lionel and Perfect Wealth.
Happy New Year. Worry about yourself. Save yourself, black man. The end.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody as far as like with the Manosphere from 2015 to today. It's been a long time coming, but we finally in the door. If I can actually put anything in to help the cause, look forward in 2021. So we'll see you guys into the next year. You guys take care.
Ooh, thank you. I'd just like to say thank you all for the growth. We had a damn near a 400% growth since I started doing this live streaming. Shiznit. Thank you all for your donations, for your likes, for your support, even for your dislikes. Still counts. You're going to look for more growth coming up in 2021. You're going to see more in-depth conversations, more heated debates, more laughter, and more stories of HoboCop. Yes, we got to get the HoboCop shirts are coming out in 2021. I promise you. Everybody loves HoboCop. Dead or alive, you're spending your money on me. Woo! Happy New Year. Drink safely, party safely, wear your damn mask, wash your damn hands, be safe, and we out. Ooh. Give me the woos in the chat, baby.